1:02, so I'm going to go ahead and call the Tribal Enterprise Authority meeting to order, and we shall start with roll call, please.
Rob McGrory. Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton. Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Larry Barbie.
FY26 enterprise budgets. We have FY26 enterprise capital expenditures. We have FY26 continuing funding authority. We have new mission and vision statement. We have new EDC logo. We have term sheet business opportunity. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the agenda. Motion by Isaac and supported by Kim. Any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the first item on our agenda, which are minutes from 10:21 to 25. Is there a motion? All right, motion by Aaron.
Support.
Support by Mike. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to our second item, which is the meeting calendar for 2026. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion.
All right, motion by Tyler and seconded by Isaac. Any discussion on the proposed calendar? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the first resolution that we have, which is FY26 enterprise budgets.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Management Board of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby approves the attached FY 2026 budget document.
Motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler and support by, was that you, Aaron, or Isaac? Isaac, okay. Okay, Danny?
Yeah, these are the budgets that we covered 2 weeks ago in regard to the enterprises under the Enterprise Authority. We spoke in detail to those. So if there are further questions, I will answer those in open. If there's anything that needs to go into close, we can go into close, but these are the same budgets that were discussed in length 2 weeks ago.
Okay, I appreciate it. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Sean.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kim Hampton.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Kim Gravel.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kim Lee.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is FY26 enterprise capital expenditures.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Management Board of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby approves the attached FY 2026 capital expenditures budget in the amount of $926,956. These capital expenditures will be covered by enterprise fund balances.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim. Danny?
Yes, this is the capital list that we covered 2 weeks ago in detail. This is the required capital or requested capital for the enterprises. This does not include the Sawyer renovation. That is separate. This is general capital, annual capital for the enterprises.
Okay, very good. Any discussion from the board? Aaron?
Did you prioritize them? I think I might have been traveling on the day that you walked through them. Did you prioritize them?
I did.
See it?
So they'll happen in order of the priority?
Correct. And if there is, again, they're enterprises, so if we're not hitting revenue numbers or other costs, we scale costs and capital accordingly, but the number one priorities are on there.
Oh, good. And this includes demodding?
Correct.
So how come it doesn't include Sawyer?
It does include Sawyer general maintenance, just not Sawyer, the 42 home renovation project.
Okay. Why is that?
That is on another budget through that was approved through resolutions. So that's,
Oh, okay, it's already done.
yeah, so we have that budget approved, and we're working on that project. This would be capital improvements to the homes that are there, not the 42 home renovation taking place.
So it probably was during the workshop, but we're in a meeting now. So for the benefit of the members that are in the western end that are looking for housing, we have all of this stock that has been waiting for us to take this step. So we're taking the step now, and within whatever time period, we'll have homes available to rent, or is there any home buyer going to be part of it?
No, this program is rentals, market-based rentals. There are 42 homes, and they will come online in 3 tranches. First tranche in January, mid to the end of January. The second tranche will be in April at some point, and then the third tranche at the end of July, beginning of August. So 3 phases.
Good. And one really positive thing for this is it should also stimulate a better community there, because with the vacant units, we've had challenges there. So completing these should change that, and the environment should be even better, so.
Correct. There was vandalism and challenges with those units. Bringing them up is going to only help the alleviate pressure from the housing market. There is acute housing shortages in the nation and in the UP. So there is a long waiting list for those units, but you know, we're going to bring them online as fast as possible, and it'll be a good thing for the community and generate significant cash flow for the enterprises and the tribe.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, Isaac.
Hey, Danny, just point of information, I purchased some AI cameras on auction site, government auction site, so I see you got a couple of camera solutions here. What those AI cameras do is they do a lot of statistics of tracking people.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want, I see there's more up there, but I would recommend it if it's going to be hardwired.
Okay, if you, yeah, if you want to send me a link, or I can go look
Yeah.
on the site, I definitely would like something like that that does the statistical analysis via AI.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Michael. Yes. Kimberly Gravel. Yes. Sean.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Bridget. Yes. Isaac.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
And Larry.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries, thank you. The next resolution is FY26 Continuing Funding Authority.
Now therefore be
Oh, I was just informed we don't need this one, so without objection, we'll skip it. Okay, hearing no objection, we will skip that one then. So the next resolution is new mission and vision statement.
Now therefore be resolved that the Business Board of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby adopts the above mission and vision statements of the Sioux Tribe Economic Development Corporation, and be it further resolved that the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations is authorized to continue developing an enterprise operational framework aligned with the adopted mission and vision statements to be presented to the Management Board for review and approval prior to implementation.
Okay, motion by Isaac
Support.
and support by Kim. Danny?
Okay, this would be an updated mission and vision statement. I've covered it a few times and closed. It's been a while. But basically, what this is, it is a modified mission and vision statement that aligns with the intent of the authority. You know, a mission statement explains an organization's core purpose, what it does, why it exists. It defines organization's day-to-day focus, guiding decision-making priorities, and operational direction. The vision statement describes the future of the organization strives to create long-term inspiration. So this really states in this mission statement that we're going to focus on commercial best practices, run the enterprises like commercial entities, and focus on commercial best practices. Industry-specific software are just some of those things, and design a structure that allows these organizations, these enterprises to be competitive in the marketplace, running under the same principles as other businesses in the general marketplace.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Any discussion from the board? Aaron?
So did you collaborate with Larry on this at all?
Yeah, briefly, yes. A couple times we discussed it. I let him know that I was working on this, not in the last couple of weeks, but when I originally was drafting it, yes, I was in contact with Larry, because we went over the overarching strategic plan that he works on, because he has an inclusion in the tribe's master plan for the EDC, so we work in conjunction with one another.
Good. The one thing that we were working on before I left office was changing up the use of mission, trying to move away from that. Tribes across the country are moving away from the use of the word mission because of the obvious impact of mission in boarding schools, and changing that to purpose. But he gets really egg-headed with like, what's a purpose, what's a vision, the sequence of overarching sort of that drives the goals and objectives and then the deliverables. So I just wanted to ask if I see we're still using mission, so maybe we haven't taken that step as a tribe yet, so.
Yeah, correct, and I have no objections to taking that step if we go in that general direction. So, I mean, calling it a purpose or a mission, to me it's the actual language and the wording that dictates behavior as opposed to what we're calling it. So if that's something we feel we want to make a change on now, I don't see an issue with it.
I think we should probably wait till we find out whether or not the tribe's doing it too, so.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Tyler?
Would you mind reading these out loud for the membership?
Yes, I will read those out loud. The mission statement. The Sioux Tribe Economic Development Corporation drives the growth and performance of competitive, well-managed enterprises that maximize profit to support essential tribal member services. We provide strategic leadership, disciplined oversight, and commercial best practices to build self-sufficiency, strengthen the tribal economy, and ensure long-term prosperity. That would be the mission statement, again, that guides us on our day-to-day decision-making. The vision statement: to build a diversified and resilient economic future through innovative, strategic, and profitable enterprise growth. We envision a thriving portfolio of commercial businesses that expands opportunity, fosters self-reliance, and contributes to a prosperous future for the Sioux Tribe members and the communities we serve.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is new EDC logo.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Business Board of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby adopts the attached logo as the official corporate level logo of the EDC and authorizes the CEO of Enterprise Operations to replace prior EDC logos as needed, to utilize the corporate logo for commercial and operational purposes, and to approve the use of logos for subordinate entities when appropriate. Be it finally resolved that the EDC logo is added to the intellectual property catalog of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority.
A motion by Isaac
Support.
and support by Kim. Dan?
Okay. So this is a new logo. We've discussed this a few times in closed workshop. These things I've been preparing. The current logo is the flag, which that's a good logo, but this one's a little more business. It has more of a business dynamic logo to it. Now, we still maintain the use of the colors of the flag in the logo, and from this logo, we've already created a new logo for Gitche. Well, there wasn't really a logo there. And all the logos at the enterprises that are going to there'll be 2 property management ones redone this year. Some of the other ones have already been redone in the past, but it'll all fall in line, so there's continuity and overarching branding with the corporate logo and at an enterprise level.
Okay, appreciate that. Any questions, comments from the board?
Comment.
Yeah.
The only thing I would
Bridget, then Aaron, sorry.
sorry.
She had her hand up first.
Dan, I don't have the colored version in our packets or either one, but I don't like it as far as I don't think that there's anything, even if you use the colors, it doesn't really say anything that it's a Native American EDC. I just wish we had, whether we had the crane or something to it to stand out that it's a Native American EDC, that's all.
And I do plan on using it in conjunction with the Sioux Tribe logo as well. So the Sioux Tribe logo, I'll be creating, we're working on a website. We've done 3 in the last 2 years, and we'll do one for the EDC specific, and that will have the tribe And we can add a tribal element to that logo, but the tribal logo was going to be displayed with this in most instances.
Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
What I was going to say is, if we could maybe consult with Debbie Pine, because she's a phenomenal artist, we should design it both in color and a black and white version, because the copy of the color version is not it's not distinguishing the northern direction and the eastern direction. You can see down and below in the flag, you can tell that they're different colors. And it's gonna look to people like we don't know our culture because we don't have a separation between the northern direction and the eastern direction. So just having a slight coloration change between the northern and the eastern directions, that's one thing. The other thing is, to support what Bridget said, is in our modern times, so how we know that we can do enterprise development in a culturally sustainable way is that in the early 1800s, somebody had a vision that was pounding black ash. That's how we learned how to do black ash baskets, and that's commerce. So if there's some kind of, and that's a widely known Anishinaabe origin for commerce. So if we could maybe design something that ties into the black ash basket, that might be a way to make it culturally oriented. But I see what you're trying to do is to keep it streamlined and business focused, but that might be a good compromise. And I would think that Debbie could probably figure that out.
Yes, great suggestions. Yeah, I worked with the casino design team on that. Are you looking at a color version or black and white?
We have only the black and white version, and it's not showing up. So, and if you end up using a black and white version, you should do a high-resolution JPEG in black and white as well, so that we're not photocopying a color version that doesn't carry forward the distinction.
Yeah, yeah, you are correct. In the design files, I have EPS and high-res design files of colored, and I believe black and white is in there as well. So I would like to get you the colored version out. I'll just send it in an email so everybody can see the colored version, or just hand this one off to you here, if you'd like to take a look at the colored version.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I can bring that over.
Yeah, because if other tribes look at it, they'll be like, wait a minute, Sioux tribe doesn't know the difference between the northern direction and the eastern direction. It's one big direction. Oh, yeah, that looks good.
Are you done looking at it?
Yeah, you could, if you want to.
Go pass it along, and we'll get it back to you.
Probably not fluorescent yellow, though, maybe a softer
I didn't
yellow.
realize you wouldn't have the colored copies.
Oh, it's okay. Mike, then Kim.
I'm kind of on the same wavelength, is that if you got to use two different logos to get the Sioux tribe across part, like you said, you're going to use this logo in conjunction with our Sioux tribe, kind of defeats the whole purpose of having one logo. Yeah. So also I wanted to check to see, because I know that our transportation department is doing an all-encompassing tribal-wide signage. Yeah. And one of the things that they were working on was all the different logos that the Sioux tribe uses and trying to figure out a collective way to reorganize them and rebrand them. So was this involved in that process at all, or?
I am working with them. That was done before that process. And in my approach, I approached it more from the casino logo. The casino's an enterprise. The EDC is an enterprise. So I approached it as an enterprise logo and used Sioux Tribe logo where appropriate. So those are aspects that can be integrated in. But yeah, that is more of they're doing signage and some design work there, but that was created before that project started.
I guess I would just fall back onto then, I do think the logo looks less tribal. Like, it doesn't have any tribal identity really, other than saying Sioux Tribe, and the colors, if they show up on a color thing. I mean, so they look good in color, but not everything's going to be in color. So while even in color, I think that it's missing some of the Sioux, the native owned aspect of it is not shining through as much as I'd like to see it. So I have some concerns there, I guess, as well.
Kim.
Ditto on that, and when I look at it, it almost looks like a law enforcement patch, a logo, like you would see.
Okay. Well,
But it does look better in color.
Yeah, just the other logo, there was really no differentiation between the flag and the EDC logo. So again, if we're not comfortable with that logo, I can work with the casino design team further and bring back some options to discuss in closed session. It's not material. If we want to have some more discussions on it, I didn't realize, again, but it was months ago we talked about this logo and I brought it forward. So, before, there was going to be a workshop, so I did plan on having a discussion on these in that workshop. So that, if we're not comfortable with that logo, then I can bring back some options and present it with that logo at my next update. Does
So
that
you
seem?
okay if we table this?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
I
I'll
will.
motion to table.
Okay, so there's a motion to table, which has been supported by Isaac. So we'll roll call on that, please.
Whoops. Tyler.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, motion to table successfully carries. So that brings us to the last resolution, which is term sheet business opportunity.
Now therefore be resolved that the Business Board of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby approves the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations to execute the attached term sheet to explore this business opportunity.
Okay, motion by Isaac,
Support.
support by Kim. Dan?
Yes, this is an opportunity to, a term sheet to explore a business opportunity with another entity. It is not binding us to an agreement, just that we use confidentiality while exploring this, and this will allow a document exchange and further research as we work towards to see if there is a definitive agreement that can be reached, and that it would be for the term that's stated in the term sheet. There's an end date, a start date. So that is what this is. Anything else, if there want any further discussion, would probably want to have in close.
Okay, for discussion? Anybody? Aaron?
I think the way you laid this out, because this is new, is this our first meeting?
In regard to this,
No, our first enterprise meeting.
this is our second.
Okay, so I think the way you laid it out is good, because it refers to an attachment. And for the benefit of anybody that might be on, it's kind of early, but is because it's just an exploration looking, when you do that, you usually share financials, you share a little bit more detail, but you don't share publicly, you don't discuss what the opportunity is. And this is just an exploration. Any decisions that are made to move forward have to be made back at the table. And you're referencing the attachment. I would feel uncomfortable if it didn't reference the attachment, because the attachment is part of the official action that, in the terms in the sheet that we're going to explore. So I think it's good.
Correct, and 2 weeks ago, we did have a discussion in length where I provided additional information just in regard to these type of opportunities.
And
So,
it just, for the benefit of the audience, it doesn't commit us to anything at this point. It just does obligate us and the other company to hold confidence in each other's information until we make a decision if we're going to move forward.
correct, and perform different types of studies, analysis, exchange information, and work in good faith towards that agreement, but there's no binding nature. It's stated right in the document that there's no binding, that we will do this agreement at the end of this time, that we're taking this time to work towards, to see if there's an agreement to be had.
Yeah, and in the past, maybe we would have been better served by knowing financials of other companies ahead of time to know whether or not we wanted to get into business with them, so good.
Bridget?
I'm absolutely opposed to even looking at it. There's just too much trouble with this type of venture. And I think as a tribe, we shouldn't be dabbling in it. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael.
No.
Bridget.
No.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Lana.
No.
Aaron.
Yes.
7 yeses, 4 noes.
Okay, motion carries. So that concludes all the items that we have on the Enterprise Authority meeting. So without objection, we will adjourn. And seeing no objection, we shall adjourn. So let's get set up for the Gaming
you.
Authority meeting now. Al, you want to come up?
We do have one tribal member online, just so you know. That's kind of cool.
All right, you guys all set? All right, so it is 10:27. I'm going to go ahead and open the Gaming Authority meeting. We'll start with roll call, please.
Sorry. Lana Cosley Smith. Here. Rob McGrory. Michael McCurchy. Here. Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. All right, so we have a quorum. On today's Gaming Authority meeting, we have the following items on our proposed agenda. We have minutes from 10/28/25. We have the 2026 meeting calendar. We have FY26 continuing funding authority, and we have negotiate/hire key employee. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the agenda. Motion was made by Isaac and supported by Tyler. Any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries, which brings us to the first item on our agenda, which are meeting minutes from 10/28/25. Motion by Isaac
Support.
and support by Kim. Any discussion on those minutes? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. Thank you. Brings us to our second item, which is the meeting calendar for 2026. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac, supported by Tyler. Any discussion on the proposed calendar? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the first resolution on today's agenda, which is continuing funding authority.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Management Board of the Kuwaitan Casino Gaming Authority approves the continued operation for the following Kuwaitan casinos for fiscal year 2026 and, at the 2025 operating level for a period not to exceed March 31st, 2026, Kuwaitan Sault Ste. Marie, Kuwaitan Manistee, Kuwaitan St. Ignace, Kuwaitan Christmas, Kuwaitan Hessel.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion from Isaac, support by? Support by Tyler. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, those, well, we'll do roll call. You guys have some questions? Okay, Bridget, then Lana.
Actually, Al, I don't know if this has been discussed on the day that I wasn't here, but, and I saw in the documents there that we're not doing bingo anymore, and I'm told that, did we give the bingo equipment to the elders to conduct bingo? I haven't heard it at this table, but I've heard some bits and pieces from elders, and I see in the document it's not there. So I'd like to know about that.
Yeah, we actually looking at discontinuing bingo. It's regulation-wise, it's a huge task to have to be Class 2 gaming. It allows for audits to be a lot more extensive, and with the revenues that we get out of it, wasn't worth the effort. So we did meet with the elder committee leader. We talked to them about them taking on bingo, as it was given to us, like they would like to have their own bingo as well. So, yeah, we discussed it with the elder committee leader, and we're awaiting feedback on the different communities that are looking to have bingo in their communities.
Okay, Lana, then Aaron.
Well, I think after reading it in detail on the resolution, I think I answered my question. You guys just didn't, nobody's reviewed the budget yet? That's why we don't have it in front of us, or?
No, it's turned in. We're just setting up a date to present.
Okay. And what's the amount that we're going to do continuing funding for?
I don't have it offhand. It's just continued budget, monthly budgets, as we are in 2025, continuing that moving forward until there is an approved budget.
Okay, when do we expect to see review the budget?
When we can get on the agenda?
Okay, thank you.
Aaron?
I was just going to add, I was at the Elder Advisory in December when they, no, October, must have been October.
Yeah,
When they talked about it, they were excited about it.
Yeah.
But they also know that they're going to need training.
yes.
And for those who don't know, that's actually how we started.
Yep.
We started bingos with the elders over at the Bonnie McCurchie building. So they're excited about it. But the one thing that they did not know, and they asked me and I didn't know the answer, was, so the elders, so when we say elders, there's 9 elder communities, and there's only one set of equipment. So what does that mean?
Well, if they're going to use our equipment, the more electronic version, it would be moved around from site to site. So they would be holding it on different days. Otherwise, if it's just going to be used in a couple of the communities, we'd be able to, or they would be able to suffice that. It doesn't necessarily have to be used electronically. They can still use tumblers if need be. I'm just awaiting feedback on how they want to move forward directional-wise, because we did offer support.
Lana?
So with that, once that's all set in stone, you'll have procedures so that Katie will know how she can tell the other groups.
Yeah, we're going to share our stuff with them to make it easier for them, and then there's going to be some training, as was mentioned already in the discussion,
Yeah.
to go through how we run our bingos.
Because I'm sure if anybody's watching this, they're going to say there's going to be some that are going to be interested in having bingo. So
Oh, yeah.
that's going to be, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Isaac?
Can we just stay on task? We're talking about the continuing budget, not bingo. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Bingo's not part of the budget. They're not going to be providing it, but it seems like that conversation's been exhausted. So,
Let's stay
ready to
on
vote, guys? Roll call, please.
Larry?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Bridget? Yes. Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes?
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Lana? Aaron?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. That brings us to our final resolution in our Gaming Authority meeting, and that is negotiate/hire key employee.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Kuwaitan Casino Gaming Authority hereby authorizes the Kuwaitan HR Director to negotiate an offer to hire the Kuwaitan Chief Financial Officer with negotiated conditions within the parameters discussed at the workshop. Be it further resolved that the Kuwaitan Gaming Authority authorizes any necessary administrative budget modifications to be completed administratively to effectuate this negotiation and hire.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Tyler,
Or
support by Kim. Alan, you want to just give us a recap, just for the membership, about which position that is the interviews we've done, all that kind of stuff, please?
Yeah, we did several interviews for CFO for Kuwaitan Casinos. We do have a person of interest that we're looking at negotiating an onboarding and a wage, and that's what we're in the process of doing as we speak.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions, comments from the board? Isaac?
Hey, Al, nothing against Keewaydin, but with the declining revenues, I won't be able to support this. I think we should have took a look at other alternatives, given the situation, but we haven't, so nothing against you guys.
Aaron?
So when you referenced at the workshop, we probably need to be specific at what workshop. Are you talking today, or are you talking previous?
During the interview process, when we did the interviews, we talked about exploring the avenue on moving forward, whether it be, what it would be for wages, what offering, and things like
Is
that.
that attached? I didn't know this.
No. Is it? RIS, yes, the
So
IRS is.
just for the benefit of the records, the travel records, maybe make reference to that date. So if we have to go back and match them up, that'll make more sense.
That was my fault. I actually prepared the RIS based on your conversation last week.
Yep.
And if you look at the other RISs, I did put at the whatever date
good.
workshop, but I forgot to do it on this one. I just added it. My document is part of the
Okay.
official record. So
We don't have to amend then, because you added it.
Okay, Lana?
So for a while now, we've been working off of, having one CFO for both the governmental and casino. I didn't agree with that when we combined the two way back, but we did it and we moved on. And so we had two, we separated them. And now we're back to the point where, we're going to have one for governmental, one for the casino. And we haven't really talked a lot about the declining revenue that's happening right now. We haven't had that discussion here, but with what Isaac had just brought up, that dollar amount, is that sustainable, and is this priority to have this position right now?
I mean, I would tell you it's needed based on previous timelines. When you look at the responsibility of a CFO, whether it's for the governmental or the entity itself, with 5 properties, it's a big task. Big task. And also the CFO helps with direction, and when you're talking about financial implications, they do forecasting and things like that kind of show what pathway we're taking. A lot of what's happened this year financially wasn't self-inflicted. It was beyond our control. But I would tell you this, 2026 budget's going to be much like what the 2025 should have been.
So the work that Mr. Jackson was doing before he left, that's absorbed somewhere right now, and that's not working. We need that. Right.
Yeah.
That's what I want to hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Bill's been taking on that task, and it's a big task, and he's helping out governmental as well. I think it's one of those positions that's, a key position that highly needs, the casino needs their own CFO and the government needs their own CFO. There's just so much there.
Thank you.
So the Sault Ste. has 5 casinos. We have 5 properties, and not all of them have declining revenue. So the one in Sault Ste. Marie has experienced that, but in my opinion, it's due to factors that are outside of our control. So we have a presidential administration right now that's fighting with the country of Canada, going back and forth with trade wars, tariffs, things of that nature. And about 1/3 of our customers in Sault Ste. Marie are Canadian, and we know that from the Northern Rewards registration. When you gamble here, you have to get a Northern Rewards card, and when you sign up for that, you put in your address, phone number, all that kind of stuff, so we know who's Canadian, who isn't. So we know that there's been a big hit with Canadian traffic on the International Bridge. They keep track of that, and that's been verified with the players that we have here as well. So I'm expecting when things cool between the United States and Canada that we're going to have a return to our finances. We're completing the renovation, and we're bringing in BlackRock. So the casino has a finance team, and they need a CFO in front of it. Same thing as governmental. So very, very supportive of this, Al. So we will do roll call. Bill, do you have something to say?
I would just add, given my 7 months of experience as an interim CFO at Keewaydin, it is a big job. It's more than half-time, and so it's in times it's overwhelming, excuse me, especially for somebody that doesn't have a lot of gaming background. The individual that we're looking at has 30 years of gaming background, and I think that it's warranted by all means.
Are you supportive of the hire, Bill?
Yes.
Okay, so am I. Roll call, please.
Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Isaac?
No.
Yeah, carried.
Okay, motion carries. That concludes all the items that we have for the Gaming Authority meeting. So without objection, we will adjourn. And hearing no objection, we shall adjourn. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, everybody. So let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will jump into the workshop. And the first item would be proposed constitutional amendments review/discussion. Get started. We are on the regular workshop of our day, and the item that we're currently on is proposed constitutional amendments review/discussion. So our general counsel, Ryan Mills, is going to lead us through this discussion. Ryan, if you could give our membership a recap of the previous discussion that we had and how today's discussion is going to work. We're doing it line item, however you think is appropriate.
So we had a workshop on this last week on the most recent version of the draft constitutional amendments. We went through a pretty lengthy discussion. At the end of the evening, what was decided was legal would take our current constitution and, quote, plug in like the separation of powers language needed and get the board and a draft to see what that would look like for both a 3-branch and a 2-branch government. So in your packets, you have a 2-branch and a 3-branch. I think it's most helpful to go through the 3-branch version. I'll show what's current constitutional language, what's new needed language for a separation of powers amendment. And then if there's question and discussion, maybe we get the board consensus on things that maybe are not in agreement and go through it that way. So let me share my screen here. So in your packets, I apologize, they're not printed in color, but like the non-highlighted language would be new language that's needed in the separation of powers, and the non-highlighted, the black, just normal text language would be stuff that's in our current Constitution. So we can get an idea here of what our Constitution would look like should we go forward and get an amendment that is approved by the membership. So right off the bat, the preamble is changed. This is language from the 2008 and the 2012 drafts. This inserts our Anishinaabe language into our preamble. But otherwise, this serves the same intent and purpose as the current preamble. It's just adding in some Anishinaabe color and language, per our tradition, not to rely entirely on English language. I don't suspect there's any issue maybe with this, but I'll pause for a second if there is discussion.
So do we want to have a discussion on anything on the screen? Any questions, comments? Aaron?
So I know that so in going back, and it can change from that, obviously, but what Rob was submitting and then what I was in agreement with was limiting, because we had conversations about wholesale amendments, and several board members basically just made it clear that they're not going to support that. They will support individual amendments, so that's why we honed in on just the separation of powers. But I do think we have a chance to change our name, and now would be a good time to do that. And I think keeping the name, the official name, but also using the name Bawatang Anishinaabe makes great sense. The committee, I know, really worked hard on that. And through the whole time, they kept bringing it back to decide. But the reason why we would consider changing the name is because the name is a completely colonial name. Sioux is a French word for rapids. So we were Bawatang, we were the place of the rapids, at least in this community, because it's also a little unit-centric, right? St. Mary is a homage to the Catholic religion, St. Mary. Tribe is an anthropological term that is not a term we ever used, and Chippewa is a mispronunciation of Ojibwe. We don't even have that word in our language. Chippewa doesn't exist in our language. So the committee came up with, and they asked several pipe carriers and language experts, and they came up with Bawatang Anishinaabe. So to me, it's a little embarrassing at the national level, and when we keep using this anglicized colonial term, Sault Ste. Marie Tribe. Now, some of the older people are really proud of Sioux Tribe. They like Sioux Tribe. So the way that it's written up here, with keeping the name at the top, but then referencing us as the Bawatang Anishinaabe, I think that's a good compromise. So I support that.
Tyler?
Yeah, I'd support the full name change. It is kind of embarrassing now at the national level with so many tribes changing to their original traditional namesake. I mean, there's still quite a few that don't do it or that have not changed yet. But I'm in full agreement. Like, I don't think we should be Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa. I think it should be Powhatan Anishinaabe. But we've had this discussion, and we'd agreed that we would set this aside to move something forward.
And just for clarification, Austin, I'm sorry. So the reason it's in this version is on last Tuesday, there was the consensus of the people here at this table just said, leave it in for now, and we'll decide if we want to keep it or not. And so it's been in and out of different drafts. That's why it's in this current draft, because there was no objection to that, and that was the consensus of the board last week, just for the membership's context.
Okay, appreciate it. Kim?
I know this is going to sound snarky, but let's go back to the original name, Sugar Island Group of Chippewa Indians and their descendants. I mean, it's right in our Constitution, so.
And their heirs?
Descendants, it says.
So I agree with Aaron and Tyler. I would consider taking out the word Chippewa and replacing it with Ojibwe for the reasons that Aaron cited. And then as far as abbreviating our tribe, like whenever I'm outside of this area, I always say the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians because we're not a Sioux tribe. So if you just say the Sioux tribe, people think it means SIOUX, and we're not a Lakota tribe at all. So it doesn't make much sense to me, so that would be my recommendation.
That big name fit on the Head Start bus? Who's the whole for the bus?
Right. Okay, so I'm not seeing any more hands on this, so we can keep moving. Isaac?
Can we just take a poll on the name so we get some?
We can do that. Ryan, let's propose a couple different options. So number one, let's propose Powhatan Anishinaabe of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa. Okay, so that would be one option. Okay, so option two, just be the same thing, but with Ojibwe. Okay, Bridget, do you have a suggestion?
No, I'm not opposed to looking at it, but, and then if we have to change the logo and everything with our name on it, that's going to be a big expense too. So I think that when, we're already talking about expenses, so we should look at how much that potentially costs if we got to change everything we have.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So any other suggestions? Aaron?
I think we stopped printing, maybe Lana knows this, but I think we stopped printing letterhead and all of that a while ago.
I order letterhead.
Oh, you still order letterhead? Oh, okay. Because we were supposed to transition away from that, then we wouldn't have any stock. It would all just be electronic version.
It's not that expensive.
Oh, okay.
The letterhead that I order anyways. I don't know how many.
Okay, Isaac.
I think it could be a soft conversion. Once we run out of the product, then we can convert to the new logo. We don't have to make a wholesale change. We get a new car, then we put the new logo on it. So, I mean, you're paying for the logo anyways, so why not just in the name? So why not just do it as a soft thing?
So, I mean, we're already doing like a rebranding project. Like, we're in conversation with the vendor to create signs at the beginning and ending of each of our reservations. So, I mean, if we're already going to be making the investment, it seems like it's good timing right now, right? All right, so any more discussion on this?
Lana?
Okay, go ahead, Lana.
Yeah, so I just want to state, and I'm not opposed to looking at a name change whatsoever, but I'm kind of confused from last week to this week, because last week we were going to put everything to the side and just work on the separation for the amendments, and now it looks like we're already taking a poll on the very first item, and if we're going to go through every single thing in this, that's what I want to know. How are we going to do that? Because, okay, we're going to take a poll and change it here. Plenty of us have other input for other sections of this Constitution. Are we doing a whole rewrite from the 2008 and 2012 drafted amendments? Or are we just, because Aaron had just said it earlier in the discussion when we started talking, but if we're going to do that throughout the whole entire thing, okay, yeah, I want to know that, because this is the very first thing, and we're already taking a poll to make a change from the 2008 and the 2012. That's going to be a rewrite of what the committee gave to us. Is that what we're doing? That's what I want to know. And if we are, we are. If we're not, we're not.
Is that a question for me? Sorry.
For us,
So there is a request to put a poll out to determine whether or not the majority of the board was supportive of this name change, so that's all
I
we're
hear
trying to
ya.
do.
I hear you,
So,
but
I
there
don't
may be-
know.
There may be a poll later on that we say, because I've noticed a couple things that are different in the 2008 and 2012 draft that aren't included in here, and I'll save it for that. But if we're going to take polls on stuff, we're going to get, I just don't want us to lose track of what we got to, and that is an amendment for the 3 branches, or for the 2 branches or the 3 branches. Does that make sense? Yes, okay.
Let me clarify. And I apologize because it wasn't part of that conversation, but several board members told me if we're going to make the change, we might as well do the name change now. I'm not supportive of going back and looking at any other amendments and changes in that because I don't think we'll have the votes. So that's a waste of time. But the name seems like low-hanging fruit. If we can agree on an authentic indigenous name rather than this white name for us, I would prefer that. But if it trips it up, I'm not supportive of doing that now.
And I just say that I'm concerned because there's big feelers throughout this that people are going to have strong opinions about that I've heard for many years. So, let's not do it in one area and say we're not doing it in another area because that's not right. So that's it.
Kim?
Were you able to get all of the information that you utilized to pull this together and dropped in a file?
I haven't dropped into the shared file yet. I wanted to talk with the whole group and make sure that
Right.
everyone was okay with it. But I think we pulled together pretty much everything. We have drafts. We have the 2008. We have the amendments that were submitted in October. We have a draft from Schlehuber, a draft from Mornett, ongoing draft that Josh and I are working on. And we have it all in a folder that I can drop into the shared drive for the board.
Are you
Yes.
guys supportive of that, just with all the notes and things that everybody has put into it over the years? Or are you guys supportive of them putting that in a file that we can look at?
What's the question?
Maybe it's better
So-
coming from you, but
We had a question. So we have a folder. It's called Constitutional Project. It doesn't probably have every single thing, but it has a lot of historical documents, stuff that we reviewed, 2008, 2012, Schlehuber's drafts, John Wernett's drafts and comments, different tribal constitutions. We have kind of our backup documents, so to speak, in a folder in the legal department shared drive. Does the board want a copy of that place in their shared drive so they can, at their leisure, look through all the stuff that we looked through?
I don't care. What do you guys think? If you guys want access to it, I think you guys should be privy to it. I mean, we're clients to the legal department, so, it's questionable whether or not people will look at it or not, but yeah, make it available.
If there's no objection, how about I do this? If there's no objection, I'll drop it in the shared folder.
Okay, Tyler, go ahead. First off, does anyone object? Okay, no objections. Tyler?
I was just saying the other name we should be voting on would be Bawatang Anishinaabeg. And then to Lana's point, when we had the discussion last week, Ryan said that preferably he would have time to put this together very well after lengthy discussions. So I didn't think today would be the only discussion. We left here in somewhat of an agreement that we would have a standing agenda item on our workshops to review this until we come to consensus and get it sent out. So that was my understanding. So if we take 3 hours to go through this and only get through 10 pages, then that's how far we get, and we continue to move it forward. That way we're at least making progress. It's on a scheduled workshop day where it can be advertised, televised, whatever you call it, and then people can hear the discussion and understand what's happening. So that was my understanding of leaving last week, is that if we don't get through it all, we don't get through it all. But, if we're pulling on each of these things, at least we're coming to consensus. That's how we got the election code changed for the first time. And then the election code the second time changed when they came back to us and told us what they needed fixed. So
Well, can I comment? Well, I agree to that. I absolutely agree that that's what happened last week. But we have a vote tonight on sending something, and we're going to get halfway through it, or...
We're going to end up pulling it most likely, but it is going to be a standing item on
Okay, and-
meeting agendas as soon as we get polished up with this, but that's my intention.
Okay, and that's the intention that I needed to hear.
I don't know if the
moving
other
forward.
sponsors do, but
Right.
I want to do this right. I want to do this in the correct way, because I mean, this is supported by our membership, but we have to make sure it works. I'm not sure if Isaac and Aaron and Rob, I'm not sure if all of them put it on, but it's fully my intention for this to get voted on, 3-branch. So not tonight, further on down the road. So, Aaron?
So I want to say that, I want to say this carefully so I don't offend anybody, so let me say that up front. I have been immersed in this for 20-some years, and I've paid close attention, both when I was in office and when I wasn't in office. So this is we're citizens of this tribe. So we all should have been reading drafts that have been posted in the paper, posted online. And last night, we had a unit meeting in this unit, and it was actually somebody who might surprise you, who said, there's no reason for us to be delaying this stuff any longer. But we also heard that we have to get it right, and that we have to work towards getting it right, and that we should support the will of the people. And the will of the people is very clear right now. Maybe it wasn't so clear before, but it's very vividly clear now. One thing is very vividly clear is this notion that people didn't want to do anything. That's completely dispelled, because only 19% of the people didn't want to do anything. That means 81% of the people want something done, and they're looking at us. They're staring down the barrel at us. They want something done. And so I'm supportive of honoring what the people requested of us, and that is a 3-branch. But I'm also supportive of, if board members have to get there by being comfortable with what we're picking apart and picking through, I'm supportive of that too. So I don't know if I feel like I want to pull it tonight or if we're going to vote tonight, because I want to make my position known to the people who just expressed to us for a 3-branch. And I want them to know my position for a 3-branch, because I'm honoring what they've asked of us. Yeah. So, but I also want to be respectful of those who feel like they have to go through a little more carefully and examine the intricacies and all of that. But I also want to make it clear, I'm not supportive of going back through, even though I do support the work the original 2008 committee did, in the 2012 review, I'm supportive of all of that. But what we're doing is we're putting a lot of stuff aside for now in order to prioritize the separation of powers. That's what we said we would do. We didn't have the votes to do anything otherwise, so we would be spinning our wheels. But the other thing I want to make clear for everybody that's listening is, if we've paid close attention to this process, we know that the first approach, the 2008 approach, the 2012 approach, those are not different processes. The 2012 group made a few little recommendations, but it was all consistent with the 2008 approach. So we're not talking different versions. We don't need to be thinking about reconciling different versions, because that's not even in front of us. What we're doing is we're trying to honor the will of 2008, 2012 by just taking out the separation of powers and what's germane to do that. That's all that we're doing. And so I'm made a mistake this morning by saying, well, if we're going to do it, we might as well change the name now. If that's going to trip up the process, then let's not talk about changing the name right now. I'm not supportive of going back through other amendments that were proposed, because I know we won't have the votes. So that is a waste of time to do that. It seems like a majority of us support a separation of powers, whether it's a 2-branch or 3-branch. And the people, there's 81% of the people behind that. 81% of the people just said to do nothing is not an option. Only 19% said to do nothing was tenable. 81% to do nothing is not an option. So we need to do something. And I do think it's 3-branch, but that's my preference and prerogative. And I do think that's very strongly. I'm not going to say the name of the member that was here last night, but she said, we're going into an election cycle, and listening to the people is an important thing during elections. So let's listen to the people. And I'll let you all know who it was later, but she was very strong and emphatic last night, and it was very powerful. So, and it's not somebody that I usually agree with. So,
Kim, then Lana.
Okay, you keep saying 81% of the people. It's 81% of the 6,388, not the 39,000. So that's kind of deceiving when you're saying 81% of the people, which would be 81% of 39 is like 31,000 people.
But the other thing that.
It was 81, right, but I'm saying it was, you got to clarify that, though. You keep saying 81% of the people. It's 81% of the people who voted out of the 6,388. So when you say 81% of the people, people are thinking, wow, that's 30-some thousand members who spoke up. It wasn't. It was 3,566. Right, so clarify that, because if I was listening and I heard that, and I heard Sioux Tribe had almost 40,000 voting members, I'd be going, holy crap. They had a lot of people voting on that. So it's 81% of 6,388. And I just want that clarified, because every time I hear that, it sounds like we had 81% of our members that were eligible to vote, voted. That's it.
Okay, and Lana, then Aaron.
Yeah, I know that this day has been coming for a long time, because I too have been entrenched in this for the last 2 decades of the Constitution amendments. And, for the record, I've always supported sending it out. And it's going to surprise people, but I really appreciate what Austin has said, that he wants to do it right and get there. We're at a time right now, and, take it for what you want. And, some people don't care what I have to say, but take it for what you want. We're ready for a change. I believe this whole board, and I talk to board members, this whole board is ready for a change one way or the other. It's coming, finally, it's coming. So to force anything without everybody feeling comfortable, that's what we do it right. Proper planning to find out where we're at. It doesn't have to take years and years, because we're finally somewhere we haven't been ever. Because again, everybody on this board wants a separation. How they want to look at it is one way or the other. But, so I appreciate that. I think that when tonight comes and we vote, whether it's a 3-branch or 2-branch, if we're going to go through every single one of these things, that was my question at the very beginning. Let's keep it to the amendment, but let's also do it right. So I appreciate that everybody's not gung-ho, because again, I said it last week, I'm going to say it now. There is change coming, and that's a good thing. But let's not force it, and let's be respectful on how we get there, because we've never been that way before. So that's it.
Aaron.
Yeah, so I'm going to give grace, because my initial response to the drafts that our legal department did was met with some reaction out in the community. And I didn't have that reaction because I trust our legal department. So I'll probably lose some support right now by saying this publicly, but I think our legal department's trying to piece together where we're at, because we're all over the place. And also, Ryan was not general counsel at the time that we reviewed what we reviewed. And what we reviewed, from what Rob had requested and I had supported, was limited to the separation of powers. And a whole bunch of other stuff kind of got brought back into it, because legal had to try to discern what we're looking for and what we're interested in. Like the cost estimates for the additional board members, to me, that's superfluous, because nobody's requesting that. And that can only be met with a negative reaction, because I don't think anybody is even thinking about that at this table right now. Although I did concede, because the original committee did talk about having an additional board member on the western end. So I would support that, but I don't think that's in the making right now. I kind of trial ballooned that, but I don't think that's going to happen. The other thing I was going to say is, I don't want to do anything that will trip it up either. So I want to limit our review to what we said. What we seem to be saying is we do support a separation of powers, right? So it's either a 3-branch or 2-branch. I think the ship has sailed on what the people want. I think if we were to put out a 2-branch right now, it would fail. because the people would be very angry that we're not listening to them, because it was overwhelming, 57%. So I think that would fail, and then we would end up with nothing. So it's my hope, and I'm not impugning anybody's motivations here, but it's my hope that we're not leaning that way, because then we don't end up with anything. We end up with nothing. That would not be acceptable. And we know that. And when I use the reference that 19% of the people were okay to do nothing and 81% were to do something, when we keep using these numbers and come back around and say, well, it's not, suggesting it's not legitimate because only 6,000 people voted, we only get that many people that vote for the chairman election. This outcome of this poll was almost not only identical in terms of numbers, it was almost identical in terms of preferences, because our chairman got 57% of the vote, and he endorsed the 3-branch, and 57% of the people endorse a 3-branch. So it's not illegitimate to say that it's not the will of the people, because, 39,000 people, well, only 28,000 of those are adult voting people. And while we do have a big giant tribe, if we think that it's not legitimate, the outcome's not legitimate, then your elections aren't legitimate and the chairman's isn't either, because board members get elected with like maybe 10% of the population in your unit. That's not 50%. There's only a couple board members ever that have gotten over 50%. Tyler's one of them, Kathy's one of them, I'm one of them, Lana is one of them, and the rest are below 50%. So we can't go based on how many registered voters there are and how many people vote in elections, because none of us would be here if we expected a majority of the vote. None of us would, well, some of us would be here. I wouldn't be here right now because my last election wasn't that good, I will admit that. So we can't really use that argument. So it's who is entitled to vote and who votes. So who will be entitled to vote on this? Whoever registers. Because you're not automatically going to get to vote on this. The Secretary of Interior will schedule a vote registration. Whoever registers gets to vote. And then it'll be 30% of those who vote have to vote, and then 50% of those who will carry the day. And let's say 1,000 people register to vote, and let's say 300 people vote. And then 50% of those, 50.1% of those vote to amend, that's legal. That's what happens. People have the right to vote, they have the right not to vote if they choose not to vote. So I hope we can move away from trying to illegitimize the poll by only 6,000 people voting, because that's almost as many people as voted in the chairman election.
Mike?
Yeah, I guess I'm just going to clarify is that I didn't think I heard anybody say illegitimate. I think the concern is that we had all hoped for bigger numbers. And I think that's what was trying to get conveyed, is because when we hear stuff like 84% is a little misleading. I agree with that too, because I think that it was 56%, but only 9% of the tribal voter registered voters. So I had hoped that there was going to be a bigger number that returned ballots. That way we could have a clear mandate. And do I disagree with what Aaron's saying? No. I mean, we have people who voted. This is what they voted for. I had hoped for bigger numbers, for we could have a better guiding principles showing us which way we should be going, because 9% of the population of the voter registered voters is what voted for a 3-branch government. So will I honor that? As long as the document's a good document, probably. If the document's not a great document, I'm not moving forward on a 3-branch government. So I hope we hash it out here, but whenever those numbers get thrown out, I think it was perfectly legit to sit there and kind of make sure that we're all talking on the same page, though. And I will say that too, is I had hoped for bigger numbers to help guide us through this process. We don't have them. And just in retrospect, like when we separated the CEO from the chair in that election, 6,300 members registered out of 12,000. So almost half the people registered during that And of that, 3,315 voted yes, but that's still 26% of registered voters during that time voted for that separation. And right now, we're looking at 9%. So there is a big difference there. I wish we would have had a better turnout to guide us better, but we had to work with what we got. So this is what we got, so this is what we'll work with. But I do think clarifying those numbers is needed. I'll yield.
Lana, did I miss anyone's hands? Okay, Lana.
Yeah.
Lana, Tyler.
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment on that too, because I'm glad that Kim brought that up. Although it's legitimate, it was a survey that we did and accomplished, but on that same week of that survey, Kim Lee and I had our elder meetings that week. We had all three in our area, and we were able to give those numbers out to all the elder groups. Over 90 elders we met with, because we met with all three groups in our unit, Nobbinway, Newberry, and Hessel. And, you know, there was disappointment, and the same for us. There's disappointment that only that many came back with their advice on how we should move forward. So before we use words that you know, saying illegitimize and things like that, we are finally getting somewhere. We're gonna have a change, we're gonna have a separation. So, but it's gonna come down to how we figure out to get there, in us at this table. So hopefully we can keep going down the path that we're gonna get to one way or the other. But saying that, I don't know how many percent, because I hear it all different ways now. The fact is, not enough people advised us, and that is period. That there is no question there. And it comes down to us figuring it out. So when the chairman has said he wants to do it right and move forward on a change that we're all comfortable with, because it does not have to be us against them at this board level. Right now, we are at a pivotal moment where we can make a change to our government. And if we do it right, we will get a separation one way or the other. And anything is better than we have right now, because that doesn't work. So let's just keep going positive.
Okay, Tyler, then if you guys don't mind, I want to say a couple things so we can move on with this thing, okay? Go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, totally agree. You know, we just wanted this done the right way. You know, I agree with Mike about the percentages, but also when we got the poll back, we were supposed to get the percentages per unit, and that was broken. So that was unfortunate, because we were told that was going to be a mechanism that we could use with the new voting system, which is why we approved the budget for the new voting system, right? So that was a failure on that. I know there was a test run. I 100% know it was a test run, and those things are going to be corrected in the future, but that was unfortunate. Because like I haven't been getting a whole lot of direction. I have been asking for direction, and people just keep saying, make the best decision. There's only been a few people that have been adamant about it in my unit. They're saying, we trust you to make the best decision. A majority of them are. And I'm actually having to ask, like, you know how many calls I had this last week? 0. I actually asked a few people in our community this last few weeks. I took the opportunity to do that. And the few pieces of feedback I got from elders, from youth, and from people working age like myself are to have a more traditional form of government. And I asked them what that looks like, and they're asking for clan leaders or band leaders, or coming together with an ogima in each unit with a head chief. So do I take that into consideration? Ultimately, I think we're going to get to a separation one way or the other, and I'm excited for it. But again, I gave my biggest distractions last week. I think the largest one in my face right now is I 100% want the courts separated minimally, but the courts is too large at the proposal right now. It's the largest piece of the budget, and my main concern with that court and having the Supreme Court is having a non-native or a Chamoak making constitutional decisions for a tribe. Like, I cannot allow that. Like, personally, I can't. I just can't see that. It has to be a Native person sitting on the Supreme Court, preferably an Anishinaabe, and even more preference in that Sioux tribe themselves. So that's my concern, is bringing that 5-court justice down to a 3-court or a 3-justice. preferably having tribal members only. That's my biggest hold up right now. I think a lot of this language we can work through with polls, like the name, I think is very low hanging fruit. If we can't come to an agreement on it, I would say the one thing that we absolutely should agree on with this separation amendment is removing the secretary after this separation so we can have internal tribal votes for any changes and make the process more efficient. Yes, it'll cost us money, but it'll also strengthen our sovereignty and give us the right to self-govern without the Secretary of Interior overseeing these elections or the secretarial election process. So I would say I would stand firm on that would be something that we really should focus on to continue to drive this tribe forward into the future and actually give the people what they want. And it's not just the separation of powers. People want to see the tribe changed unilaterally. So with that being said, I'm still supportive of the name. The business on the floor is Bawatinash or Sioux Tribe. I'm still supportive of Bawatang.
All right, so I'm going to say a couple things. I've heard everyone speak several times. So first off, regarding the amount of ballots that were returned, so I thought we were going to get much fewer because what percentage did we get returned, Ryan?
It was about 15.6%, and the last general election was a chairman's race, and it was 18.1%.
So that is a ton of ballots returned. Anyone that has ever worked in political science, political campaigns, anyone that's ever done high-level research, like if you cold call 100 people that had no interest in responding, if 16 people do, those are high numbers, right? So that's first of all. Second of all, if we honor the results of a chairman election, so we have elections every 2 years. So every 2 years you have, or every 4 years you have a chairman election, and then in the off year you have a non-chairman election. So the biggest ones we have are chairman elections, and this was 2% fewer than that. And we have board members sitting here that had less than 500 votes to get here. So I mean, which is it? Either 16% of everyone that we send ballots to responds, or 500 people out of 50-some thousand. You know what I mean? So you can't have it both ways. And like I said, anyone that's ever worked in politics or high-level research will tell you that. Number two, so there was an amendment that separated the CEO duties from the chairman. However, constitutions change all the time. That's why you have amendments. And I'll give you a great example with the U.S. Constitution. At one time, there was a U.S. Constitution to outlaw alcohol, prohibition. That obviously didn't work, and the American people, through their elected officials, changed that. Now alcohol is legal. So our tribe has seen what leadership looks like with the board of directors, and they've seen what leadership looks like, with the chairman, and they want to change at this point. So no one, and I repeat, no one aside from board members and a minority of the people that participated in that survey wanted a two-branch government, which is baffling why we're spending this kind of time discussing it when we spent tens of thousands of dollars on a survey to try to figure out what our citizens wanted. Because that's the missing piece, because you already know what the elders want in the Elder Advisory Committee. They want a three-branch. You already know what the Constitutional Committee wanted. They want a three-branch. You know what basically every chairman office since the beginning of the tribe's recognition wants, three-branch. Now you know what our citizens want, and it's a three-branch. And a significant amount of ballots were returned, survey ballots, so you can't say that either way. Regarding waiting, I'm not waiting very long on this. Like, this isn't going to be a thing where we eventually vote on it in the springtime or the summertime. I'm talking about a couple workshops, and we're voting on it. So if we need to take everything off agendas aside from financial stuff to get our staff paid, we can do that, but this is getting voted on before the New Year's or right afterwards, and it's not going to be voted on one time. Like, I consider this a mandate from our tribal citizens, and we have 5 casinos, we have hundreds of rentals that create non-program income, we have health centers throughout the service area that create third-party revenue. The idea that we can't afford this is silly. So there's tribes with, much less prosperous businesses that have this. We can afford it. So that's what I'm going to say. So let's do some polls on name change. So I think we should do this like this. First poll will be, should we change the name? If the majority of the board wants to do that, then we'll go through the options. You guys okay with that? All right, so let's do a poll. Yes, change the name. No, let's not change the name. And if you guys want to change the name, then we'll go into the options.
Larry?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Bridget?
Abstain.
Kyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
No.
Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Lana?
Abstain.
Aaron?
Yes.
8 yeses.
Okay, so we have 8 yeses on that poll. So the proposed changes, we have the original one, which is balloting Anishinaabe of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa. That's number 1. Number 2 will be balloting Anishinaabe of the Sioux Tribe of Ojibwe. And number 3 will be balloting Ojibwe, right, Tyler?
Yeah, the balloting Anishinaabe.
Okay, balloting Anishinaabe. Balloting Anishinaabe?
It's right in the preamble.
No.
Nope, that's it.
That was the third one.
Short and simple, balloting Anishinaabe. Yep. Do you guys want me to read them through again?
Can we take a poll on, like, can we indicate our support for all and then whatever one has the most?
Come on, Aaron. Tell me which one you like.
Then I'm going to support what the committee asked for, so that was the first one.
Okay. There's no, if everyone votes that way, we're not going to have anything, right? All right, so is everyone familiar with what we're voting on? 1, 2, 3. I'll say them again, guys. All right, so number 1, balloting Anishinaabe of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa. Number 2, balloting Anishinaabe of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Ojibwe. And number 3 is balloting Anishinaabe, right?
Yes.
Okay, is everyone good? All right, we'll roll call on that.
Tyler?
Balloting Anishinaabe.
Number 3.
Yep. Sean?
Number 3.
Kimberly Gravel?
Number 2.
Lana?
Whatever the one the committee had in there.
Number 1.
Isaac?
Number 1, what the committee recommended.
Larry?
Number 1.
Kimberly Lee?
1.
Aaron?
1.
Michael?
3.
Bridget? 3. Kimberly Hampton?
One.
So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ones, 4 threes, 1, 2.
Yep, so 1 remains. All right, let's move on from this, Ryan. Took about 45 minutes to talk about a name.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yep.
So if we're changing the name, we are now going to be the balloting Anishinaabe of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa?
Yeah.
That's what they agreed to.
And that's a good choice because, number 1, the committee identified that. Number 2, I think when I remember, what I heard was they picked that because they wanted a transition in the name so that people wouldn't be totally confused, but just switching to the Balloting Anishinaabe. My preference is Balloting Anishinaabe.
I think people are
But we need
gonna-
time for people to see the change.
I think
Maybe 10
people are
years from now
naturally
or
going to
20 years from
abbreviate it.
now.
Same way as we call Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, we just call it the Sioux Tribe.
We'll probably
Yeah.
say Sioux Tribe for 10 years.
Isaac?
Isaac.
Mr. Chairman, can we try to stay on point so we can get through these things? I
Ryan.
mean,
I'm trying.
we'll never get through it, so I don't know if we're filibustering or whatever, but let's just stay on task, on point of what Ryan's talking about.
Yep, I agree. All right, let's move, Ryan.
I probably jinxed it by saying I didn't think there'd be too much discussion on that one, so I will not say that again. Article 1, sovereignty. Last week we talked about maybe we don't strictly need this, but Josh and I discussed internally, and we do think this is good to have a right up front, a very strong statement of sovereignty, how the powers in the Constitution are derived, et cetera. So Section 1, source of sovereignty. The members of the tribe shall be the source of all governing authority and power vested in the tribe by this Constitution. And the people, the citizens of this tribe have the power. Supremacy, Section 2, this Constitution shall be the supreme law over the government and its membership. All treaties, laws, compacts, and actions of the government and the tribal entities shall be consistent with this Constitution. All laws of the tribe existing at the time of adoption of this Constitution shall remain in effect so long as such laws are consistent with this Constitution. Section 3, delegation of sovereignty. The government shall exercise only the authority and powers granted by the membership in this Constitution. And Section 4, reserved powers. Powers not granted to the government shall be reserved to the membership. This is almost verbatim what the committee recommended. They had people instead of membership. We, per your talks with former general counsel, we kept it membership. It's a familiar term, and we use it throughout our codes and the rest of the Constitution. Otherwise, the only other addition compared to what the committee recommended was we added "and the tribal entities," just to make it very explicit that not only the government, but as we separate, and we're already separating with different entities now in our current structure, that they, the different authorities can't also create laws to govern gaming or enterprise that would conflict with the Constitution.
Okay, Tyler.
Okay, so my one thing with this section would be that we're not members of the United States, we're citizens. Therefore, the language should change and be consistent throughout the tribe in the future. I just strongly think that we should be citizens and citizenship of the tribe, not members and membership of the tribe. I try to use that word all the time. If it's a hanging point, I'll let it go for right now, but I don't think it should be a hanging point because we all consider ourselves citizens.
So it's also appropriate for a government-to-government relationship because, as evidenced by the Supreme Court cases, we don't get preference based on the race that we have. It's a political status, and you don't achieve political status by being a member of something. You achieve it by being a citizen. So, Aaron.
If we stay with members, I want a members-only jacket with those little things on the top.
For what it's worth, Tyler and everyone, I personally agree with citizenship. I use that term way more often than I use membership. I was just trying to be consistent with our current Constitution and with your talks with previous general counsel. Certainly, I don't want it to be a hang-up either to get us across the finish line. But our preference from the legal department currently would be to use citizenship. I think that's the better term.
Okay, Kim.
So if everyone agrees, wherever it says tribal member in here, we could change it to
It
tribal
would say tribal
citizen?
citizen, yeah.
I think it's appropriate and low-hanging fruit. I mean, Isaac's got his hand up, but
Yeah,
also-
I think citizenship really represent all our constituents, so that's my vote.
It's an easy change.
is anyone opposed to that? I mean, if we have a couple hands come up, we can do a poll. Okay, I don't see anyone opposed to that, so in both drafts, just change it to citizenship, Brian.
Yep.
It's appropriate. We're not a country club.
All right. Article 2 is, I'm sorry.
1 point then.
Yeah.
We said we wouldn't touch anything else, but for Article 3,
Right, we'll have to change it where it says membership. That article will have to, it'd be a clerical change.
Yeah.
To
Okay.
citizenship.
Thank you.
Yeah. Article 2 is current language in our current Constitution. We don't need to change this if we wanted to separate, so we left it the same. I'm hoping we can just kind of move past all the ones that are not changing, but I will pause for a second.
Aaron.
Can we agree right now just to skip past anything that's not a change?
You guys okay with that?
That way we're honoring, not going back and picking apart.
We wanted
I
to
don't
get.
see anyone opposed,
Yeah,
Ryan.
we wanted to get the board and the membership who are watching a visual of what a new constitution would look like. So that's why there's a mix of old and new language. Eventually,
anyways.
as people renew cards, then we would change them. For people that have the lifetime cards, we would work with them to get them changed if they wanted. Yeah.
Again, it would be a soft transition.
Yeah. Your card wouldn't be invalid just because it said membership number, and we changed it to citizenship, number. But yeah. Article 3 is going to be the same, but oops, all the changes to citizenship. And we'll make a note to make the change throughout. Otherwise, we're not touching how you become a citizen of the Sioux tribe. That remains the same language in our current constitution. The only thing that is highlighted here is the board of directors in the separation language from the constitutional committee was called tribal council, and it is called tribal council throughout this draft legal department's not married to any one name of the board of directors, but that is why it says tribal council, to be consistent with the constitutional committees.
Okay, Bridget.
I don't know why we can't add Mackinac Band in there under membership. We're the majority of the enrollment right now. Why not just stick it in there?
There's nothing legally prohibiting you from doing that.
Okay. Hey, if it will get your vote for a 3-branch, throw it in. I don't care. As simple as that. Let's keep going, though.
Article 4 is new language. We have a small Bill of Rights section right now in our Constitution that does basically shoot you to the United States Bill of Rights, but this would be our own Bill of Rights. This language is a little bit cleaned up, but it's substantially what the Constitutional Committee proposed. And I can read through the first few and then pause. So Section 1, Bill of Rights. The tribe shall not make or enforce any law which A, infringes upon religious or cultural beliefs of any tribal member or prohibits the free exercise thereof of any law which establishes religion. B, prohibits the freedom of speech, expression, or of the press, or the right of the tribal membership, will change it to citizenship, of course, peaceably to associate or assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. And C, infringes upon the right of any tribal citizen, otherwise eligible at any time, to seek and hold elective public office. I'll pause for a second. It's a pretty standard Bill of Rights, but I'll pause.
Lana.
Well, the Bill of Rights, it's pretty standard, but this is one of the biggest items that the Constitutional Committee had and they worked with.
Yeah, and it's
I
important
remember a
not
lot
to
of
cut you
talk
off,
of that.
Lana,
So
yeah.
what I need to know, and back to what I've asked before, is if you could just point out, if it's only like words that you changed, is there anything that you added or excluded from the original committee's draft? That's all I think I'd want to know.
So where you see it says tribal member, it used to say any person. So there's some of these changes. I'll point them out. The rest of them. It was a little bit confusing in some of the drafts where the Constitutional Committee wanted the Bill of Rights to apply to everyone, like the criminal sections, or just apply to tribal citizens. And so we tried to clean that up a little bit, where the intent was clear that, like, for criminal matters, we can't, even non-tribal citizens, if we prosecute them, or like a child welfare case or something, they have rights under our Constitution. But there's certain laws, like if we infringe upon a non-tribal member's religion, they shouldn't be able to sue us. So stuff like that, it was more explicit towards our tribal citizens. So that was like the big change. I don't have the 2008 draft in front of me to see, and this one's not redlined, but I think I'd have to go do a side-by-side. But the ones that I can remember that we changed, I'll point out.
You guys want to take lunch right now? All right, let's break for lunch. Let's get here 1 o'clock sharp. A lot of members are watching, so please be here on time because I'm starting right on time. When we do return, we're going to be picking up this conversation and we're going to be carrying it out throughout the day until we have agenda review. So be here 1 o'clock sharp, please. is 1 sharp, so we're going to resume the workshop. We're still on the proposed constitutional amendment review/discussion item. So Ryan, if you want to pick up where we left off, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we were on Article 4, Bill of Rights. We had just read through the first 3. C here says hold elective public office. I'm not sure if that means like for tribal office, I'm assuming, because later on down, there are prohibitions on like the tribal council and the OGMA working for other governments and holding other positions in government. So I think this is supposed to say hold elective tribal office, I think is the intent. That was my only question there. I didn't realize I was reading through it earlier, but this would imply that so like if Director Payment, not to pick on him, he wants to run for county commissioner or something, and we have some law that prohibits him, then we're violating the Constitution. I don't believe that's the intent. I think it's so we don't make laws that stop people from, who are otherwise eligible to run for our elected positions, not necessarily other ones, but.
Aaron.
We do have a prohibition from serving on local government.
That's what I mean, but we'd be infringing C. So we have prohibitions, but then we say we won't infringe upon that right. So I think this is just talking about.
Citizens, not necessarily board members?
So we do prohibit running for other kind of elected titles, but C says we won't infringe on that right. So if you're otherwise eligible to run for some other tribe or some other government office, but you're a sitting board member, you can't run for it.
So are you stating that in this Bill of Rights, there's a prohibition from serving on the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors if it becomes a legislative branch, executive branch, that you also can't be in another government? Like
So
you can't be a state rep?
we have that prohibition later on down, but this third one says we will not make any law. Constitution is a supreme law, which infringes on that right. So it contradicts itself later on, because we do infringe on that right.
Aaron?
Well, I think, so the infringement it's the Verna Lawrence rule. When Verna Lawrence was removed from office and the board changed so that she could not be on the board and run for, because she was city commissioner, she was our first Native woman mayor. And then it was further reinforced having to do with the school board issue. Because that's why I had to resign from president of the school board, because the rules changed midstream. But I think this doesn't reference the tribal board. I think this is just generally citizens, because otherwise it would be in a different section. If it were referring to the tribal board not being able to be on local government, because we did have a BIA employee who wanted to be on our tribal government, and the board saw that as a clear conflict. If this is not referring to the board, and if we continue to have a prohibition from being on our board and being on a local government, which I think there is a good argument for that, then we just need to be clear.
Okay, do you need any direction on this, Ryan? I have a quick question. Yeah, go ahead first, Mike.
I guess if we're saying any tribal member here, but then we later say board member, then technically a board member might be able to argue and go to court and have this reviewed. So
Right, that's what I mean, yeah.
should we put language in here except for where prohibited by constitutional, like something like that along those lines then, to protect that part of being a board member who can't also serve? Because then I think one of the things is that you pledge an allegiance to your tribe, but then you go and you run for, say, city commission, and then you pledge an allegiance to that organization. So that's where the prohibition for candidates comes in, but you're right, if it says any tribal member, a board member could qualify as any tribal member. So I think there might be language needed in there except for where prohibited by this constitution.
I think that helps it. I think not.
It doesn't probably cover its entirety, but I mean, I think it gets everybody on the same page. But that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, Rob, then Aaron.
So
I kind of think it's fine how it is, just because the way that I'm reading it is that it says the board basically shall not make any law or enforce that infringes upon the right of any tribal member. And then it says that otherwise is eligible at any time. I think otherwise means other than the prohibitions that are already laid out in this Constitution. So when it says any tribal member, any tribal member otherwise, it's basically saying any tribal member other than an elected official, because those are already in here. It could be reworded to be made more clear, but the way I'm reading it, it says that we shall not make any law that infringes upon the right of any tribal member otherwise eligible. So otherwise eligible means that we, as elected officials, are not eligible. But any other member, they're otherwise eligible.
Aaron?
So just to be really clear, that's why I think we should say it expressly here, because the Constitution does not prohibit anybody. That's in the code, the election code. That's made up stuff, not consistent with the Constitution. And so that's exactly the reason why we need a separation of powers and standing, because that was created in code to deny Verna Lawrence from running from office. We also had a prohibition against people with a felony that was created to deny, I'm not going to say his name, but a particular individual who wanted to run for office, and the board at the time came up with a way to deny that person from running, and that's where the felony prohibition came in office. And then the other one is removal from office. There's nothing in the Constitution that's ever said that. That was just to limit the pool. Oh, and the blood quantum. The blood quantum requirement was created 20 years into our tribal existence to deny people less than a quarter blood because they found out somebody from St. Ignace was adopted. So they created the blood quantum. All of those were inconsistent with the Constitution. So right now, there isn't a constitutional provision that says you can't be on the board and serve in another elective office outside of the tribe. I do think there's a good argument for that, but if we believe that, if we agree with that, we should put that in the Constitution. So, and it should be clear.
So Ryan, what are your thoughts? Rob, did I call on you? Did I skip you on accident?
No, I had my hand up, but.
Did I call on you or no? I don't think I did.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought about the floor.
Okay, go ahead then, Rob.
I lowered my hand. I just was pointing back to Aaron to say that it is in the Constitution.
It isn't in the Constitution. It's not. Sorry. Rob, it is not currently in the Constitution.
This draft, Aaron. It's in this draft later on.
So, yeah, so later on, each branch has a little qualification section, and we'll get there, but there are some, like felony is back in this draft. It's not in our current Constitution. It was in our code. It's not in our code. It was in the Constitutional Committee's draft. So there are some caveats to being qualified that may be inconsistent with C. It was the only thing I wanted to flag. I don't want to jump too far down the other sections. We're going to get muddled. For now, I'll put a pin in this one. Consistent with this Constitution, I can tweak this language a little more, maybe, so it's
Let's figure out the language
clear.
right now, Ryan. How do you think we need to tweak it to make this clear before we move on?
Well, if the fix is, if the concern is we don't want codes, we don't want law from tribal council that conflict with the Constitution, so we don't want the body to be able to create a law that makes me ineligible when I'm otherwise eligible under the Constitution. If that's the intent, then I think we would say if the intent is hold elective tribal office consistent with this Constitution. I think those two changes clarify. If I'm understanding the intent properly, I think those changes clarify the intent.
So the changes on the screen reflect what your recommendation is, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tyler, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah. Isn't the current language that we can't swear an oath to another governing body?
So I've heard that as well, and in my opinion, that isn't correct, because I mean, like, you shouldn't be able to serve on the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors if you're also elected to a local government or the state of Michigan. But like, let's say like, you're a police officer and you swear an oath to the Michigan Constitution. What's the difference if you're a police officer or you work for another state agency where you don't swear that oath? For me, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? It's disqualified probably a lot of good people that would serve their tribal government. So in my opinion, like the swearing the oath thing, that's just a technicality for people to get certain positions, but you shouldn't be on another level of government and also here, because then what's your priority?
Right, so my point being is that later on, and I know we're dealing with this right now, but this is where it conflicts, is later on it says serve in any capacity for any tribe. So any capacity, you couldn't even be a maintenance worker for another tribe. State or the United States of America, excluding appointments to committees formed for the public good. So is serving meaning work for, is serving meaning, and then it says state or the United States of America, but it does not exclude local government either. So that's where, I guess that's where my confusion comes in, if that's something that just needs to be legislated later on, and then to just focus on the protection of the citizen to the Bill of Rights here.
So serving for another tribe, that must imply working, because you can't be members of two federally recognized tribes. So it would create an impossible situation where you're going to be elected to two boards, basically. But it boils down to that question, should you be able to work for a different government? I don't think it really matters. But you definitely shouldn't be able to like win an election for either the state of Michigan or city of St. Ignace, Sault Ste. Marie, or anything like that. Like, that's a big conflict.
Right, so when we get down to the qualifications, because there's a similar language for the judges as well as the council members, we'll have to examine that. And I think, so we use the language consistent with the Constitutional Committee, and maybe that was a section we should have tweaked a little bit. I think the intent was to prohibit serving in an elected capacity in one of those. So if you're, well, obviously you can't serve in the executive branch and the judicial branch of our own tribe. That's clear. But I think for the other tribe, state, or United States, I think the intent might have been serve in an elected capacity for any tribe.
So my question is, couldn't we just convert it to that language so it's direct and there's no room for misinterpretation? And then because like,
I don't want to presume the intent, but yes, we can change that language further down if that is what we all agree the intent was.
Aaron?
I think that we need like somebody like Clarence here, because Clarence attended every single meeting and remembers everything. But I think the reason they put that in there is because the board every couple of years would get a wild hair and they would try to figure out how to deny somebody from running from office. They did this to Rob Lambert. They made up a bunch of stuff so he couldn't run. They made up stuff so this person with a felony, which is now a misdemeanor, couldn't run for office. So I don't think that section references the board. And the other reason I don't think it does is because there is a separate section that addresses that. And you just said in each section there's a eligibility section. So I think this was generally for the Bill of Rights, or the rights of the citizens of the tribe, that we should not be able to enact any laws that infringe their rights as citizens of the tribe. So you could run for city commission if you're just a citizen and you're not on our board or whatever. But the fact that they have this, and then they have another section that says you can't be on our board and work for another government with an oath of office. That was the distinction too. Like, you could work for another government as long as there's not an oath of office. And that has to be true if you use basic logic, because otherwise they wouldn't have had both things in the same constitution. Because the one thing they did painstakingly when they drafted this is they went back through to make sure that it was internally consistent, that every section coincided and it didn't conflict. So that's what I think probably what it was designed to do. So, but if that is what it's designed to do, it should specifically reference that there's another section that governs eligibility if you're in elective office, or if you're the chair, or if you're a judge. So this then is exclusively protections for citizens of the tribe that are not in those other roles.
Tyler?
yeah, I just kind of want to, I would agree with that, but I just want to reiterate that that's not how this reads under each of the powers section for the judicial, executive, and legislative branch. So that has to be clarified in those sections in order for this section to work. Like that, because right now it reads totally opposite. It just reads that you cannot work for these in any capacity, where I believe the intent was for the elected positions, but it just needs to be clarified and specified in each of those sections.
Okay, so Ryan?
With regard to C, though, I think this, maybe it's not perfect, but I think this does clean it up a little bit. Because it would be that consistent with this constitutional language, if we add that, and then this has to be read as a whole, right? The Constitution always has to be read with all its articles as a whole. And so those other sections that clarify qualifications for certain elected positions, it would be clear that those are not an infringement of their rights, and you're otherwise eligible, except if you have these disqualifiers, like if felony is in there, or if you are elected at Bay Mills, you can't come, run for our office, stuff like that. So this fixes what I would suggest for C to make it a little more clear, and then the other sections of the Constitution would clarify for each elected office.
I agree. We ready to move on, guys? All right, let's move on, Ryan.
D violates the right of the tribal citizenship to be secure in the privacy of their persons, houses, papers, electronic and telecommunications information, vehicles, and effects against unreasonable search and seizures, nor issue warrants but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation signed by a judge, and particularly describing the place, person, house, or things to be searched, the object and scope of such search, and the person or thing to be seized, nor execute an arrest without probable cause, nor exercise a detainment without reasonable suspicion. It's a long way to say not have unreasonable search and seizures of property, but there's nothing wrong with this section. It's just very wordy, but it does its job. I don't have any issues with it. So.
Okay, any questions, comments on this? Okay, we can move on to the next section then, Ryan?
Subject any person to search without probable cause or to interrogation while in custody without informing the person of their right to remain silent, to have access to an attorney, and be advised that anything they say can be held against them in a court of law, puts the Miranda rights into our Bill of Rights. I have no issues with that one. Subjects any person to criminal prosecution or punishment in the same jurisdiction more than once for the same offense arising out of the same incident, nor compels any person in any criminal case to be a witness against himself or herself. Denies any person in a criminal or civil proceeding the right to a speedy and public trial, to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him or her, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his or her favor, and in a criminal proceeding to have the assistance of counsel for his or her defense subject to income guidelines. H requires excessive bail, imposes excessive fines, or inflicts cruel and unusual methods of interrogation or punishment. These are all standard stuff covered under the Federal Bill of Rights, and different Miranda protections, different criminal protections, Fifth Amendment protections. I don't have any issues with these. Denies to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection, application, or opportunity under the law, or deprive any person of liberty or property without due process of law, provided that the government shall have the power to enact and implement laws that provide employment preferences. J, directs a criminal proceeding against a specific individual or group, or punishes conduct after the fact through enactments of laws or resolutions which criminalize such conduct. So we can't create a law and then retroactively apply it to years past. K, denies to any person accused of an offense punishable by imprisonment the right upon request to a trial by an impartial jury of not less than 6 persons for misdemeanors, and we added this, and 12 persons for felonies, and all persons shall be presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. The 12-person addition for felonies would bring us in line with the different federal laws, the Tribal Law and Order Act, stuff that allows for individuals to have a 12-member jury. We want to make sure that's in our Constitution. If we're going to call out the 6 persons, we should call up the 12 persons now, just to be consistent with all the other laws that may apply to us and would apply to the criminal proceedings. And L, denies any tribal member the right to own, bear, and use arms. So there are, to Lana's question earlier, there are two sections in this that were employment related that are not in this draft, that were in the 2008 draft. One was kind of a whistleblower type language, and previous discussions were to legislate that, and maybe eventually we'll get there. We've talked about it for years, some kind of whistleblower protections through law enacted by the board or tribal council. And the other one was like a HR policy that said we couldn't make a law that would prohibit you from getting your HR documents, your employment records. And we had previously flagged that back in last December of that's an HR function, employment policy function, and we advised to take it out of the Constitution, but it's in our policies now, and we can make sure it continues to be in the policies. So those two things are in the 2008 draft that are not in this Bill of Rights.
Okay, Lana, then Aaron.
Well, that's a problem. That's, if we're taking, that's the inconsistency in what exactly we're doing, because we, in one hand, and I'm not blaming you, but the whistleblower, that was also a significant big deal to the commission or the committee. So that should, I don't know I guess who made the decision to take it out? We did?
We did. We said separation of powers only.
So there was discussions back in, I can't remember if it was December 1. So there was several workshops with former general counsel, and there was discussion about all these like HR things, whistleblower, employment protections, access to our records, our employment records, all the employment language. There was, at the time, as I understand it from watching the video, you didn't poll, but there was some consensus reached, and there was multiple drafts after that. That I believe the direction was of the board, and it can change, right, was to take out the employment stuff and leave that for legislation, like a TARO Act, or an Employment Rights Office, whistleblower stuff. These are all things that are done and mostly should be done in legislation. So we didn't insert them back in. They were taken out of the last draft that I had that Schlehuber worked on with you. And understanding was the direction was to remove as much employment HR policy language and leave that for legislation and policy and not put it in the Constitution. So that's why it's not in this current draft.
Okay, Aaron, Mike, Rob.
Yeah, so I don't remember us, and if anybody remembers on this board asking for that to be taken out, then please express that, because I don't remember that. I think when Schlehuber did it, when he walked through it, sometimes we kick an automatic pilot and maybe we just skip past it.
Yeah.
But what I think is, I think unless life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is in our U.S. Constitution or Declaration of Independence, one of the two. And the rights that inure from that have been promulgated over the years, and amendments have happened in order to ensure those rights. And unfortunately, your rights to employment are state by state sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
So I think what they wanted, what the 2008 committee wanted, and what the 2012 group reaffirmed, was the principles to be embedded in the Constitution, leaving the legislation to flesh out what that actually looks like. So that is the way constitutions and laws that are enacted happen. And if the legislature enacts some phony employment protections, then it gets tested through the courts over time. It gets tested. But I've long supported having our team members have some fundamental rights to their job. As long as you do your job, you're within policy, you shouldn't be able to be terminated. If you violate policy and there's cause, then of course, right? But it shouldn't be left to the discretion of the administration. It shouldn't be left to the discretion of the board of directors. It should be arbitered. So those are your basic fundamental rights. The other thing I was going to say is the reason why the committee asked to have these articulated out is because the previous Constitution said that we honor the U.S. Constitution, and when we swear and take an oath of office So, and I know over the years, people have had, this superior sort of sovereignty view that is at the expense of our U.S. constitutional rights, but we're also U.S. Constitution citizens. So nothing we enact can override the U.S. Constitution. So this was just to spell out what those rights look like on the essential aspects, not everything, right? The only other thing I was going to say is that J replaces the language in the current Constitution that says that we cannot enact any bill or retainer. So my only concern with J is it's more clear the way it's spelled out, but is there anything we're missing in constitutional law by spelling this out and not using the language bill or retainer? So, and if there is any case law that we should include the language bill or retainer and then include the description as it says it here, because we have been there. We've enacted, in fact, we were in the middle of an election cycle, and somebody, I won't name any names, somebody didn't want a certain somebody to run for office. They changed the rules along the way to prohibit a felony conviction. And that happened after the election started. So that's and it was targeted at an individual. So that's ex post facto and as a bill or retainer. So we violated both of those in one fell swoop. But that person didn't have any due process rights to challenge that action. So that person was denied from running from office. So I just wonder if there's any argument or case law that suggests that we should use bill or retainer and then use the language that describes as you have here. So,
Mike, then Rob.
I'm glad that we're putting in the Bill of Rights. I think it's needed for the separation of power as well, and that we're not referring to the U.S. Constitution anymore. But on that same note, do we lose as Aaron stated, all the case stuff for the U.S. Constitution isn't going to fit into these Bill of Rights? I mean, it's going to relate to most of it, it sounds like, but not all of it. So how is that going to affect our court system with references to the U.S. Constitution being eliminated out of there? And then it's solely on the grounds of this Bill of Rights, correct? We would no longer be utilizing case law on U.S. constitutional rights unless it was very, very narrowed to match this Bill of Rights. Is that correct? Or am I understanding that?
Sort of. So our tribal courts would go to our Constitution, right, and look at our Bill of Rights. If there was some lawsuit that implicated something not covered by this, but may have been covered under the U.S. Constitution, we are U.S. citizens, and our court may not be well, it would be, they'd have to determine what their obligation were, but they could still refer to those U.S. Constitution, right, and laws in their ruling, even if they determined that they weren't strictly bound by them. We can do that now. Our courts can do that now. We can look to state and federal law to guide us, especially if our laws or our Constitution is silent on it. We can fall back on federal law. That part wouldn't.
Well, my understanding, I guess, is we fall back on the federal law in part because it refers to it in our Constitution. So if we take that out, that fallback isn't no longer there, which I don't necessarily agree or disagree that it being there, but it does change things, right? I guess I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, is that this taking the U.S. Constitution out of our Constitution, which I believe is the right move to do because we're a sovereign nation, but it does take away some of those aspects of determined case law and all that. So we would need to just basically redo some of it under our Constitution. Is my understanding that correctly?
Yeah,
Perhaps.
yes.
I mean, the cases are going to have to get retried. If anybody has an issue with their Bill of Rights being violated, our court would use this document, and like you said, they could use the other ones as guiding but not bound.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to. I can't think offhand of an obvious area where this list of our Bill of Rights is missing something like glaring. Maybe I can look into that Bill of Attainder.
Okay.
I'd have to specifically sit down, Josh and I, and look at that piece. If there's if there's something missing that should be in here.
So we never really compared it, like, you've never compared that part to the current Bill of Rights. We only compared it to what the Constitutional
Right now, I was only
Committee has put
comparing it
forward.
to what we wanted to
Okay.
do with the other constitutional drafts. We didn't look to see if maybe there was something missing under the U.S. Bill of Rights.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Rob, Lana, Aaron.
So I kind of agree with Lana here that, if a board never directed these things to be taken out, the intent of the Constitutional Committee was to keep them in. I think especially for whistleblowing and employment issues, it's important to remember that, in structuring a government's constitution, they're normally not tasked with having to weigh in the fact that a large portion of their citizens are also employees and that the government also runs the entities within. And so I think that employee protections built within the Constitution should be narrow in scope, but I don't think they should be removed from the Bill of Rights because the majority of our employees are also citizens. So I think that they should have constitutional rights that protects their employment because they're going to need a good appeal process too, which right now I'm not comfortable with, but I do think that a narrow scope of employee rights and whistleblower protections is needed.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Lana, Aaron, Tyler.
Yeah, and I brought that up. I appreciate, Ryan, that you pointing out what was taken out, per any kind of perception of what the board may have wanted. But in holding true to what we said we were going to do and keeping it as clear as we can with the committee, that language should be re-added to this. And that's just my opinion. I don't know, it sounds like Rob's on the same page as me on that. And those two things, because the Bill of Rights is a function of the separation, and taking out that just reduces what the committee worked on. So going forward, I appreciate you pointing out what's taken out, because I don't remember us saying anything about that either, because the whistleblower and the HR remedies that were needed constitutionally were put in for a reason. So.
Yeah. All I can tell you is you can look at the notes we looked at. Every
Right.
single time an employment thing was flagged, next to it was legislation.
Right.
So I was trying, it was a mash, right? I was trying to mash up the 2008,
ya. I hear ya,
2012
but-
Schley Hooper's draft and
Yep.
get you something that was a little more workable that we could work off of.
But now,
right?
and
So-
I completely understand, Ryan, but we're here at this point now, it's saying that, we're keeping it as clean and clear as what they wanted. I feel very good. So, yeah.
Nope, I understand. Thank you.
So Aaron, Tyler, Rob, Isaac.
So I think in Schlehuber's drafting of it, I do think there was a bias demonstrated that wherever we didn't want to have to get in the weeds and articulate it out, he just punted everything to legislation. Because if you look at what he drafted up, he pushed a lot over to legislation, and it's stuff that we never really even talked about. He just kind of defaulted to legislation. But the problem with that is that's an unequal balance of power, because if we just punt everything to legislation, then the legislative branch is, again, all powerful, and they can write laws. I mean, they can be tested, but it'll take decades to mitigate all of that through litigation. But so I would say we cannot enact a constitution that denies our U.S. constitutional rights. We have no right to do that. And I know that we have moved in the direction of making clear whenever there's state laws that we want to be consistent with, we'll write that so that we're taking out the language that we're just following state law. We'll enact our own laws. But we cannot create a constitution with a set of rights that that in any way infringes our U.S. constitutional rights. We don't have the right to do that because we are also U.S. citizens. So I think we need language that says nothing in this Constitution denies Sioux Tribe citizens who are also U.S. citizens their U.S. constitutional rights. So this Bill of Rights was created to elaborate and articulate specifically what that meant, because it wasn't clear before, because general counsels in the past, not all, but some just poo-pooed that we had any rights, but we do. The U.S. Civil, or what is it called, the Indian Civil Rights Act articulates a bunch of rights that we have, and IRA constitutions include a deference to the U.S. Constitution because we are U.S. constitutional citizens. So we don't have the right to deny us those rights. We can write whatever we want in a tribal constitution to limit your constitutional rights, but we don't have that right to do that. Just like states don't have the right to do that. They have to write laws that comport with the U.S. Constitution. They can't write laws that conflict with the U.S. Constitution. So I had nothing in this Constitution denies Sioux Tribe citizens who were also U.S. citizens their rights as their U.S. constitutional rights.
So, sorry, I feel a little lightheaded up here. So at the Bill of Rights, at the top, Section 1, we could add something to the effect of nothing herein diminishes the rights of the tribal citizenship under the Constitution of the United States. And then proceed to list our Bill of Rights that still keeps their protection as legally they would still be protected, but makes it explicit in our Constitution that they are still protected as United States citizens. And then that kind of keeps that coverage, for lack of a better word, that we have right in our current Constitution.
Bingo. Did you have lunch?
I did.
Okay.
I thought you were joking about that gas leak.
All right, guys, I got a speaking list. So Tyler, Rob, Isaac, Mike.
So I was going to say something else, but I actually disagree with that. I like how we had it before where we're a sovereign nation and we're not referring to the U.S. Constitution, so on and so forth. I think that's worth further discussion because I don't think we're all on the same page before making that change. The other change I'm worried about is not necessarily, I think the whistleblower is fine. I don't think employment rights should be written into a constitution in any capacity. I understand the concerns here, but then you make every termination, every shift in employment a constitutional judgment. And that's going to take a lot of time, a lot of bandwidth, a lot of effort for our tribe as we're standing this up. So employment issues, instead of going through any kind of court proceedings for appeal processes or whatever, or even the HR processes, if you have tribal citizens that are removed from a position or lose their job, what would stop them from making it a constitutional fight?
So that, I think that is part of the issue that maybe was flagged previously. If not, we'll flag it now. So if you look on the screen, this M, N, and O, these are the language, the employment-related language that was not in this draft, that was in the 2008 draft. So M, basically opens the door, maybe this is the intent, but it would allow us to, as employees, we exhaust maybe our policy remedies, but then we go ahead and sue you anyway, right? Because we still disagree with it and we still want to argue that I was discharged without proper due process. Maybe the appeals process is stacked, or maybe there's other evidence that I want to bring forth to the court. And so it does open, and not saying it's right or wrong, it's a decision of the tribe how much that door wants to be open, but it would open that door for more actual lawsuits, employment-related lawsuits for when we discharge an employee. That's correct.
So here's the thing, is like you don't see that in the U.S. Constitution for a reason. And there are quite a few employees within the United States government, and we saw what a government run awry can do to its employees. So it's not like I disagree with all of the language here, but we do need to protect the tribe in some way, shape, or form. And yes, the tribal citizens 100% need to be protected, but to enshrine the right to employment in any capacity in a constitution that governs a tribe is a concern for me. So I think it should be a concern for all of us. I think it warrants further discussion. Whether we do that today, that's fine. I don't want, like, again, I don't want to hold up the process. I think we should get through as much of this as we can so we can highlight these things, but this is a serious discussion. Like, we're talking about enshrining employment rights in a constitution, and it'll hamstring some of our employees, which we've been allowing to make decisions, pretty much on their own for the betterment of the tribe. And I just don't want to see a backlog of Supreme Court cases of employment rights issues saying, like, all you have to say is, oh, my due process rights weren't followed and here's why, and give a half-hearted example. It's a serious concern, because we see it in the appeals process as it is now. And I also think the appeals process should be out of legislature's hands, out of the executive's hands entirely. We shouldn't be involved in that. I never believed in it from day one. I've never even attended an appeal hearing myself. But I do have concerns about this. I just need it, because there's no real life example within the United States. I need some kind of example that you can provide to me of how this works successfully and how it may inhibit us. Like, I can only make scenarios up in my head right now because I don't have evidence to back it up. So that's my concern with this one, and I'd like to flag it for future discussion, or we could discuss it now. But there's some considerations here, as well as the stuff that you just added at the very beginning.
Okay, Rob, did you want to speak? Your hand was up and then it went down.
Just briefly, I do believe the employee protection should be in here. And I don't think the argument should be that membership will utilize their constitution and what's to stop them from making everything a constitutional fight. Well, if their rights are afforded in the Constitution, we should not be worried about if they're going to make it a constitutional fight, and we shouldn't be considering how to take that away from them. The purpose is to ensure them these rights, and to discharge any person from employment without due process, that should be a constitutional right. You should not be discharged from your employment without due process. I 100% think that should be within the Constitution.
Isaac, Mike, Aaron, Tyler, did I miss anybody? Okay, go ahead, Isaac.
Hey, Ryan, in Indian country, do you see these two issues as in their bylaws or their constitution?
So in the constitutions that I reviewed, none of them, maybe Cherokee, I'll have to double check. Most of them did not get this specific with their Bill of Rights to include the employment language. I think they considered that they hit the high level things like you were talking about, Director Payment, and then these are kind of getting a little more nitty gritty, which I think is why they're flagged as maybe for legislation. But I'm not going to speak for all other tribes, but the ones I reviewed, most of them didn't get this specific with employment language. So they didn't have this without due process from being charged from employment. They didn't have language like that in it. It was take out O, N, and M, and then this Bill of Rights will look more similar to the other tribes, especially in Michigan, who have a Bill of Rights in their constitution.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
I guess I'm going to go back to, we are sending you different mixed signals again, because we're sitting here saying that we didn't direct to take it out, but we have directed that we only wanted to do separation of powers. And if that Whistleblower Act falls along that, on maybe a line, but it does fall under employment, so is it needed for the separation of powers? And I'm not saying it's not a bad idea to have it in here. I'm saying, was it needed to have for separation of powers? And so now we're having another discussion. We're going back. So we take stuff out, then we put it back in because it's a good idea. We take stuff out, we put it back in. And I guess in that notion, I mean, if we had some law, a whistleblower law already on our books that we had years of experience with, and we could sit here and say, hey, this language coincides with what we've been experiencing, and this is great language. Well, we don't. We don't have a great whistleblower law even on our books. So to put it right straight in the Constitution as a needed separation for power, I'm not seeing it. I see it as an employment protection issue. That's legislative. I see why it was flagged that way. I mean, that's not saying, because I don't want it to get, hey, I'm not for whistleblower. I am for whistleblower. Let's put one on the law books and get it started and iron it out. But to throw it into the Constitution and saying that it's needed for separation of power, I'm not there yet. So I'm glad we're having a discussion on it, but I don't see it as a separation of powers. I see it more as legislative employment issues. So,
Right, so if the question is this
yield.
needed for a separation? I mean, really, you don't need to have this Bill of Rights. You can leave the old language and fall on to the Bill of Rights of the United States. But if, especially these employment ones and this whistleblower one, it's not strictly needed if you're just trying to make sure you separate and give some express protections to the citizens of the tribe in your own Bill of Rights. These are, I'm not meaning to sound superfluous, but these are extras, right? These are things that aren't strictly needed. They can be done through legislation. They can be done through a constitution. Some of these protections, like we talked about with we're still going to be protected as U.S. citizens under federal law. You know, how our court, once it's separated, interprets that and applies that, like that's, you know, every tribal court is different. But we don't lose our inherent protections of being a U.S. citizen. Including whistleblower protections if there's federal law and sometimes with our grants, we do have to assert that we're gonna abide by those federal whistleblower protections. So it's not like we're creating a hole if we don't have these in this specific draft that we might send to the BIA, because there are other ways that our citizens are already currently and will be protected. So I don't think I wouldn't say we need to get bogged down maybe on this. I understand that it's might be important, but we're not losing, being citizens of the United States and of Sioux Tribe, we're not losing our protections that we have in place now. Just if these three things that I put back in red lines are not in your Bill of Rights, you're not losing anything necessarily, right? If that helps clarify.
Aaron?
So fundamental to due process is that your rights are protected. So it's difficult for me to hear that we may not believe that those rights exist at the federal level or that the Constitution doesn't include those. That's not correct. The several amendments to the Constitution, well, the first set of amendments are the Bill of Rights in the U.S. Constitution. So to have the idea that a Bill of Rights is not part of a Constitution is completely wrong. And there are specific amendments that do address your due process rights as it relates to employment. The 14th Amendment, equal protections. Title IX, civil rights. Those protect people based on color, creed, religion. They protect people based on gender. And those were enacted because without a clear articulation of what those rights look like, then it's left up to interpretation. And then, unfortunately, corporations have a very strong sort of influence on whether we interpret we have those rights. So at the beginning, what I said was I think that we need to have some clear language in the Constitution that affords us those due process rights, and then it's left to the legislature, because that's the way governments are structured and they work. And if the legislature writes laws that are just fake or frivolous or, empty, then the court will correct that. Or actually what will happen is citizens will file a claim, and then the court has to hear, and then the court in their determination may direct the legislature to adopt laws that are consistent with the Constitution rather than just making stuff up. We've had problems over the years with rights, employment rights, and people's basic right to work for their own tribe just totally violated. I remember there's a time when layoffs where, 30% of the workforce were laid off at Christmas time, during the Christmas party brought in and told they were laid off, and with no due process rights at all. I don't think any of us should be arguing to not afford people their due process rights to their employment. But I also know we need a whole bunch of legislation and we need a whole body of law. That's what Wernette was working on for 15 years and what the legal department's been working on to do an administrative body of law for labor law under the administration. And so I just hope we don't lose something, the baby in the bath here, with these arguments that that's not part of a constitution, because it is. The core of those rights and due process rights are in the Constitution. Laws are then enacted to flow from the Constitution so that citizens' basic rights are not violated. And let me also say this, and I'm not going to point in any direction, is that we should not be at this table advocating for ease of comfort for ourselves and so that we can fire people and they don't have any real rights to try to protect themselves. It's inconvenient, but, and the other thing is that if you do have clear laws, then the management and administration of the tribe have to figure it out. They have to improve their practice. They have to not violate people's rights. And you don't have to worry about a constitutional claim being challenged or brought forward if you're not violating people's rights. You don't have to worry about that. So there will be an education. There will be a need for people to understand how all that works. We currently don't have that because we do have managers still that just violate people's rights left and right. And that still happens today. So I'm on the side of writing minimally what needs to be in the Constitution to make it clear you have those rights, and then leave it to the legislature to enact those laws, and then the test will be over time whether or not they got it right, because people with due process rights can challenge. But if we don't put it in the Constitution, then it's left up to the legislature to solely interpret whether you have what rights you have, and I'm not comfortable leaving it up to the legislature. That's what we have now. That's what the people don't want. So.
All right, so I have Lana, and then I don't have anyone else on the list. After that, I want to turn things over to Ryan, figure out what direction we need to move forward, and then let's move on to the next area. So can everyone agree, keep their hands down? Everyone's had the opportunity to speak multiple times on this.
Time me down.
Yeah, so go ahead, Lana.
Okay, yeah, and, again, Ryan, I appreciate you flagging that, but, if the Bill of Rights is going to be embodied in the separation, then all of the Bill of Rights that the committee came up with needs to be included in that, and then we can determine that at a later date. I know that you didn't take it out, or however, that, I understand your rationale for that, but if that was part of the Bill of Rights at the beginning, it should stay, I think it should stay in there. It sounds like maybe a couple other people do agree with that, but, and then we can, if it's constitutional, it's better for the citizens of the tribe and the employees.
Yeah, so
Where do you need direction before we can move on? So there's some different opinions, identify the direction that's needed, and I can pull the board if necessary, and we can figure out what the consensus is.
Okay. So I do want to point out real quick, so I won't go through it again, but A, B, D, and I, those kind of hit all those high-level things, I think that Director Payman's kind of alluding to. The equal protection of the law, the freedom of speech, the anti-discrimination, you can't discriminate against my religion and culture. Those high-level things are they are in here in those sections already, right?
I just want to, point of information though, Austin, I just want to make it clear, my whole thought of process of this is that the committee had that Bill of Rights language in there, and somebody took it out. And that's a fundamental thing that they had put in there for a constitutional right for the people when they put it. So that's my argument. I understand that all of those things hit on that for Mr. Paymont's concerns, but we excluded things that possibly we shouldn't have per the committee. I just don't want that I don't want that to be lost, that's my rationale for it.
So where do you need direction, Ryan?
I guess I need direction is, I don't know if this language in red is what does it, but can we get a poll on whether we want some kind of employment protections enshrined in the Constitution?
Yes, that will be.
Above what's already in there. So
that will be poll number one, whether or not we want employee protections to be listed in the Constitution. Yes signifies that you do. No obviously signifies that you don't.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on this?
Yeah, I'd like
Tyler?
to clarify. I'd like clarification then. So it says there, and those are two things that are kind of combined into one, which I think should be separate, because one is talking about your property, one is discharges any person from employment without due process. So the due process is a part that I'm concerned with, and I just want your legal analysis on this. So say we know that this is going to cost us money and programs are going to come, they're going to go. Eventually programs are going to have to get cut, or maybe funding gets cut from the federal government, which eliminates a program funding entirely. And those positions are going to have to go. Is not having the funding for a program and eliminating the program entirely against due process?
I would say no. And I think that should be very clear.
But would
in our
three Supreme
policies,
Court
though.
justices say no?
I mean, when we sue as citizens, we're going to have to show standing. We're going to have to show actual harm. And if we are hired on under a grant that we know could either run out at a time certain or at some point not be funded, and then we lose our position because that grant was defunded or ran out, we're going to have a hard time as citizens showing that we have standing in court to sue. So it's not going to be a due process violation.
Well, it's not just grant funding. We rely on federal funds for other things. So if the federal government cuts down funds and we don't have the money to replace those, layoffs will occur. So I'm just making sure that that's consistent, because if we're committing to this, like, we have to be careful. But I also think after that comma there is a different bullet altogether. Like, those are two different things.
I agree, and I just put in the exact language from the 2008 draft, just so we could see it on the screen.
Yeah, because
They are
that's
kinda
life,
talking about
liberty,
two
and
different-
property, basically, in the U.S. Constitution, right?
And a lot of that's going to have to fall back, if you're in court arguing that, right, it's going to fall back in part on your employment policies. So if we have very clear policies of how we handle layoffs, and there are certain steps we take, which we do, that maybe affords an opportunity to apply for another job or whatever, what have you, whatever we come up with and what we currently have. That is also due process. Just because I didn't have a hearing necessarily in front of some tribunal doesn't mean that I wasn't afforded due process. If you have reasonable policies that give everyone notice on how certain actions are going to be handled, layoffs, terminations, whatever what have you, then that is also a form of due process. I understand my rights coming into here as an employee, and I understand my ramifications of what could happen to me. That is all a type of form. It's a form of due process. It might not be criminal due process, like I have all these rights in a criminal proceeding, but it is still a form of due process. And hopefully, when we get in front of the court, when that happens, and we have a strong judiciary, they will make the appropriate rulings. They'll see that, yes, these policies are reasonable. Everyone had notice of them. They knew what could happen in these scenarios. And the tribal department followed these. You didn't have your rights violated because grant funding got cut, or because they had to do layoffs because of these reasons. And they took these steps that are clearly outlined in policy, and they followed them. If we didn't follow them, right, that's a different matter. So does that answer your question?
Yep, that's all the clarification I needed. I just want to make sure that the tribe, first and foremost, is protected. We do have to make sure that we're doing this on both ends, that we want to protect the citizens further, but we also want to make sure that we have a tribe to go back to, So, thanks.
All right, guys, we're going to do the poll. So the poll right now is yes or no, whether or not you want employee rights listed in the Constitution. So go ahead, Lana.
And that would just include those three right there, right?
I would probably want to tweak this language a little and keep it, so
I support that.
just this language?
I know, I support you tweaking it. It's really, we got to find out fundamentally, is there a majority of us that even agree with labor rights in the Constitution? If we do collectively, then he can go off and craft the language that principally provides for it, and knowing that legislation's going to happen to articulate out what that actually is.
So we're going to do the poll. We'll find out whether or not there's a consensus to include this. If there is, it sounds like Ryan possibly wants to tweak it, right?
Yes.
So if you guys are supportive of including this in the Constitution, the next poll could be a series of tweaks, right? All right, so we'll do the poll.
Okay. Bridget?
No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly is out of the room. Michael? Sean? Yeah, he was on there. Tyler?
No.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
It's 6-3.
So you have your direction there. The majority of the board wants employee protections listed in the Constitution. Regarding those items on there, how would you like to see them tweaked?
Well, let me start with the easy one, because since this is an amendment to our Constitution, we're not rewriting it, right? O is covered under our bylaws in Article, 3, whatever one is the tribal records. So that is already covered, so that can be deleted. So it's just these two things that we have to tweak. You want me to try and tweak them on the fly here and make?
Yeah, let's do it. That's what we're here for.
All right.
We will be here as long as we need to on non-Tuesdays as well, so. Lana, Tyler.
So by just omitting that you just omitted, you said that there is language already that they can go in there and look at their personal records in HR right now.
Ideas.
And that's the public record that we have listed in our Constitution as it stands.
Yeah, because we're basically, right, for lack of a more eloquent term, we're taking these amendments, we're shoving them into our current Constitution, and we're figuring out how to make it work. Article 3, tribal records, Section 2, we got that covered, Lana. And we're not taking, so there was discussion off and on of whether the bylaws are being eliminated or not. The path we're currently taking, the bylaws stand as long as they're consistent. We might have to tweak a couple things. So we'll still have our bylaws substantially how they currently are, which we have access to our employment records under our current Constitution and bylaws.
Okay, so they can go in there right now and look at their HR record anytime that they want to. So when the committee put this specific language in there as its own paragraph, they felt something strongly about it, but we can be assured that they can go in there and look at that right now.
And as we get to separation, we have the ability, as long as we have a basis, to sue in court. So if I go to HR and they deny me access for some reason, under this amendments that we're working on, now I have a hook through the court system and be like, you got to give me these records. You cannot deny me.
Yeah.
Right now, we don't have that hook. They can come to you all as the board and say, hey, my constitutional rights are being violated and you can or cannot take action. So we have it in our Constitution, but we don't have a good way to enforce non-compliance with it. But this separation would be an avenue to have that compliance.
Tyler, then Rob, then Isaac.
I'm fine with it either way. I just would like an example prior to the actual vote on this of how this works enshrined in the Constitution. You said that you may have one with Cherokee potentially? Well, it doesn't have to be right now. I'm just like in the future.
You don't see this a lot. Sorry, turn that off. You just don't see this a lot in constitutions, so it's not like
Right, that's why I'm asking, like, it would be helpful for me to know, like, how it works, because I don't have an example of that, and it's not easy to pull up. But don't worry about that right now. Like, this is an after-the-fact thing.
Okay, Rob, then Isaac.
Oh, I just wanted to point out that that the reason that the public records was in the Bill of Rights here was because this is what we're doing is extracting separation of powers only from it. So if the entire Constitution was put forward, it was supposed to be a complete rewrite of our Constitution, which wasn't what the direction of majority of board or the members wanted. They wanted us to do the separation of powers. So I agree with Lana that we shouldn't extract anything from it. But with that said, we have to remember that this way we're leaving our current Constitution in place. So there are certain things like the public records clause within the Bill of Rights that already are covered within our Constitution. And since we're not doing a complete rewrite, anything that's included within the separation of powers components here that's already in our Constitution, we don't have to cover it a second time. Did I summarize that correct, Ryan?
I believe, yeah, sorry, Josh and I were talking. I believe so, Rob. That sounded accurate in my understanding of the direction we're trying to go, yes.
Okay, so we're going to come across things within the separation of powers that are already spelled out within our Constitution, and then obviously Ryan's going to walk us through how to determine whether it's clearly covered within the current Constitution, if this will mesh properly with it. So
Yes.
but I wanted to clarify that.
Okay, Isaac.
Austin.
Hey, Ryan, with this language, who would determine if the employee's due process was met? Would that be the court?
It would be the court, yeah.
So every complaint could go to the court?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron.
So what it means is, what Ryan is saying is that it's not needed here because it already exists in another section of the Constitution. The reason why the committee put it here is because in the past, I believe, because in the past, HR was keeping two separate HR records, and which violates federal law as well. So we can't violate federal law, and they were doing it, but and we were denying people access to their own information. So I think they felt strongly about it. But here's the thing, it does already exist in our current Constitution. And so what it means then is, so we don't have a whole bunch of cases immediately filed because our rights are being violated. What it means is the legislature then's got to do their job. They got to write laws that clarify what that means in the Constitution and what your protocols and your steps are in order to make sure that your rights are protected. So, so I hope we don't go down this path where we start thinking that, we're creating all of this big cluster over at the court because it's not clear enough in the Constitution. No, the legislature has the preeminent power in any government to write the laws. They have to be consistent with the Constitution because you don't have a right to write laws that are inconsistent and violate your civil rights, your constitutional rights, your due process rights. So then it'll be incumbent upon the legislature to enact laws that make it clear. And so with this concern about losing federal funding, you write into the law that, that as long as we have, we don't lose funding, or if we lose funding, that's out of our control, right? So your due process rights aren't violated if we lay you off because we don't have funding. But what it gets to is that you can't get fired for looking at your boss the wrong way, or retaliation because you filed a complaint against your boss, and then your boss starts engineering 3 write-ups, and within you all know what that looks like. If you've sat on appeals, that happens. So, and that won't be allowed to happen. So people will have a remedy against that. And I can tell you that our people have been waiting for this for a long, long time. So it's not creating this liberal, free-for-all. What it's doing is it's creating the premise in the Constitution, and then the legislature has to write the laws consistent with that. And that's the complete authority of the legislature. So.
Okay, Ryan, what are your recommendations to satisfy everyone with these sections?
Okay,
Do you have any
so-
tweaking?
So I changed M. I'm going to read it. M, discharges any person from employment without proper due process under the laws and policy of the tribe, or takes any other retaliation against an employee who makes public any information of misconduct by officials or employees of the tribe. So that covers the second part of that sentence is the whistleblower protections that they tried to build in. The adding without proper due process under the laws and policy of the tribe, make sure it's very clear that the court can't arbitrarily define what they think the due process is, because it has to be defined by the tribal council when they promulgate the laws and policy. It's not, I mean, I wouldn't generally advise against having a lot of employment language in the Constitution, but if we're going that route, I think this language does a slightly better job of making sure that it provides for the citizens to be protected, but doesn't open the door so much that we're going to have courts maybe having trouble figuring out what that due process is, because it's going to be clearly defined by law or policy. So that if we're going to keep it in, this is my on-the-fly suggestion on how to do it.
Okay, everyone okay with that? All right, let's move on then.
Josh, you can call you back up. And so N is added, so we separated this out to Tyler's point. This is like our eminent domain type protections. You can't take my property or my interest in that property and use it for the tribe without justly compensating me. It's fine to have in the Constitution. But it was improperly mixed in with the employment section. Now it's just its own section. So we're good there? Okay.
I believe so.
Article 5, separation of powers. Section 1, branches of government. There should be one legislative branch, one executive branch, and one judicial branch. There shall be a system of separation of powers and checks and balances between the branches of government. No branch of government or official of any branch of government shall exercise any power granted in this Constitution or properly delegated by law to any other branch of government, except as expressly directed or permitted by this Constitution, and each branch shall act as a check and balance upon the actions of the other branches as permitted by this Constitution. This is our declaration of independence. It's our our declaration of this is our 3 branches of government that we want in our Constitution. This is how we're going to separate.
So they're all going to be separate and equal, Ryan?
That's right.
Each of them's going to have a check over one or the other? Okay. Any questions, comments here, guys, before we move on? Okay.
Can we take a quick break?
You guys want to take a break? Okay, let's take a 5-er.
Okay.
So for those of you guys that are on Zoom right now, we're going to take an extended break. We're expecting to be about 20 minutes. They're just going to check the HVAC system, so 20-minute break. to go? Okay. All right, whenever you're ready, Ryan.
All right. We are now on Article 6. This is the judicial branch. Section 1, composition of the judicial branch. There shall be one judicial branch. The judicial branch shall be made up of one trial court. I'm not very good or strong with Anishinaabe, so I'm not going to try and pronounce it and butcher it. The court will be called the court, and one Supreme Court, which shall be called this court, and then shall include all other courts of special jurisdiction as established from time to time by the legislative branch. Composition of the trial court, subsection A. The trial court shall be made up of one chief judge, one associate judge, and any other associate judges or substitute judges as authorized by law. The chief judge shall have administrative authority over the trial court. So pause for a second. So that this constitutionally creates two judge positions in our trial court, which would be the chief judge and then one associate.
Okay. Isaac has a question or comment.
Hey, on B, can we pare that down to 3?
Yeah, are we good with A before I go to B? So A is two judges, one associate, one chief in a trial court. If we go with that, we'll go to B. Composition of the Supreme Court. There shall be 5 justices on the Supreme Court. There shall be 1 chief justice and 4 associate justices. The chief justice shall have administrative authority over the Supreme Court. 5 is the number that was pulled from the Constitutional Committee, so that's why we have it.
Do you know why they selected 5? Was it just the expected staff that they thought that we would need to meet capacity to give tribal members standing, or was it just a number they pulled?
I'm speculating, right? So I don't want to. This may not have been the intent, but I think it might have been in part because there was some language about certain things being heard by the quote full court, although that wasn't really clearly defined in the 2008 draft. So I think it was 5 to have maybe a rotating selection of associate judges to make sure you'd always have 3 on the court at all time, as I think maybe was part of the intent, but I could not say for sure.
What are your thoughts on 5?
I do not have an opinion.
Okay. Isaac, what's your rationale for reducing it, just reducing cost?
First of all, I don't think you're going to find 5 Native Americans to sit on it. Secondly, the cost.
Okay. All right. Aaron?
So I know one thing that they continuously emphasize is having an uneven number so they can break a tie. And I think if we did 3, it would be consistent with that. It almost seems like we should have more at the lower court because typically you're not going to have, well, maybe initially you'll have a lot of cases, but eventually you don't have a lot of cases at the Supreme Court level. So I think, I don't know what the other tribes that have a separation do, but it seems like 3 would be able to do it because you're going to have an opportunity to have 3 different opinions, right? And just adding 2 is just additional cost. So what is the additional value for the additional 2 at the additional cost if you can accomplish it with 3?
Tyler?
So I'm glad that everybody sees the point that I tried to make last week and earlier today when we started this discussion, is that ultimately there's two things here with the Supreme Court that I'm concerned about. First of all, the cost of having 5 total judges in the Supreme Court. The second part is finding that many qualified individuals that are Sioux tribe, let alone Native American. My one concern here that isn't really addressed is that the Supreme Court justices specifically, I believe, should be Native American, even better Anishinaabe, better yet Sioux tribe. the process that scares me is that we had a really hard time filling our Chief Justice that we have currently, and getting that many people qualified to run an election that risks us appointing everybody and then thus manipulating the court system through an appointment process. So that's a concern there as well. So for the Supreme Court, I don't want anybody that's not Native American on the Supreme Court. Maybe I stand alone on that, but we're talking about constitutional challenges and readings of our Constitution that we're going through that our citizens put together, and it's not appropriate to have a non-Native read that. It's like colonization all over again, in my eyes, and I know that I am not alone on that one, so yield.
Aaron?
So I agree with Tyler on that. I think that we should have a preference for them to be tribal, Sioux tribe, actually follow our preference, Sioux tribe, then other tribe, then non-Native. And I think that, I don't think it's fair to compare our inability to attract tribal member attorneys to come work for the tribe, either in general counsel positions or in court positions up until now, because there's a reason why they don't want to work for us. And when we have posted for general counsel in the past, we do have a really difficult time trying to find tribal members, Sioux tribe members, to want to do it, because Sioux tribe members are watching, and they know that we have an arbitrary employment situation. We know that you can be terminated for cause or for no cause. We're an at-will work state. So when we were having the conversation earlier about whether or not we want to have labor protections, if you're a tribal member and you have experience, you have other options in the world. You don't have to work for the Sioux tribe. A lot of them would like to work for the Sioux tribe. When we were conducting general counsel searches in the past, several tribal members said, I'd love to work for the tribe, but I'm just going to get fired. The first time that I express, an opinion that disagrees with the board, I'm going to get fired. And so I think, though, what's different is when we enact these rights, first of all, and when they don't report to the board of directors, they don't have to worry about being fired by the board of directors. So I do think you're going to see tribal members that will want to come and serve their tribe in that capacity. So I think that let's not use the current situation to presume that we won't get tribal members that are wanting to serve their tribe. A lot of tribal members that go off and get law degrees that want to serve Indian people would love to serve their own people. And I think that when we have the right environment and we have a non-arbitrary employment environment for them to work where they can't be fired and summarily dismissed, then I think that we're going to have a lot of our own people that are going to line up to want to come serve our court. So also, I think in legal department, when we have some baseline labor protections, we will have tribal members additional to the two, because we only have two, that will want to come. And I appreciate the resiliency of the two that give their faith and good judgment and in this environment, because you could be gone tomorrow.
So I would agree with that, Aaron. I mean, it's no secret that it's been difficult to attract tribal members for key employee positions, and this is going to sound mean, but it's just a fact. It's just working for the board, you know what I mean? Like, the supervision that we require, that we provide really isn't real-world supervision. It's almost like testifying before Congress. So we meet with our key employees once a month, and they sit where Ryan's sitting, surrounded by board members, and they get picked apart, and they get picked apart on camera, and their careers turn into content for people on YouTube. That's something that I've heard from almost every single key employee. You know, we passed either a motion or a resolution to do a key employee satisfaction survey to see how we can improve on it, but you know, it's difficult to get tribal members to apply for key positions, but I would agree with you. If those positions were to report to the membership through elections instead of the board, I think you're going to see more people apply. Okay, Lena.
Yeah, I think Aaron mentioned it earlier in the conversation, wishing that Clarence was here. You know, we're asking Ryan to come up with a rationale of what the committee was thinking when these were enacted, and he possibly can't do that. There's no way he can describe to us what the committee was thinking back, you know, that time ago. So I wish, forethought now, I wish we would have had some of the committee members here having this discussion with us. I did just run into one out in the hallway, and they're watching it. And they're like, they know the answers to these questions that we're asking. So that's a void that we have right here at the table. And then the other thing that I'm going to say, and however it's, the majority is going to we're going to get through this one way or the other with a majority vote, but moving forward, again, just like the Bill of Rights that we had the conversation on earlier, when they put the committee puts this in place, and we're going to take a little bit out here and a little bit out there and change this and change that. And our first discussion was, we want the full intent of what the committee put in place. And even by taking out judges and asking, well, why'd they have it in there? Well, we don't know the answer to that because nobody's here to give us that insight. And we can't speak for the committee because any elected officials, because we weren't even allowed to be at the table when this conversation, we weren't allowed to attend the meetings. Aaron knows this. So Aaron can't, I can't, Kim or Mike can't, none of us can say what the rationale was. Kim was on the committee, yes, absolutely. Kim's not here right now. But, so, Lana was, yep. So, but, she's probably scared to take part in any kind of input right now. I mean, come on, let's be obvious. Yeah, and I don't blame her one bit. But, yeah. So, I just feel like, and I'm not trying, I'm saying that if we're going to pick a little bit out here and a little bit out there, it's not going to be what the committee will establish. But yeah, we're going to try to tell the members, oh yeah, it's what the committee wanted. No, it's not. If we go from a 5-judge to a 3-judge, that's not what the committee wanted. That's not what they envisioned. That's not the input they had in paper. So I can understand why it's brought up because of the cost, because Tyler brought up the cost last week, and we had that discussion. That, okay, can we afford it? And I'm not going down that road, but if this is but I don't want to hear anybody say, oh, we're doing what the committee wanted, because no, we're not. So, just saying.
So we're not going to be able to do everything that the committee wants, but if we want to vote on it in its current form, I'll vote on it and I'll support it. But the reason we're not is because we have a financial crunch right now, and it's expensive to implement what's on paper. So the question remains, what value does adding 2 additional Supreme Court judges add? What do they provide? If they're hearing these cases as a panel, they're not going to have individual capacity to hear individual cases. What I will say is, if people are going to vote on this because of the cost, this is a way to trim it. So Ryan, have we done like an analysis to figure out how much we're going to have to pay for judges?
Yes.
Okay, so what's that number?
So, yeah, let me pull it up.
Nope, let me finish. I let you guys finish, now you guys will let me. Yep, so what's the cost?
He's figuring it out.
I'm going to pull up, I just sent to the board earlier today an updated memo using numbers that Holly, our CFO, had supplied last week. And the court cost estimated, this is assuming we don't need a new court building. This is just straight positions for the clerks and the judges that would be under this current draft of the Constitution, salary, fringe benefits, et cetera. About $1.1 million increase per year.
Do we have a breakdown with what we would pay each Supreme Court judge? Because that's a valid question. So if we have to pay for each judge, if each judge is going to be assigned support staff like a clerk, if having those additional bodies is going to require us to create another building to house all of them, because I mean, it's 2025 and most of the board attends everything via Zoom. These will be elected officials that would have that same accommodation available to them. So I'm just trying to make it so if cost is your reason for not supporting this, there are ways that we can trim costs, or we could just approve it as is, which I'm fine with too.
Like kind of put it into here.
Okay, Lana, then Aaron.
Yeah. And yeah, don't miss my point, because I've actually never said publicly whether I'm a 2 or a 3, so I'm not trying to stop anything. My point is being, one point was that I wish we would have, and maybe Aaron even said it too, that we would have had some people here that could offer input on why they did something a certain way. But moving forward, we can't, if we're going to change things, and we have a long way to go, a long way to go. If we're going to change things, it's not going to be the committee's intent from this draft constitution. It's going to be the rewrite from the board, because that's what we're doing, whether it's to save money, whether whatever. But I don't want to hear out there that, oh, we're going to the will of the people from the 2008 or the 2012, because we're not. And these are the things that I hear. Out in the membership, they're not all, just, sometimes there's phone calls and face-to-face too that everybody doesn't hear. So this will be a rewrite of us for whatever reason, whether it's the cost or whatever. So that's all I have right at the moment.
Aaron?
So if I had my druthers, we would vote on what the committee sent to us without any changes as they recommended. That's what the memo said. But I don't think there's anybody on this board that supports that. In fact, that's why we're doing amendments and not completely taking what they recommended. So I would have been good with the work they did, because we created that committee for a purpose. They spent 2 years of their lives. They met in every unit, and they met in all 9 communities in the UP. But I think where we're at now is I know that I think that most of them believe that the implementation has to happen. And also, I would rather not have to be on pins and needles all the time, because all these other arguments are coming up of why we can't do it. And those could be cautionary comments leading to yes, which I think I'm okay with. But they also could be, and I'm not looking in any directions, they also could be filibusters to not do anything. So I'm with Austin that I want to eliminate the arguments against it, the argument that we can't afford it. We can't afford not to be a real government. We can't afford not to have a separation of powers. We can't afford to ignore the will of the people and finally do something. So I'm comfortable conceding to a smaller court if the argument is, if we have, we have 6 votes for a 3-branch right now. And the people that are holding it close to the vest for whatever reason, if it's strategy or if they just don't want to express what they're going to support, that's their business, right? But if we need to pick up that one more vote, then I'm looking for compromise. I'm looking for compromise so that we get one more vote to support what the people want. We don't need the rest of the votes. It'd be nice if we got them. It'd be nice if we're all operating in good faith and we're all looking towards yes to honor what the people asked us to do, which is a 3-branch at this point. We're well past the 2-branch. But so I'm not excited about paring it down and taking it apart, because you're right, it doesn't give fidelity to what they asked us to do. But I think if we don't get to 8 votes, it's not good enough to do nothing. And again, I know there's a disagreement with this, but only 19% of the people who bothered to respond are comfortable with doing nothing. Only 19% of our members who responded are comfortable with doing nothing. That means we've been derelict for many, many, many years, that people have been expecting us to do something. And I also said that when we're elected, we represent the interests of the people, and some people are comfortable with just determining what that means. I'm not. Every time that I make a decision for the people, I'm second guessing it and I'm looking to find direction from the people. We did that. We got that direction and it was clear. And so I'm looking to do a compromise wherever we have to get that 8th vote. And if that means pairing it from a 5, and somebody just did text me, somebody that was at the table, said the reason why it's 5 rather than 3 is so that they have reservist judges in case there's a conflict of interest or in case of illness or whatever. So the other thing is, did we estimate the cost for the judges at a full-time, or was it estimated cases? And then I got one more comment before I yield.
It was estimated on if they all had to be full-time salary.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the far end of it. We're never going to need a full-time
You're not going to need a
court.
full-time Supreme Court.
Never. Even if we get in a litigation phase for several years, we're never going to need a full-time court. The other thing, in one of the estimates that I saw, and I don't mean to call you out publicly, but for the council positions, the additional 3 that was in the previous draft, that included 401K. Am I missing something? Is anybody on this board getting tribal 401K?
Nope.
I only included it because it was in the memo that former legal counsel, and I was trying to get it updated quickly to get it per Director LaPlante's request. So, yeah, that's not currently,
Okay.
I don't think it's currently in the revised one.
But the tribe wouldn't be budgeting for their 401K. Their positions in the tribe would be budgeting for the 401K. So it would never be a board expense. Yeah,
No,
okay.
and the revised rough estimate that I sent the board this morning, there's at the bottom of the memo, there's like a estimated total yearly projection. It does not include any increase on any kind of tribal council seats. Like, it's just,
Okay.
later on, if we decide we need another seat or something, right now that's set at 12 in this draft, and I didn't include that in the total of what that would cost if we increased the seats. I just stuck to the judiciary and the increase in the legal department.
Then the final thing is, we did have a conversation about this last night, and people are trying to ferret out because there seems to be pushing out information that the cost of a 3-branch is way, way more than the cost of the 2-branch. Most of the cost, and correct me if I'm wrong, most of the cost in doing an amendment at all is the court. Very minimally is I think you're talking an attorney for the administration versus a board attorney, and I'd like to know where you're going to land. But that's number one. And then, and it won't include an additional counsel if that's not on the table still. So most of the costs for any change, we're already going to assume because it's under the 2-branch, which is the judicial branch.
Yeah, biggest cost is the court.
Yeah, something that's been lost, like the vast majority of the costs associated with separating the powers is the judicial, because you have to hire judges, you have to hire support staff to build up the court's capacity to give tribal members standing in tribal court. Like, what you would need to do to separate the chairman into a separate executive branch, you'd have to change the organizational chart, change it from board of directors to chairman's office, and then the different government departments would be a direct report to the chairman instead of the board of directors. Because you change that org chart, you need to hire a lawyer. That's literally the only thing. It's so minimal. So if you guys are supportive of 2-branch, like the cost associated with that 3rd branch is very small, and Ryan can point that out. Rob, they're doing tests. Shut the door. Janet, can you shut that door first, please? Thank you so much.
We're going to get blamed for a closed session.
Okay, go ahead, Rob.
Okay, I'm just going to point out a couple things. The first thing is that we, in moving towards just doing amendments instead of the whole Constitution, that was the first move that we're not doing exactly what the committee had intended. So to keep going back to this argument, well, it's not exactly what the committee wanted. The point that I have to make out here is that over a year ago, I submitted a draft of this. That one of the main arguments was, Rob, you changed stuff within it. Yet today, as we go through it with the board, within 5 minutes, you changed more than I did. So I don't know where this idea is coming from that we have to stick exactly to what the committee is. What I've been saying the whole time is that there's fundamental values and principles within what the committee did that absolutely have to be protected. We obviously, a year ago, when I presented the documentation or the document that extracted the separation of powers, if you guys go back and read that, like I've said, you've already changed more than I did. So, and that was done by majority poll of the board. So over a year ago, the argument was Rob changed something, and then a year later, we seek to make compromise, and you change more than me. Now, I'm not against that. Believe me, I promise you, if this board crosses the threshold of deteriorating the intent of the fundamental principles that the committee intended to establish, I will vote no on this. 100% I will vote no. That hasn't happened yet. So this is our process to where all board members have their input, to where hopefully we could get to a comfortable document where everyone can vote yes. I do not think that, first of all, I think there was a reason that the committee put in 5 and 3, and Aaron just stated what that could be based on a response from a committee member, and it makes sense. But I don't see any major deterioration of the principles and fundamentals of this amendment by moving from 5 to 3 judges. So I think it's a cost savings, and I think 3 can perform the same exact functions as 5, other than filling in when there's a conflict of interest. So that was a good point that that member made. But the main point that I want to make is that we've already crossed the threshold of changing enough to say that we're not doing the exact same thing that the committee, but I do want to stay grounded in the idea that we will keep the fundamental principles intact. Because like I said, if we cross that line of changing something within this document that deteriorates those fundamentals, I absolutely will vote no.
Lana?
Well, I think that clears it up for me. It's not going to be the same document, and, we're all going to have different determinations on what's going to cross the line for what the committee entailed or wanted. I'm glad to see Clarence is here. He was on the committee, and I know he took part in all of those. So I guess I'll just sit and watch and wait to see what we will change or move around in order to get what the board wants on this rewrite going forward.
Aaron?
Could we write it so that it's, so it clarifies that we have principally 3 Supreme Court justices and 2 reservists?
Yeah, I was gonna also say our code will need a little tweaking, right? So all of our codes will probably need some tweaking, but we do have in our current appeals code the ability to have reserved judges. So you could set it at 3 and legislate the reserve judges that would come in for conflicts or a vacancy, and that wouldn't be contrary to the intent of the Constitution with the 3. So you also could, Aaron, just put it in here in either way. But we do have legislation that covers it, and we could just tweak it slightly to continue to cover those instances. Yeah.
The other thing I think might be a good idea is if in the court procedure that we identify that we'll rotate the cases, because the other thing is that I think we're going to attract a level of people that are qualified, right? That know how to do cases that are not practicing. This is not their full-time job. So, but I also think it would be helpful if we rotate judges in on like a random selection or whatever, so that if we have 5 judges that, depending on the case, that every cycle, during a cycle, that everybody gets to hear cases, but it's only the 3 that are hearing the cases, not all 5. In fact, I think I remember that. I don't think I could come up with that by myself. That way, because I know we had a problem at the beginning when we created the appellate court level, that we weren't affording all the judges an opportunity, the alternates, to build their capacity because we have non-attorneys on the appellate. I don't think that's smart. I think that if you're going to, especially at an appellate level, if you're going to determine rules on matters of law and application of law, you should be an attorney. Otherwise, we're training people and then we're having staff tell them what is and is not the law, or they're subordinate to the attorneys that are on the panel because they know better than somebody who's not an attorney, right? So, but I think we crossed that threshold for the judicial branch now. But so anyway, what I started out to say was that we rotate them in so that all the judges, if we have 3 principally and 2 reservists, that they rotate in so they can hear cases.
Tyler?
So it sounds like we're kind of coming to an agreement on the size of the court. My question would be, with what Aaron just said of having reservists or substitutes, why don't we just use the same language as in the composition of the trial court? comma, after 2 associate justices, comma, and any other associate or reservist judges or substitute judges as authorized by law. Would that work there to fulfill that? Because then we can do up to 2 to start, and if we need to go to 7 or have some substitutes in, we can go to 7 or whatever. Then we're not limiting ourselves within the Constitution, and it gives us the ability to create law to expand that a little bit as needed, and then everything else he just said would likely be law.
Correct, that would work.
Okay, Aaron?
Plus, you could have up to, I think 7's crazy, but, I mean, you could have up to a greater number, and you don't have to budget for that because they're reservists. So you only have to pay them when they're actually hearing cases.
So it's true that this is deviating from what the original document stated, but our membership didn't vote on the original document. They voted on separating the powers from the board of directors, and that's the will of the people. So I don't feel like reducing the court size from 5 to 3 diminishes that. I think that it makes it easier to fill our court with tribal members who have law degrees, and I'm going to be a stickler on that. I think that if you're going to be on our court, it's 2025, you have to have a law degree. And in addition to that, it will save costs. So that's just my take. Do you need direction on that right now, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm redlining right here, and I want to see if the majority of you would agree to this new language. There shall be 3 justices on the Supreme Court. There shall be 1 Chief Justice and 2 Associate Justices, and any other Associate Justices or substitute justices as authorized by law.
Okay. Do you guys need me to do a poll on this, or can we live with this? Going once, going twice?
I don't agree, but I'm not hanging it up.
Do you want me to conduct a poll or no? Okay. So the consensus appears to agree with this.
All right, Section 2, election and selection of justices and judges. A, election of justices and judges. The Chief Judge, the Associate Judge of the Trial Court, and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court shall be elected by the membership, except where no qualified tribal member seeks a judicial office. Then the tribal Ogama shall appoint, and the tribal council shall approve by majority vote a judge or justice for that vacancy. Associate justices of the Supreme Court shall be appointed by the tribal Ogama, and the tribal council shall approve by majority vote. So this one, I'm going to need direction, because it is different than the 2008, where every single judge was elected. This has been tweaked. I understand we can change our direction, and the board can change its direction. My understanding of looking through the past workshops and past drafts, whether those drafts from prior council were true to the intent of the board, I'm not going to speculate, but it appeared there was maybe concern that we wouldn't have enough people running for all the elected positions. And so this is a hybrid of having the big ones, the chief judges and the associate judge of the trial court elected, and the other ones appointed. The legal department is not married to this language. This was an attempt to, what we had thought was maybe compromise based on prior notes and workshops.
So this could be considered a check and a balance over the court, similar to how the executive and legislative branch have that check and balance over the Supreme Court of the United States. So you win an election to become president, you nominate someone to the Supreme Court, and then it goes through a confirmation process through Congress. Would that be something similar, Ryan?
That's right, that's the idea. This is something similar. So the 2008 draft had all judges, justices, full stop, had to be elected. This takes that intent to have some of them elected. I understand that changes it. But then also doing a appointment process similar to how other tribes and the state and federal level, where the president or the Ogama makes a selection for that seat, that judgeship, and then the tribal council is that check that they have to approve it. So it's not like one branch has all the power, but it does take away some of that power from the people, so to speak.
Well, if we're going to say electing judges is a barrier because we don't have enough that could run in elections, this is a check and a balance to help fill the court.
That was the intent of this language, pursuant to prior conversations of being concerned we wouldn't be able to fill all the judge seats.
Clarence is shaking his head in the back. So Aaron, then Lana.
So I'm good with that, because that is actually what the committee came up with for an interim step until we do have the interest for people that will run for the positions. And they did that as a fail-safe, so we wouldn't be left without judges. And that's exactly how they recommended it, that it be, the OGMA makes the recommendation, the council ratifies, which I know I've seen some of the stuff out there that is just, it's stupid what some people are posting out there, saying that the chairman has carte blanche authority, blah, 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 blah. That's nonsense, because the chair can nominate, and the OGMA has to obviously be smart in who they nominate, because don't nominate somebody who's not going to get appointed, right? And while we just saw some really crazy things this year at the federal level for people who should never be serving as secretaries of this or that, we don't have a partisan sort of game going on at our tribe. So I don't think we'll be tripping up. I don't think the legislature will be tripping it up. If we have a qualified tribal member that wants to serve, if there's no real obvious conflict, the council will probably ratify and support that. But I do think that that should be an interim step that we lead towards, but maybe we do it in a different amendment to the Constitution at a subsequent time. Though, one other thing I want to get back to, and Tyler said this, and I know the committee does want and did recommend that we separate out or take out the Secretary of Interior's authority to conduct secretarial elections after a certain time. I'm not comfortable doing that until after we have an established separation of powers and we're in the practice of it, because I don't want to have any shortcuts taken with conducting secretarial elections until we are a mature government with a separation of powers. So that means several years down the road before we take that out.
Lana.
Well, I probably stand alone on it, but this is one of those areas where I think it would probably cross the line of the intent of the committee, because if we're already reducing the amount of judges, why would we have to have that other cause in there stating that they weren't elected, that they're appointed by the OGMA and then ratified by the tribal council? Because
that is what the committee said to do if you can't find elected.
How do you know that? We weren't there.
Because I sat in on the 2012.
Okay, the 2012, they said that.
And it's the same, but it's not different. And Clarence is here and he can tell you it's not different. What they wanted was similar to what we're saying. We want tribal member judges, but whether or not they'll emerge is another question. So they created a stopgap measure to make an appointment by a nomination by the OGMA, ratification by the council. That is what they put in it.
What would happen if that ratification didn't come there by the tribal council once the OGMA appointed somebody? What would happen?
The council would be in violation of the Constitution.
Right.
You'd probably end up in court suing each other
And
to,
we wouldn't have a judge anyways, because we can't appoint one, because we'd be fighting.
hopefully we'd have the,
Point of information, so we're just talking about appointing the associate judges, not the supreme justices, right?
these
Brian?
would be, yep, so the chief judge of the
Still
trial
have
court,
judges.
the associate judge, so the two judges in the lower court level elected.
Yep.
The chief justice of the Supreme Court elected, and then the now two associate judges appointed through OGMA confirmation in the tribal council. So it's the two associate Supreme Court justices that would fall under that appointment procedure.
Okay, I'm going to sit back and listen.
All right, Ryan, so we have to provide, sorry, Tyler, go ahead.
So I still disagree with the appointment process for the Supreme Court. I believe it should be elections, especially if one of the two will be a layperson. It should be easier to fill at least the chief and one associate, right? The other concern I have with appointments is that, and I'm sorry for skipping ahead, but this is all intertwined, is that under resignation, recall, and removals and vacancies, for removal, it states, and it only states, any elected official of the tribe may be subject to removal for any of the following reasons. And there's an appointment process within the judicial branch, but there's no removal process for an appointment that I'm reading. So that's a conflict for me because those two things play off of each other. But again, I am opposed, and then I'm also opposed to what was stated earlier, that we need to be babysat by the federal government for a few years until we're mature. We are mature. We've been a tribe for 50 years and forever before that, and we don't need the government's oversight anymore. And I'm firm on the fact that for my vote for either 2 or 3, doesn't matter which, as long as we can agree to language, is that we remove the secretary entirely. We do not need the government's oversight to run our tribe. We never have and we never will. And that is a firm point for me. So I may be the lone no on anything, but as far as involving the secretary, that was a discussion we had in depth, and we do not need them to babysit us. So that is my point. That is where my heart lies, and I believe in it. I do not believe we need government oversight.
Aaron.
So Tyler, you've shared several red lines of what you won't agree to. So I'm believing you're not going to agree to anything. So and if that's the case, we shouldn't spend any time trying to accommodate what you want. So, but I will say.
Excuse me, wait, you're directing something towards me. I would like, go back.
Let
Go
him
back
finish
to
and
what?
just talk after he's done.
Go back to what
There's no one
I
else on the
disagreed
list.
on here.
So
The vice chair is out of order.
I've tried several times to try to find points of agreement, and now I'm hearing another red line that if we don't include taking the secretarial out in this election cycle, that you're not going to support it. So that's very clear. You made yourself clear. Okay. So I'm not worried now. I'm not worried now about you being the 8th vote. So I'm going to move past that. But what I will say is that what I tried to express, contrary to what it seems like you heard, is we are not a mature government because we don't have a separation of powers. And I don't want to vest the authority in the current structure that we have to conduct a separation of powers election. I think nobody would believe that. I think none of the members that just were polled for either a 2-branch or a 3-branch would believe that that's legitimate. So I don't support taking out the secretary until after we have a separation of powers and after we start establishing our case law and tribal court and we have it clear on what that separation looks like. Because I think it would be foolhardy for us to have a separation of powers right now, and then as soon as it passes, because it will pass, then immediately start bringing amendments and amendments and amendments. And then we're conducting these slipshod elections. I don't think we're there yet. So it's my opinion, and I believe it's very strongly supported. In fact, I remember this conversation with the committee at the 2012 review, is that people are not comfortable taking out the secretary until we have a clearly established separation of powers that's in practice for several years. And it's not about being deferential to the federal government at all, because the committee did discuss this, and the attorneys did say the ultimate goal should be to take the federal government out of the process, because it's a mother may I, it's a paternalistic, just like our current Constitution, which we've apparently been satisfied sticking with for how many years, is a corporate charter. That's why we're a board of directors and not Senate members or elected officials. That's why we have a chairman and not an OGMA, because we're following what the federal government has directed us to do. So I haven't heard any of that concern about following the federal government's directive on how we should be as a government, but now I'm hearing it on this sole issue. So I'm not comfortable eliminating it, and it's also not on the table. It's not proposed right now.
So Tyler, if you want to respond, I'll give you the floor, but after that, I asked to move on from this.
Well, it is on the floor because the Constitution's on the floor. And if this passes, there will be a constitutional separation of powers, at which point we will no longer need the federal government to interfere. So it is one of the last items that we will address on this. And it is one of the points that a lot of us have agreed on, that the secretary needs to be removed once the separation of powers is established. If and when this passes, which we all know that it will pass once we come to an agreement, the government no longer needs to have a hand in it, because we will have a successful separation of powers within the tribe. And if that successful separation of powers works the way it is written, then we will be fine. But to say that we have to adhere to the federal government for any other modification here and after, and then put up that fight 2 years after, and then 2 years after, and then 2 years after that, I think it's unnecessary. But we'll get to that point. You know, this is on the workshop until it is concluded, so I'm fine with that. I just want to know, Ryan, if you read the same thing I did, is if we're keeping appointed positions in here, is there a removal process for them, or would we be in violation of the Constitution if that were to happen?
And just one thing to add to that, can we add removal process for elected officials and appointed judges? Can we just add appointed judges and that takes care of it?
Yeah, yes, you're reading it right. I think the intent was, that's a hole on our part as we were trying to shuffle things around. The intent was to have all judges appointed or otherwise be subject to removal. So we can just, yes, Austin, add that. When we get to that section, just make it very clear that if you're a judge or justice, whether you're appointed or elected, like you're subject to the same removal as every other.
Shouldn't matter whether or not you're elected or appointed. You should have to adhere to professional standards, and if you don't, you should be subject to removal from our tribal citizens. Tyler's right.
Right.
Tyler?
Right. So, and I just want to follow up on it, but this is the concern that a lot of us have is like making sure that we do this document right, because this is our Constitution. It's written in stone. It's above the law, right? So if we're doing this and we interpret things the way we're interpreting them, and we're finding these little holes as we're having this discussion, and I mean, this is a hole that I found when you sent us the document, but I didn't want to just start like an email chain. I wanted to have this discussion in person. These are the concerns I have, is because like we can't just ramshot this through. Like we have to address these things up front and be careful, because then we can be in violation of our own Constitution after we pass it. Hopefully the BIA would have caught that anyways, but like why not just address it first so we have a really clean version going to them? And but yeah, I just appreciate that fixed or noted. And then I got a couple other things here, but I'll wait till we get to them.
I have a point of inquiry.
Go ahead, Aaron.
So I think what we were doing was selective amendments on the separation of powers, and now I'm hearing taking the secretary out of it is on the table. I don't think this board's made that decision. Do we need to poll to decide that? Because that's not what Rob requested. That's not in anything Schlehuber prepared for us in advance. That's not what Ryan has prepared for us. Is that on the table? That's a
So
legitimate
it seems,
point of
hold on, seems like we should pull it when we get there. We're not there right now, we're jumping ahead. So right now, what's on the table is the size of the court and whether or not they're appointed or elected. So if we can handle that first, we'll get to those other items. And we have like 12 minutes before we're gonna do agenda review. Like this is gonna be several workshops. So Ryan, you need to figure out the size of the court, right? 5 or 3?
Yeah, five or three.
Okay, 5 or 3. Any further discussion on just that? Because we're going to poll. Okay, go ahead, Kimley.
Does Clarence have anything he'd like to add to that?
Clarence, do you have anything to share?
Well, my recollection.
I have something to share.
Is your name Clarence?
Apparently, he's selected because he's an employee.
I thought you retired.
I'm just going to say you have tapes you guys could watch if you want to know what the committee said.
My recollection is, and it's been a while, but the court section of this document was one of the ones where, for lack of a better term, there were a lot of poison pills started to be inserted in the document from the members of the committee that did not want this to pass. I'm just going to say it. There were members of that committee that did not want this document to pass. They were on it to create chaos, and that's why it went from 3 to 5. I think that 3 would work fine. You know, so, and like she said, there's tapes. I think they were all taped if you want to go back and look at them. So, you know, that's my opinion. 3 would work fine. So
Let's do the poll on it. So just say 3 or 5.
Rob?
It's tough. I'm honestly okay with whatever the board majority is okay with if it gets us to a yes, but preferably 3. Now, Austin, you mentioned having 2 reservists.
Rob, we're doing a poll. You had chance for discussion. Next voter.
Yeah, but you're not. The poll's not clear because we're not. it's 5 or 3, but if we go with 3, do we have the 2 reservists? I mean, you got to clarify if you're going to want us to poll.
He added the language in there.
So if we do 3, it'll be that language that's redlined in B right here.
So it does include the reservists.
It does include the reserves, Rob. So if you guys say 3, then this is the language I'm proposing to make it work. All right.
Okay, I'm a 3, but okay with the board majority if it's 5.
Okay.
Kimberly Lee. Aaron.
3.
Isaac. 3. She's not here. Kimberly Hampton.
3.
Michael.
3.
Sean.
3.
Lana.
5.
Tyler.
3.
Larry.
3.
Bridget.
3.
Threes have it.
3 it is. Next area of direction, Clarence, and we only have about 10 minutes, and we're going to, not Clarence, Ryan, then we're going to jump into agenda review. Might as well stay seated, Clarence.
Welcome.
I will just say that the section about appointment by the OGMA, that was in there because, I do recall, that was because of the concern that you would not have enough qualified tribal members that had interest in serving on the court. So that's why that's in there. And I heard it earlier about what if one of them's not approved by the legislature? Well, wouldn't you just say, okay, you have to pick another one?
You would just pick another one, just like if a president appointed, nominated someone to the Supreme Court and they weren't confirmed, you just go back to the well.
Like Bork?
Yep.
So, may I say
Go ahead,
something
yep,
there?
yep.
So the language in here does not say that, because it says here that shall be appointed by tribal OGMA and tribal council shall approve by majority vote.
Yep.
So I'm just a little concerned about that. So it says shall, but it also has majority vote in there. But if we fail to have a majority vote, then we're in violation of the Constitution.
I don't believe so. So you have a requirement to fill the vacated seats, but you're not required to fill whoever I propose. That's one of your checks and balances over the executive branch. Right, Ryan?
That is correct. That's how it would work. You shall approve, doesn't mean you shall approve that candidate, and you have to approve by majority of vote. So you have to, I mean, I guess there could be a stalemate forever if you never approve, and then there's going to be a court case. But
People would be voted out of office if we were playing games like that. It would be a situation that would fix itself.
It would work the way that Asa just described it, correct?
And I believe it would, but just a little concern there about interpretation again, you know? So I just want your legal opinion on that.
I think it needs to be a shall approve because it has to be a mandate that tribal council has to approve appointment. At some point, if it's May, then you're never, you may never ever approve, and then you don't even have a way to really sue because then it's a may approve, and then the tribal council.
Shall is in there so you protect the authority of the judicial branch. So if there isn't a requirement to fill those seats, that check and balance goes away because you don't have any judges. That's why that language is in there.
That's correct.
So with 12 members, do we go into like conclave? Because it can be a 6-6 stalemate forever?
Eventually, we're going to get there, and we'll talk about what to do with a tie vote if it's 12 members, but we're not, that's a
You could designate a
whole
speaker
different
who doesn't
section.
have a vote.
You could take away the vote of the speaker, but that's future.
All right, Ryan, so one more area of direction we'll provide you. So that's appointment versus just every single judge being elected?
Yes.
Okay, so how should I frame that for the poll?
I guess poll whether everyone wants every judge to be elected.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
So Ryan, say that they're elected officials, right, judges, and one resigns. So do you got to go back through the election process, right? And what if you don't have enough board member or members for the court to even conduct a hearing? Because you're waiting for the election. What if all 3 resign, you only have 2 reservists?
We're bouncing around a bit, but there is a resignation section and a vacancy section that covers that, and then any additional things that need to be fleshed out, that would be done in legislation. You'd have in your appeals code ways that you could do a substitute judge by law to fill it. So you can always make sure you have someone that you can bring in to make sure the court has the ability to
I think
run.
it had a default for an appointment to fill a vacancy until an election.
Yeah.
That's what I remember.
Okay, so option 1, every judge is elected. What's option 2?
Option 2 is every judge but the associates of the Supreme Court are elected. That's a weird way to say it. Option 2 is the associates of the Supreme Court are appointed.
So you should do it in 2 polls. You should ask if we want the judges, principally, not the associates, all elected. That's one poll. The next one is if we are comfortable with making it an appointment through that process for associate judges. Keep the 2 separate.
Well, it's kind of what we're doing. So option 1 would be every judge is elected, and option 2 would be every judge except the Supreme Court would be elected, and that would automatically assume that those associate judges would be appointed, which would then provide that check and a balance for the executive.
I'm okay with it as long as it's clear to everybody else.
Is everyone clear with that?
Well, if we appoint, when we'd have electing one, 2 though, because I think the layperson would be, I don't know. I would just think like first, if everybody agrees with the elected, then that's easy. If not, then there's the option of having 1 associate judge elected and 1 appointed, as opposed to both appointed. So there could be a couple of different options there. So can we just say yes or no to all of them being elected?
Can we just, Austin, can you poll on whether the majority wants all of them to be elected? And if so, then there's no further discussion and I have to tweak this. But if that fails, then.
I can, but I think you should all try to remember that you want a check and a balance over the judicial branch. You want each branch to be separate but equal. So what is your check over judicial? Like in the United States, the executive nominates someone to the Supreme Court, highest court in the land, and then Congress, they affirm that. So
I don't think we should vote on it blindly like that, because if we do, we're setting it up for failure. I support the principal judge being elected, but I also recognize that the associate judges could be nominated, ratified, and then appointed by the board, because ultimately they'll be appointed by the board. They're nominated by the chair.
So
those are 2 different issues.
I'm going to call on Kim, and then we'll get all the options on the table. We'll make sure everyone understands them, make sure everyone's voice is heard, and then we'll poll on that. Kim?
So with that, would the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court still be an elected official?
Yes.
Yeah, because it'd be every person on the Supreme Court. Ryan, could you confirm that, please, for Kim? Her question was, with option 2, every judge but the Supreme Court being elected and then associate judges would be appointed, that would also mean that the chief judge on the Supreme Court, on our Supreme Court, would be elected, right?
Correct. Option 2 would be just the way I presented it and understanding it is just the associate justices. The 2 other justices of the Supreme Court would be appointed, but the chief or principal, the chief justice, would be elected, correct?
All right, so we're going to set up some polling options right now. We'll do this poll, and then we'll be finished with this for the day. We'll take a break, and we'll do agenda review. Good start. So option 1 would be every judge is elected, and Ryan proposed option 2, every judge but the Supreme Court justices, which would also include the Chief Justice, would be elected, and then we'd be appointing the associates. Is there a third option that someone wants to propose?
I'd just like to request that we poll on option 2 first, because those 2 are not mutually exclusive. I'm going to support the.
How about this? Just say option 1 or 2. Want to do that?
You're forcing people to decide that everybody has to be elected. And I don't think that's the right way to go. I think you should exhaust number 2 first, and then people who want them all elected will say no to option 2.
Or make number 2 number 1.
Right. Yeah.
I think those 2 options include everything. So option 2 clearly states that the Supreme Court would be elected, but it also clearly states that the associate judges would be.
Okay, option 1 or option 2?
Yep, so when we poll, say option 1 or option 2. Option 1, every single judge in the judicial branch would be elected. Option 2, every judge on the Supreme Court would be elected, but then the associate judges would be nominated by the OGMA, chairman, president, whatever we decide to call it, and then it would be confirmed by the board, which would become the legislative body, and all these branches of government would be working together to provide those checks and balances. So say option 1 or 2.
Kimberly Hampton.
2.
Diana,
1.
Bridget,
1.
Rob,
Two.
Sean,
1.
Larry,
1.
Kimberly Lee,
2.
Tyler,
1.
Aaron,
2.
Michael,
2.
Isaac.
2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 twos, 5 ones, 6 to 5.
So that would be option 2.
Yes.
That's 6 poll votes, and option 1 had 5. So what you guys decided is every judge on the Supreme Court, obviously including the chief judge, would be elected, but then the associate judges would be nominated by the chairman's office, president, whatever we're calling it, and that will be confirmed by this body here. So that's the direction.
So the language I have does that, so we're good with the language I
Yep.
have.
Yep.
Okay.
So we're good with that. All right, Ryan.
We're stopping for today?
We're
good?
stopping for the day.
Okay.
So you guys, I'm going to work with Lana.
successes?
So you guys, I'm going to work with Lana's schedule, and we're going to find an additional workshop to be a non-Tuesday, because this is something that we're going to have to spend a lot of time on. And if the board calendar, I don't know if it's a resolution or a motion passes tonight, that would make our first meeting January 6th, and I wanted this voted on January 6th. So if we need to, meet however often we need to meet in the month of December, that's fine, but this would be over a month out. So that's my promise to the members.
We're paid for the whole
Yep.
month.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll do agenda review. We're going to do agenda review right now. All right, so it looks like we have all of our staff here. So the first resolution that we're going to cover is continuing funding authority, governmental FY 2026, Schedule B and C budgets.
FY26 Schedule B and C budgets are still under review, so this resolution is asking the Board of Directors to provide continuing funding until these budgets can be approved by the board. This includes 201 cost centers for governmental.
Okay, thank you, Jess. Any questions or comments from the board? Isaac?
Yeah, how long are those reviews going to take?
Well, my
Can we get a
office,
commitment, a firm commitment out of this?
I would have to get with the CFO on that, but we have been working with the budget department and the CFO office to review those. I mean, hopefully we can bring them back sooner than later, but I don't have a date as of right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we shall move on to the next resolution. Thank you, Jess. And that is continued funding authority, Health Division, FY26, Schedule B and C budgets. James is listed on this, but he has a day off because his son has a surgical procedure today. Or tomorrow, I think, and he's traveling for it. So could you cover for him, please?
Yep. So Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director, covering for James Benko, CEO. Essentially, what we're coming to the board for is to ask for continued resolution of the current funding stream to not have breaks in funding and to move forward with continued resolution through March 31st, 26.
Okay, thank you, Joel. Any questions or comments from the board? Isaac?
Same question, Joel.
Yeah, that's what she said, right?
Yeah, what she said, yeah.
Essentially the same thing. I don't know if Jen has a more specific answer for us.
Health was ready to go, and then James asked for an extension, so we can ask for, I'll send the board office a message today asking for a time in January, because they've had their stuff ready to go.
It shouldn't be long then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Lana?
So we have comments all the time that, if they're ready to go, why don't we vote on it? Why don't we do it instead of that's 3 months out till March 31st. If you received them and reviewed them, why aren't they coming to the board?
Joel, could you answer that?
Well, we actually completed them. I don't think they've been, usually we go through the process in front of the board for some level of review prior to approval. I think that's what Jen's referring to, and that's scheduled for January, so it may end, I guess, technically before January, or before March.
Scheduled for January?
I believe so.
Oh.
Yes. Yep.
Perfect, thank you.
Isaac?
Hey, Joel, do you think some of this might have to do with the annex? Because I know you got a RFP posted on in Sioux Tribe purchasing.
I don't think so. I don't think it's really the annex side of it. I know there's a lot of discussions around the third party and getting that all situated, things like that prior to the review.
Which is understandable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next resolution that we'll cover is Natural Resource Division, Tribal Youth Initiative, establishment of FY 2026 budget.
All set. Hi, everyone. Danny Fagan, the Director for the Natural Resources Division. This first one is to establish an FY 2026 budget with an October 2025 start date. For Tribal Youth Initiative, this is to carry over funds. We've got a balance of less than $5,000 left. None of this is tribal support, but this will pay for materials related to the Sturgeon in the Classroom and Boat to School programs.
Any questions, comments on this from the board? All right, let's cover your next one then, which is Aquatic Invasive Species, establishment of FY 2026 budget.
Okay, this one is for, to establish a 2026 budget for our aquatic invasive species program. We currently have a staff member on this. We have the go-ahead to budget $100,000 in U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service funds to continue supporting this work, which includes control and monitoring of invasive species, fisheries-related aquatic invasive species surveys, public outreach, and cross-program coordination. This individual does a lot of work with wildlife and environmental programs as well.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next up is from ACFS. It is establishment of FY 2026 budget. And this is the USDA's budget.
Which one do you have on there first, the 2740 or?
Yes, yes, we do.
2740, that's to establish my new administrative budget of $753,135, and third-party revenue will cover the match of $273,833.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions, comments? Isaac?
What's the breakdown of the consulting and contracts? It says 60,000.
That is, that's the cost of our inventory system and certification system.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so we'll move on to your next one, which is 2745, establishment of FY26 budget.
That is USDA carryover from 25 to 26 of $60,666,000. And the match of $15,984 is again, is tribal support.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any discussion from the board? Aaron?
So I see you did our handy-dandy little third-party revenue on the other one. Was there a reason why we didn't do that over here?
I think we didn't do that one because it was just carryover from last year. We actually had leftover from carryover last year, and I got that, was actually 2740. There was a carryover of 59,000. So the part of that 59,000 is just the 15,000 that we're bringing over to cover what's left.
So was the carryover from the tribal support match requirement from the previous year? Is that why we're trying to keep it tribal support?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
this isn't a question, but I just want to update you at
Yeah.
NCAI.
Yes.
They had a Farm Bill Coalition meeting, and I pushed for reigniting the task force or the evaluation for FDIPR and STDDP, and also the SNAP. So I'm trying to activate all of the Farm Bill Coalition people to put pressure on the federal government to get those done, because if they don't do those, the STDDP could be at risk, and the SNAP option for us to implement our own SNAP, which we can easily do, might go away.
I did do research on that too, because it's currently already, Washington is already doing it, the Washington tribe out there, so.
Yeah.
I was doing some research on
So
it.
maybe it'll be reignited.
Yeah.
Okay, Isaac?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, this isn't on topic, but I'd like to congratulate Jamie since she's there on her new position.
You beat me to it. I was going to do it in the meeting. Congratulations, Jamie. Hard earned. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm excited and it's an honor.
Yeah. All right, any further discussion on this? Okay, hearing none, we shall move on then. I think that's the last one for you guys. Thank you. The next one is Governmental Human Resources Establishment of FY 2026 Budget. And our HR Director will cover that.
I'm Ashley Samuelson, HR Director for Governmental, and I'm here to seek approval for the fiscal year 2026 budget, which all includes the restructuring that we already discussed.
Okay, any questions, comments? Lana, then Isaac?
I have three, actually. So there's, with the restructure of all three of them, there's 22 employees with all three HRs now. Well,
correct.
Okay. How many did we originally have?
Like in 2023?
Yeah, in just the HR department.
I believe it was 19.
Okay, so we increased by a few. Now, it says that there is a refactoring based on changes in their job description. So I just wanted to point that out. I forgot what I was going to say on that. Third one, with this here, still must be that gas. The third one is, will any positions be eliminated that are already working at?
Yes, there already were 4 positions eliminated.
There already were 4 positions
Yes.
eliminated.
Yes.
Were
That was
were they
back in
vacant?
September that we did
Okay.
that,
Okay.
effective in October. That was we already discussed that though back in September. So this isn't anything, like, there's no new positions that are being.
Okay, that was my
Yes,
question.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Isaac?
So are you saying that some people with the refactoring are getting raises?
Yeah, that was part of the restructure when we met back in September.
I didn't know that was part of the restructure because I thought we weren't looking what the budget, the way it was, we weren't looking at raises.
Structure from the freeze.
Okay, so we should have some time at the end of this, and we can go in closed with HR if we have any additional questions regarding finances. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. Aaron?
Mine's a general comment is, so we've been back and forth over the years on our philosophy on whether we should have separate HRs and this is, well, it initially was an attempt to try to pare back what is left because at one time we had one HR that served the health center, enterprises, casino, and governmental. And now we have 3 HRs, potentially 4, because the enterprise is looking at doing something separate as well. And so I don't think I would have made that decision to fractionate them out like that. But I do think it does make sense to have them specialize in those particular areas, especially health was at a disadvantage because they couldn't hire in a more rapid way. And the same is true for enterprises. But the one thing that I'm wondering is maybe I'm requesting that this not be, like a complete thing, is that wherever there's employment services that could be operated across the divisions for economy of scale or efficiencies, we should probably look to do that. Creating separate budgets is probably telling people they don't have to do that. But it seems like now we're going to be doing a lot of the same things across the 4 divisions that are indistinguishable no matter where you're getting hired. So it seems like at some point we should be able to consolidate some of that central employment stuff. And we do have a model for this. We did office support. If anybody, I'm looking around for the old bucks and the old does in the audience. We did do that. Administrative support positions were supported through office support. Do you remember that? So it seems like if there's some employment stuff that could be done centrally or in collaboration, then we won't have to reinvent the wheel and do it at every HR. So some of the HR training, some of the cultural training could be done across the different divisions. So I'll support it, but I just think that we should look to that because by doing these separations, this is a lot more expensive than it was before. So.
Yes.
I don't know if it's more expensive. So we can ask for all the budgets and add them up, and then we can compare it with what we were paying HR government before, but I'm not convinced that it is. We can find out, though.
If you add them all up, they're going to be more.
I don't think so. Bridget?
Well, we did get an email that it shows since 2022, the cost has increased at least $500,000. For 2026, it'll be $500,000. It was about $700,000 more for this year. So it has increased with us doing 3 separate.
Well, I stand corrected, but if we were to get the CEOs from each division, they would still prefer that, and they would still prefer to pay for that out of their coffers because they've been able to hire people rapidly, and they don't have the vacancies that they have, so. But I do stand corrected if that's the case. Any more discussion on this?
Later.
Okay, so we will be closed later, okay? All right, so, let me see which one we're on right now. Where am I at here? Oh, I lost my sheet. Let me see stuff.
Right there.
Oh, there it is, okay. So that would be application to EPA Swiffer grant funding for tribal recycling and waste management planning.
Yep, with this resolution, we're asking the board for approval to apply to EPA's Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling, or SWIFR grant program, for tribes and intertribal consortia. We're hoping to advance the tribe's efforts in developing an integrated waste management plan and evaluating the feasibility of establishing a tribe-wide recycling program.
Perfect, glad to hear that. Any questions, comments from the board? Lana?
Well, back in the past, we did have every department submit a recycling program. I don't know if we monitor that, because I've only been to one recycle where I seen the recycling happening, and that was the Hessel Elders. They do recycling, because I've rinsed out, I don't know how many cans in my day.
Yeah.
So, and they took them, over to wherever. But do we monitor that with what we had in existence? Because we've done that, we've done this before, and we've had programs submit those things, and I just don't think there was ever any follow-through, really.
Yeah, I'm unsure of any past monitoring. My division doesn't do any current monitoring. I'm unsure if facilities does anything.
Okay.
I know that in the past few months, I've had many offices in a few different buildings, and we all have recycling bins, but it's like when there's a bad weather day and somebody has 45 minutes, we're running to the recycling center.
Right, okay, thank you for that.
Aaron?
I'm just going to extend it. I'm glad you raised that, because years ago when my cousin Sally worked in purchasing, she did an analysis and she showed how much money we would save in solid waste by recycling. And we did do recycling for a while, but we changed staff over the years and we got away from it. And I know that housekeeping people tell me, and this is no attack on the casino, but our housekeepers tell me that there's all kinds of plastic. Well, if you look over there right now, you're going to see a bunch of plastic in the garbage. And so, we talk about living, with Mother Earth and our waters, but then we throw plastic right there. And so it should be a law. I think we need a code that requires it, because we shouldn't be able to discretionarily just forget about it. And if you walk around right now and look at all of the garbages in the casino, you're going to see a lot of plastic in it, and it shouldn't be possible. We're a tribe. It's time for us to be honest to what we're actually protecting our Mother Earth. We talk a good talk. Let's walk the walk. So we need a code. So
Isaac?
We'll bring a code.
We as a family recycle. We have a house of 5, right, that live there. And I'll tell you, you can see when GFL comes down to pick up our garbage, we're once every 2 weeks. Everybody else is probably every week. So you do save a lot. And we're probably one of the bigger families on our street, but we only put it out every other week. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So this would be specific for planning, and I imagine that folks would be very interested in talking with those that have been around to see previous iterations of monitoring our programs.
All right, appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll move on to the next one, which is application to NFWF Healthy American Forest Initiative Program.
Yeah. Again, this is another resolution seeking approval to apply for grant funding to the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation's Healthy American Forest Initiative. This program supports watershed restoration and vegetation management on national forests. We'd be looking to do work on the east zone of the Hiawatha. The watershed priority identified that's eligible for this program is the Taylor Creek area. We're requesting permission to apply up to $2 million. However, that figure would actually be evaluated in partnership with the Forest Service, co-developing a proposal that's supported on both ends.
All right, thank you. Any questions, comments for the board? Okay, so we'll move on then to amend ADP agreement. No, I'm sorry, I skipped one. So it'd be renewal of tribal license for Sioux Tribe Youth Facility.
Good afternoon, Josh Elliott from the Legal Department. This resolution would authorize a 2026 tribal license for the Sioux Tribe Youth Facility. Since 2024, the youth facility has been operating solely under a tribal license.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Any questions, comments from the board? All right, thanks, gentlemen. All right, next resolution that we'll cover is amend ADP agreement.
Ryan's online. That's me, Austin. Sorry, this is Ryan Mills, General Counsel. I had to run home quick, but I'll be back for the meeting. So this resolution is going to update our master service agreement with ADP for our HR and payrolls and all those services that we're trying to switch over. This amendment is needed because there are other services that the tribe may want access to and the other tribal entities want access to, and the other master service agreement was limited to just 2 ADP services. This encompasses all of them, so we can pick and pay for them as we need and as needs arise. It also amends it to explicitly and expressly include the Kuwaitan Gaming Authority and the Enterprise Authority and the Housing Authority as affiliates of the tribe, because this contract is with the tribal government. So since we're separating our entities, we need to make it very clear that those entities are affiliates of our tribal government and allowed to piggyback basically off of our master service agreement. So those are the two changes that the resolution will be asking for tonight.
Okay, I appreciate it, Ryan. Questions, comments? Start with Lana.
Do we know the additional cost for this?
I don't have that offhand. I don't think it's an additional cost. I think the cost that was presented, and I can't remember the date, remains. So Bill Trevitz has given you an update, and there was a cost that he had presented at the time, and that would be the cost of this would be. It's not an additional.
Okay.
It's not an additional to what was already presented to the board at that workshop. I just don't have it in my head.
Okay, that
Lana,
makes
but I can find a number for you. But it was presented to the board.
Oh, I can follow up with Lana on that question, but I just didn't know if there was an additional cost with the additional.
No, because ADP took all of our entities and figured out approximately how many employees we have and gave us a quote. And that was what was presented to the board. Excuse me, and I don't remember that quote in the top of my head right now. But making these changes doesn't change that quote because we're still servicing the same amount of people. That's my understanding of how this will work. But I don't have that number.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. You answered it. Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Ryan. Next resolution is amending Chapter 11, Member Ordinance Fees section, and Ryan's online, and we also have Julie here.
Julie Salo, Enrollment Director. This resolution was brought to the committee, to the Enrollment Committee, and they agreed that we need to change some of our fees, and this resolution will allow the Enrollment Department to change fees at their discretion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, appreciate, Kimley.
I guess what is the thought process behind this as far as changing fees go?
Because we have, the fees have been the same for about 30 years, and things are gradually costing us more money, so we're trying to cover some expenses.
What are we looking to increase this to?
There's only 6 services that we offer that require a fee.
That's mine then.
For adult card renewals, they're currently at $5. We want to change that to $10, and that's for every 4 years, so it'd be like $250 a year. We're going to keep card replacements the same at $20. Copy of their file would go from $5 to $10. Blood quantum certifications would go from $15 to $25. There would be no change in the tuition waiver processing, and we'd like to see the new applications go from $25 to $50.
Okay, any questions, comments? Aaron?
I just want to add that this has been highly politicized in the past, but if board members feel they want to support somebody with getting their renewal, enrollment will take a check from you. I regularly make checks over and then write a check and then say just deduct it from this check. And so if you want to help people that are in hardship that need that, you're welcome to pitch in and pay for it. They'll take your money. But it hasn't changed for many years, so it won't cover the cost because we pay for part of their positions through, do we do indirect? Do you guys get indirect, or you're all tribal support?
We're all tribal support.
Oh, so it'll only offset their cost, but, so it's time.
Kimley, then Lana.
Do we know what this will offset your cost by?
I'm sorry, what?
Do we know what this is going to offset your cost by?
It's hard to say. We do get a lot of requests for blood quantum certifications, but the applications have slowed down quite a bit. We're getting about maybe 10 to 15 a week. So it's, and then people are renewing every 4 years, and kids' cards are free. So I can't really, I don't know how many people will apply next year or in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Lana?
You guys don't charge if the strip doesn't work.
No,
So we
if
get-
they are having a
heard that
problem
over
with
the
their card, they can just swap it out for free.
Right, okay, they're on to that. Then the other thing is, you have a waiver process there too, don't you? So if they don't have the means to pay for it, say they're, in hardship, and you guys are told that they're in hardship, whether it be ACFS, you guys do waive that fee from time to time?
We have waived
Okay.
fees. If there's money available, like Aaron talked about, we will use that as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We still have donations up there too, because I remember like Aaron and Betty, and I can't even remember if I did as well, but like we contribute money just in case someone doesn't have it. Like,
Yeah.
do you have any funds there right now, like petty cash for situations like that?
Well, since you mentioned it,
Yeah, pass around the collection plate, everybody. I'll throw in 100 if you guys want.
we actually just used our last $5 today.
Okay, well, next time we get together, I'll have $100 for you, and I challenge every board member to throw in $100 to your Christmas present to the tribe. Rob, then Tyler.
I just wanted to say that you did donate $100, Austin, because I dropped it off for you, and I did charge you for it.
Oh, well, thank you for doing that. Tyler?
I probably never got there, but if you, can we set up like a Venmo account or like a fund account for them or something? Something easier to get the money from donors. Like, I'd like to do this like across the tribe for different programs, but I don't carry cash. So it's just like, a lot of us don't carry cash anymore. And we would be willing to donate to stuff like this easier. Just one quick question on this is, so I know that we passed the re-enrollment, because we're now allowing re-enrollment, right? Have we seen any of those, and would that be under the typical application fee cost?
Yes, we do have one coming up, a re-enrollment. Of course, I'm doing them in numerical order, and she's coming up. But that's the only one that I know of.
Okay, no, and that would be the regular application fee cost? That would be
Yes.
the re-enrollment?
Yep.
Okay, that was my only question for like the fees, but I fully support it. I mean, you guys need to run independently, and it makes sense.
All right, so Isaac and then Rob, I'm not sure if you forgot to put your hand down, but if you did, just put it down. If it's still up, I'll assume you want to speak. Isaac?
Hey, is there any way we can eliminate the expiration date? I mean, I know most people say, hey, now I'm an expired Native American. So, I mean,
Isaac, if we did that, we would lose so many addresses. It's already a bad situation. It would make it so bad and almost impossible to keep track of people.
To piggyback off that too, Isaac, it does also help the Enrollment Commission to try to have as the Enrollment Commission, the Election Commission, excuse me, to have the best address possible to try and get people their ballots. We, from the election standpoint, do like that hook to try to help people keep enrollment database up to date. So, for what it's worth.
but Ryan, my suggestion would be to change it to a renewal date.
That sounds positive.
I got you. So
Still
just
renew, but
a little
not
sounds a little nicer. Yeah.
I'll go part ways with you, but you got to come a little my way too, right?
I misunderstood you. Yes, we could do that.
Well, I think it means more to people than being expired,
Right.
right?
Okay, anyone else? Did I miss anybody? Okay, thank you, Julie. Go ahead, Mike.
Just so we're all, we're eliminating number 5 too and putting it into number 4, correct? It doesn't say that on here, but it does cover 5 with the current code, because it currently spells out each charge, I guess.
Right.
And so we're rolling that up into just 4, so we're actually eliminating number 5. But we're also no longer putting the amount in here. So it's saying that you guys can change it with, as long as we notice the membership for 30 days. So are you going to have that posted then? Is that the intent, is to have that posted for like every year? We're just going
Yes.
to post that, and if you
Yeah.
guys need to change it, you guys can, per this new law, the way we're writing the code now.
Right. And we've
change
always
it, but you
posted
guys
our
can
fees.
change it.
Yeah.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thanks, Julie. Appreciate it. Okay, the next resolution would be awarding contract to Sault Ste Construction for Unit 3 Lodge.
So I'll speak on this. When we have any type of ceremonies or our well variety group at McCann, we have no space except for outside to have a fire. And so we want to build a lodge. It's going to be similar to Hessel. We had some elders in well variety group, and we met with Sioux Tribe Construction to talk about a location and plans to build one and what the cost would be. Normally, we don't vote on this, but because of the amount of money, nobody has signature authority, so we're asking that the board approve us to go forward so we wanted to do this before winter set in, so I'm not sure where we're going to be at, but that's
What would the funding source be?
cultural enhancement.
Okay. All right, any questions, comments? Isaac?
Hey, Bill, do they have enough in their cultural enhancement?
I was going to tell you guys that yes, they do. They absolutely have this in their fund balance.
Works for me, I don't care. So, anyone else? All right, so we'll skip that one. Go ahead.
I just want to support and reinforce it. I don't think necessarily they had to come, but I do think it's smart to ask for it so nobody can complain later, so.
We have to because we can't sign off on anything without.
Oh, yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, they got to come, because it's over 100 grand.
In my opinion, this is how cultural enhancement should be spent. It should be spent with transparency, and there's no downside to coming forward here, giving the blessing from the board of directors, or just report it somehow. Like, this is good. Rob?
Yeah, this is exactly how we did our orchard designation of funds to the Food Sovereignty Committee. I'm just going to also say that I'm going to be automatic support on any unit's cultural enhancement fund unless it's outrageous, but this is perfectly in line, so I'm definitely support.
Okay, anyone else?
Just Bill.
Bill?
Unit 3 has well more than enough to cover the cost of this project.
All right, sounds good. Sounds like an awesome project. All right, so let's move on to supporting nominations to the National Institute of Health Tribal Advisory Committee. Tyler, Kim?
I will note that I am not a sponsor on this one.
Yeah, no, he's not. So I am the sponsor on this. I am looking for support to be renominated for the National Institutes of Health Tribal Advisory Committee as the alternate for the Bemidji area. I want to say I've probably been on there as Tyler's alternate for, I don't know, a year and a half maybe? Something like that. So just looking to renew my nomination.
Okay, any questions, comments? Tyler?
Just that if we're voting on this, so it doesn't look bad for us, since a letter was already submitted for my delegate status, that you remove my portion of it and just nominate the alternate.
Okay, yep, we'll take care of that. All right, so I'm not seeing any hands up, so we will move on to, well, who's end up? Bill?
I'm sorry, I should have mentioned earlier, and Holly reminded me, there was some discussion about where to put some of the spoils from the project at McCann, and the
We talking about
consensus.
clearing land?
Yes.
Better not be in any of our woods.
They talked about needing board approval to put them near the old salt shed at the shores.
All right, so we'd have to get a resolution on and discuss it, find out if there's any environmental impact or anything.
We also have land that has nothing, which is the Lawson property that we just cleared a chunk. So there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to put it there.
Okay.
Or as some sort of fill at the Savard, so.
The reason why I think it's good to talk about is because we discovered dumping at one of our properties, probably about 10 semi-trucks filled with clutter, debris, chunks of concrete, things like that. So just a quick board discussion on it. Isaac?
Yes, I agree. I think our NDR should take a peek at it and see if there's any environmental concerns and then move from there.
So what was also dumped was garbage, and I have 100 pictures of it. So you can't burn the type of garbage that was placed there. So it's a concern of mine. But if there's no environmental issues, I'm going to support it, for sure. Yes.
The only other recommendation that I would make is maybe adding a little bit more money into the resolution, adjusting the amount, and that is because if it isn't able to be dumped there, which I believe that it would be, then that would cover everything. It would encompass all of it.
Okay. All right, guys. So that's all the resolutions that we have. So the last resolution that's been noticed is authorizing amended constitution submission for secretary election. So the sponsors and I agreed to pull this because we want to have more of a discussion. However, if we pass the proposed 2026 board calendar, our first meeting is, I believe, January 6th. Yeah. So I've told the board of directors that that's going to be the first item that we vote on in the new year's. And if they need additional workshops that aren't on Tuesdays, we can meet every single day until then. We're paid a full-time salary, so we can just be here and talk about it. Aaron, Isaac?
So I'm in agreement with, I kind of wanted to vote to see how the votes shake out today, but in the hopes that some will support what the people indicated, which was a 3-branch, I want to be really careful to do this process in a way that that the majority, well, we need 8 votes. No, we need 7 votes. We only need 7 votes. The chairman gets a vote. So I'm good with, if we're in earnest going to move forward, because if you go back in time, when I came back to office in July of 2024, I brought it up at that first meeting. We really didn't see anything happen until October, so then Rob and I put it on the agenda. And then we were supposed to meet in October. We didn't meet in October. We didn't meet in November. We did meet in January. We've had a couple of meetings, but we have not committed the time to take this seriously. And the poll did very clearly indicate that strongly the people are not supportive of doing nothing. That is not an option. And so it's time for us to move forward. So I will agree to having this come off the agenda tonight, as long as we meet whatever time it takes to get this ready so that we can vote in January at that first meeting in January. So that's a demonstration of good faith on my part. So we need to see the same thing on the side of the board. And last night we had a unit meeting, and an elder who's not politically aligned with me at all made it very clear that we should have been reading this all along. We should understand it at this point. It shouldn't be brand new. But today we did go through it in earnest. It was a good meeting today, and it was very productive. There are several things that we have to talk through to get there, but I would ask that if we are going to delay this because we need more time to review it, that we come prepared, that we don't introduce new concepts and new things, because that doesn't feel genuine to do that, and that we carefully move forward. So I will agree with that, but I'm thinking we need to meet 40 hours before January to have a good review of this. We've had it in front of us for 20 years, since 2012, since the board brought it back and asked the Elder Advisory Committee, who voted unanimously to proceed. And that's been a year and 2 months, year and 3 months since the elders told us to get moving. So we shouldn't be delaying this any further.
Okay, Isaac, then Rob, then let's get moving because we want to have a closed session with HR before the meeting starts at 5.
Okay, I revised this resolution to reflect some deliverables, and I sent it to everybody to review, so I don't want to say, hey, we haven't had a chance to talk about it. It should be, providing that Ryan reviews it, and it gets to Lana, we should be able to review it next week.
And I support. Okay, Rob? Rob, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I actually had my hand up on the last resolution, so I just left it up since then. I just had a question for legal. The question is there a
You guys,
process?
Rob's talking. You guys can speak when he's done. Finish up, Rob.
Is there a process outlined in code that tells us how appointments work? Because I've seen this done both ways, and I think that we need to be clear on what code says if there is an appointment process. I'm not going to ask questions in opposition or support of Kim, but I want to make sure that we're following a process. Simply because I have the philosophy or the understanding that the tribe really truly only votes for representation outside of our units on the chairman. And in the past, I think that the chairman did the nominations. I'm okay with it either way, but I want to make sure that we're following a process.
Brian, we had this discussion with the board, this is many months ago now at this point, where we haven't really defined that process very clearly as a tribe. And we've done it multiple ways over the years. Recently we've been doing more resolutions since I've been here, and a couple of years before I came on board. In the past, there was a law where the chair just nominated, and you look back further, then there's resolutions. So no, Rob, we don't have a very clear, codified process to how we do this, and it has ebbed and flowed over the decades. In recent years, we've been leaning more towards doing resolutions for these types of things. But it's not, we don't, as a tribe, really we haven't defined that, how we want to do it, and we're inconsistent in the way we do it.
Okay, thanks, Ryan.
All right, Aaron, then Tyler.
So I was just going to say, if you look in our past, more often than not, the chair makes the appointments. So I'm looking for a compromise and a solution tonight so we can make an appointment. There's several people sitting at this table that knows that I nominated them when I was chair, and they served in several capacities without it coming to the board of directors. So it's hypocritical if we think that that's a requirement. It isn't a requirement. It's not a requirement at the federal tribal advisories for a board vote. But if we're going to move in that direction and we're going to assert ourselves that we're not going to let appointments happen unless the board votes on it, then there might be some existing appointments that are no longer valid. So so I would hope that we can find amenable ways to do these appointments so that it doesn't become a conflict. And Ryan, I think you need to go back and look at the delegated authority of the chairperson that were not drafted up, because that is one of the vested authorities in the chair's office.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Austin. We did talk about that memo last time we talked about this with the board, and we generally agree with the legal department that this is a power of the chair that was never taken away from them, despite the change in our constitution and despite the rescinding of that old resolution that outlined the powers. So yeah, you're right, Director Payment, and we did talk about that. We did pull up that old memo. It's actually on our website, I think, even. But irrespective of that, we've still done it in multiple ways over the past 3 years, especially. So we should all get on the same page of how we want to do this going forward.
Okay, say something. So I feel as a spokesperson of the tribe, like if I pull rank, you know what I mean? Like, it's my spot, but I'm not going to fight with Kim about it. So I didn't appoint an alternate. So Tyler's the only name I put on. I didn't put on my name. And my wife isn't included in there either. So she's volunteered in that capacity, her time for the last 5 years. So she's going to focus on her profession, which is professorship at the University of Michigan. So go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, regardless of whether or not the board appoints, the director still selects at the director level for whatever position you're working for HHS. So for this would be for the Bemidji area delegate. It's not, or alternate. It's not the Sioux tribe alternate, right? So the governing bodies as well can put names forward. So all of the 35 tribes now. Well, they're not necessarily. Well, 34 tribes in the Bemidji area can represent Bemidji. But MAST can also put people forward, and so can United Tribes, and so can the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe, and so can Glitzy, because they're all governing bodies. So they can all send out nominations. So it's not just unique to Sioux Tribe. So we shouldn't really be doing resolutions for that, because they don't do resolutions for that. So I would agree on that. And the process is not given when you nominate somebody. It's a nomination. The director then selects the delegates and alternates. I have really high likelihood of being reselected. I've been on that committee for 10 years, and I've been extremely active as the delegate. So just kind of a little bit of background is that we should just do letters. I agree with the chair's authority on that.
Lana?
Well, I'd have to research, because me and Aaron are disagreeing right here, because we were talking about it. I was on NTAC, National Technical Advisory Committee, and I thought I had a resolution for that in the past, because Aaron and I couldn't see eye to eye most of the time, but he claims that. Yeah, we do. So I think it's a resolution, he thinks he appointed me, but you're right, we have to figure out what we're going to do, because even a need-to-know basis, whether you, and I'd like to, Ryan, could you send us a copy of that legal memo from Warnett about the chair's authorities? Because if that's the way we're going to go, which is majority of the board says we're going to do that, a need-to-know basis on who you're going to appoint, or even letting us know who you're going to appoint. So when a member says to me, hey, Lana, who's on this? And I could say, well, this is, until I read it on Facebook or see it in the paper, just let us know who you're nominating. Or if we don't get all the, and I'm not sure that we get them all, maybe we do, maybe we don't, what's needed out there. So that, but Mike's pretty good about sending us that if we're interested. But so, and I'd like to make it fair, so if people do want to get on them. So, but yeah, if you can shoot us that legal opinion from Warnett on the, maybe it's called the inherent authorities of the chairperson? Delegated authorities, okay. So we can all look at that again, because, so, yeah. And then.
Yeah, I think it's inherent is how we're not.
Inherent, yeah.
But I'll pull it up again, and when I get back to my computer, and I will send it to you guys tonight.
Okay, and then the other thing is, Isaac, you just snapped and said that, told me to look at my emails.
I didn't snap.
What email did you send that you were referring to?
I surely didn't snap. If I snapped, you would surely know if I snapped.
What is the email you were referring to?
Actually, I sent the email, the revised resolution, an email to Lana and Ryan. Once Ryan reviews it, then Lana will submit it.
Okay, so we didn't get it yet.
No.
So I accept your apology for saying that it's in our email and for snapping at me.
I will review that tonight as well, and then send the whole board any comments I have on that draft version.
All right, guys, so I passed out a resolution. I'm asking you guys to waive the rules to add it. So it's basically just to purchase some bison with the donation that Henry Boley provided us through his company, Indian Energy. So this would be the third time that he donates money to the Sioux Tribe for this purpose. The first year that we got it, I'm trying to think where we purchased bison, the Oneida Nation. We purchased 3 bison from the Oneida Nation. The second year, we purchased them from a private farmer in Wisconsin. But predating those donations that Henry gave us, we received a donated bison from the Prairie Island Indian community outside of Minneapolis free of charge, so something we're really proud of. So it's been pretty difficult trying to find bison farms that have been affordable and that have been willing to sell us bison. With the food security issues, with the government shutdown and SNAP benefits being impacted, most of the tribes that have it don't want to sell it. I reached out to Prairie Island. They don't want to donate or sell any. Same thing with Oneida. They're reserving those herds for their membership. So I found a farm through word of mouth that's not owned by a tribe, but it's owned by a tribal citizen out there, member of the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation. He's a Lakota elder named Fred Dubray. So his daughter is named Elsie Dubray, and she's considered like a food sovereignty expert. Like she's Stanford University educated, things like that. And this is a really big farm. Like it's 50,000 acres. Is it 50? I think they have 50,000 acres. And it'll also be the cheapest that we've ever bought bison before. So there isn't an IRS attached to this, but we'd be paying $3,000 per bison. And then Maurer's Little Meat Shop, who's processing the deer for the venison drive in Unit 1 with their cultural enhancement funds, been agreeable to process them at $750 per bison. But before they do, a mobile processor in South Dakota will take the heads, skins off, quarter them, and they would charge us $250. That would make every bison that we get harvested, processed, wrapped, $4,000, and we're going to buy 3 of them, which is what we've been doing, and that would equal $12,000. Henry's donation was $15,000, so we would basically use that remaining $3,000 to put gas in a motor pool vehicle to get out there and pick it up. So you get about I want to say we would have over 1,000 pounds of meat, and then that would be equally distributed amongst the different elder programs throughout the service area. So if anyone has any questions about this, fire away. I submitted the information to get a resolution created a few weeks ago, but with everything that's going on in the legal department, just forgot to put it on the agenda. So any questions?
That was my bad. Awesome, sorry.
No worries. Mike?
I would only add that if we're going to put it on, like, I think that should reflect on the resolution, we're going to go up to X amount and then identify the funding source, like the donation from IE.
Yeah.
And I think that should be on the reso.
Yeah, we can motion to amend it to reflect that, and this won't cost a penny in tribal support. Bill, don't cut any checks that dip into tribal support. This is 100% Henry's donation. You don't need to get up for it. I'm just letting you know. So, okay, perfect. Bridget?
Well, I just hope going forward that we do have discussion when we get donations on how the money's spent, because there may be other ideas that people have or other type of programs. What about the meat also going through USDA to those families that get it?
So Henry donated this for this purpose. I have a letter from him on letterhead. He stated, and I'm paraphrasing, use this money to provide indigenous food to supplement the elder program. So I had him submit it so there wouldn't be any questions about him using it for this when we had different options. So that's the only reason why it's being used for that.
Like you said, this has been happening for a couple years, and it just got done somehow. There's been drums given that we had no say in. I just think that when something's given to the tribe, it should be a board discussion about what happens with it.
We can talk about it, but sometimes things are donated specifically to my office with writing, give this to the members. So I've gotten, I think, 2 drums from Henry Bully. In addition to donating $15,000 per year, he's given 2 drums every single year for a little while as well. I think last year he donated one to the Sugar Island Powwow, and they raffled it to just create funds for, different powwow programming. But this last year, since he donated them to my office to be able to provide to the community, I provided one of them to Michael Hatch, and then I provided the other one to the Escanaba Elder community. So once you guys have a drum group in place, you guys will have that drum. So someone wants to donate to my office and say, hey, distribute this, I'm going to do it. So it's just the way it goes. Aaron?
But I appreciate, so there's no Buffalo investigation that I had to go through. I just want to call your attention that we did get an update from ACFS that the one resolution that is 2745, that we can use third-party revenue instead of travel support. So if we could change that on that resolution.
Perfect, yeah. If you can make note to motion to amend it to reflect that, that'd be awesome.
Okay.
All right, so let's get into appointments. So there's a request to appoint Lionel White Jr. to the Cultural Committee, a request to appoint Carl Frazier to the Unit 2 Nobbenway Elder Subcommittee, a request to reappoint Diane Campo and Francis Hank to the Health Board. There's a request to appoint Aaron Paymont to the Higher Education Committee, and then a request to put Sarah Archer on the Housing Commission. Any questions or comments on that? And I'd like to remind everyone that we want to have closed with HR, and we have 17 minutes to do so. Aaron?
I'll just clarify that for both the Higher Ed Committee and the Housing Commission, that those both come with unanimous support from the respective committees.
Okay, yes, they were. So any other questions, comments? And we will break to go into close to have that conversation, and then when we open it, will be meeting time. All right, let's go closed. Call this regularly scheduled meeting to order. It is 5:05 PM. Before we get started, I'd like this whole room to stand in a moment of silence. We had two recent deaths in our tribal community. The first is Liz Yun. She's the mother of my executive assistant, Elaine. And the second was a child, Wyatt Barr. Both of them extremely sad, so I want this room to give them a moment of silence.
One step at a time.
Paul Nealis just passed away as well, so let's give them the moment they deserve.
More sustainable and a life that was more close to Earth.
And Greenfield.
Thank you. All right, we will start with roll call, please.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel, she did advise she'd be absent this evening. Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. Okay, any objection to?
Kim Gravel?
Yeah, you beat me to it. So any objection to excusing Kim Gravel from tonight's meeting? I think she had like an appointment or something very excusable. Okay, so hearing no objection, her absence will be excused. I'd now like to ask the board whether or not there's any issue waiving the rules and adding the following resolution that we talked about at the tail end of agenda review. It's titled Approving Bison Purchase. Any objections? Okay, so we shall add that, and that will be the first item that we talk about today. Not the first item, but the first item under resolutions. All right, so with that, we have invocation with traditional medicine.
Oh my gosh. Covered in snow. A process Jill Warren has followed for almost 30 years to make her first.
Yeah,
And then we go
Ooh, all right. That's it, hot on the go.
and come through to push the snow out.
Eventually, we'll kind of choreograph it all and put it in the back end.
Sales representative Safran Hammond says his job is more than just selling cars to customers.
Together, nobody's really slacking off. Everybody's putting their away.
Nahabuju, can we aik? Bisugo nongo yanin, mawiyawina wan nongo. It's, I'm a little bit proud today. Quite often, we get rocked. Sometimes we get bruised. And it catches us off guard. And this time of year is very delicate, very sensitive for the festive season coming forth. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to make my way out to out that way towards Marquette and visit the opening of their health resource and community over there. And I always said that it was 2/3 of the way to Bad River. The Sioux is 1/3. So from Sudbury, if you get to Sudbury to the Sioux, that's 1/3. And if you get to from Sudbury to Marquette, that's 1/3. And then you get from Marquette to Bad River, that's 1/3. But yesterday I had a chance to reflect, I guess, on the miles I've put in traveling around, understanding, I guess, the purpose of the little bit that I do, and really compare it to the whole bunch that everybody else does. And sometimes I myself don't appreciate that when people, you know, the police officers that come out every night and leave their homes the veterans that left their homes when they were kids and they came back as adults, or they didn't come back at all. The kids that went to boarding schools, the survivors, the adoptees. At the end of the day, we're all survivors in one way or the other. And sometimes we forget the unified power that we could have as Aboriginal people, not only of Bob Outing, but Aboriginal people in North America. In my mindful, crazy thoughts of driving around on Sunday, America, both in Canada and the United States, is the Middle East. And we don't realize that. The original peoples of the Middle East, they've been at a war a very long time. And they call it a civil war amongst their humans, their original peoples. And then when you look around the other parts of the world, they too have that same civil war going on. And we've been in a civil war for over 500 years. And it's always earth-related. When you look at global recession, global economy, and stock market failure and bottom dollar out, it's always been the original peoples of Turtle Island that feed that stock market, feed the economy. And I think we as a fisherman, we as a homemaker, we as leaderships, sometimes we abandon the original fire of our sacredness. And our sacredness is what ignites the spirit of responsibility when it comes to being who we're meant to be. And I had a chance to reflect on that coming back from Marquette yesterday, about wondering how we assess that every day, how we de-criticize that every day, and how we embrace that in a different light to really understand how lucky we are in the power of that self-empowerment, to being lucky and maintaining and being consistent. And my grandmother, Adeline, she said, it's impossible to keep everybody happy, but you don't always have to keep people mad. And that's how I raised my kids. It was impossible to keep them all happy, but I all raised them pretty mad. Because I think we have to be that, because being kind is what got us where we are today. But when we were younger, we had strict rules. So I just want to share that as an opening about really embracing the fire that we're given responsibility for. And be the change to change it, but be kind doing it. Those ones that lost community members, family members, that young boy I hadn't met, but I've been away all last week, and that's the first guy I heard about when I got here from an elder here in this community. He shared with me about that young boy leaving. And so I want to sing this song about coming back home and then standing strong for being home, at home. No, bonjour. Bajui at the Aga, my middle, can I winning on diet, Mamma winning where's me go on and Mr. Go by Bedab and can I get winning again up and can I get winning in Kian and all the gum way. Mamma was no day winning in on das going in Target. Was the boy on ing, Mamma no was to go on swimming. Mamma get in the Shom Jesus, Mamma get go come Jesus, Mamma get Arjanese, Mamma get non go stuck. Mamma get in the Zabway, Mamma get in the Zabway guy. Ne winne yane, ne winne yane, and I yane, Mamma get yane. Sasawanige, Andanige, ya, and Danige, ya, Mamma-nige, yane. And I yawn we warm down we begin what begin ya Saswage got me on yam Saswanige on a minute yam Zagwege got no nane Akiane and Danege ya we begin Zagayane, Zagwigayane, Yandegayamane, Mishkunin and Gabnigaya, Mabindane, Nishnapeya, Mishkundane, Abwigayane, and Danigayam. Mishkun and God when they get I got begin to snub him the end in is standing strong for everybody around the nest, around home. And Mr. Go when them go on and Mommy get you and them go. We get to go at me in. Is I'm always really happy to be a part of this. But I'm also respectful to the spirit here. Bewitch.
Thank you, Gerard. We really appreciate it. So now we're on to agenda review. On today's agenda, we have membership participation, minutes from 11:18 to 25, and the following resolutions. We have approving bison purchase, CFA governmental FY26 Schedule B and C, CFA Health FY26 Schedule B and C, NRD Tribal Youth Initiative FY26 budget, NRD Aquatic Invasive Species FY26 budget, ACFS USDA 2740 FY26 budget, ACFS USDA 2745 FY26 budget, Governmental Human Resources FY26 budget, Apply EPA Swiffer Grant Recycle / Waste Planning, Apply NFWF Healthy America Forest Initiative, Renew Tribal License Sioux Tribe Youth Facility, amend ADP Agreement, amend Chapter 11 Membership Ordinance Fees, award contract to Sioux Tribe Construction for Unit 3 Lodge, support nominations, National Institute of Health, and under new business, we have 2026 board calendar, committee appointments, and board concerns. Yep, so motion by Isaac.
Second.
And support by Lana. Any discussion on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted, which brings us to membership participation. So if members would like to address the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors, this is the opportunity that we afford them. If members would like to speak to us, there's a handful of rules associated with that. no profanity, no singling out individual board members, no yelling. You're limited to 5 minutes just because we don't know how many people want to speak to the board of directors, and we have staff here, and it's already after 5 o'clock. So those are the general rules. If there's a sensitive topic, you can request for it being closed. Otherwise, I just have the discretion to place it into closed because there's some issues that every single member of the Sioux tribe shouldn't be privy to. So with that, we have some from Clarence.
Yeah, there's 5 here. So this person is on.
All right, so we will start with Derica McLeod. She is online right now. Derica, if you'd like to speak to us, now is the time.
Ani, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Ani bojo sigani ko indigenous cause kun hojikaning minwa bounting in donjaba nin kinamage kwe ojuboyo de anda. Hello, my name is Derica McLeod. I'm a tribal citizen, mother of 3, special education teacher, and advocate for our tribal youth and individuals with special needs and exceptional needs. I'm here to advocate on the behalf of individuals with special needs, particularly speech and language communication needs. I'm advocating to seek funding and support from the tribe to assist tribal members in purchasing augmentative and alternative communication tools, commonly referred to as AAC devices, to support communication needs. These AAC devices, also commonly referred to as talkers, require specialized software, programming, and technology, and it usually is like on the iPad. With that being said, I'm seeking support to help pay for my 3.5-year-old son Cedar's AAC talker device that he needs due to having early childhood developmental delay and significant speech and language communication delay. Even with my insurance partially covering the talker device, I must pay $840 out of pocket. And so this isn't really just about Cedar. When I reached out to the education department, PRC, and other tribal programs, no one could really agree on like what program could potentially help me. And I've been seeking support and asking questions and looking for assistance since mid-September, when a team of special education teachers, school psychologists, assistive technology specialists, speech and language pathologists, and myself, we all collectively agreed that my son Cedar would benefit from the opportunity to use a talker device. And again, this isn't just about Cedar. I'm requesting funding for his device, but I'm also here asking on behalf of the youth and individuals who have been told no in the past, and to hopefully ensure that future families in need will be easily granted the assistance they deserve when requiring and requesting funding for AAC tools and other educational and medical devices. I strongly believe that there needs to be a policy change within PRC and potentially the education department to ensure that our tribal youth have access to these critical educational, medical, and developmental tools. And when insurance doesn't cover it, I would like to see our tribe help pay for these tools. I would like to see some further education provided to all parties related to making these decisions so that when parents of children with special needs or even individuals with special needs themselves reach out to the tribe for support, they are met with more compassion and understanding than I feel I have been met with over the past few months of seeking support. Miigwech for your time and consideration. I look forward to hearing from you and seeing our tribal youth get the support they deserve to share their voices. Miigwech.
Thank you, Derica. I'll give you a call tomorrow morning, and we'll go over the different resources that the tribe has and different options, okay?
Awesome. I appreciate your help.
Yep, no worries. All right, next up, Sheila Berger.
Good evening. I just want to make one quick comment on the survey that was sent out and the discussion that you guys had today in the workshop. I saw some of it, not all of it. But I just want to say that, and I know that somebody was put on the spot today at the workshop about the quoting 52% of the membership wanted a 3-branch government. Yes, we understand that there was only 3,600 ballots received, and of those, 57% wanted a 3-branch government. I'm here to say, please honor what your membership wants. I also heard that you had reservations and wanted to know what each unit, how each unit voted. Does it really matter? You're here supposed to be supporting all membership. Doesn't matter what each one said in your unit. You should adhere to what your membership has requested you to do. Second issue, I would like to propose a new platform for an appeal board. And not just me, but there's other members that have contacted me that would like to see a change on the appeal board. From an ex-employee standpoint, I feel that there could be several improvements made on the appeal board. One, I don't feel that any board member should be sitting on an appeal board at all for any circumstances. You guys are privy to way more information than the general population is, and it's unfair to that employee to sit in front of you. I could go on with my own experience. I'll keep it to myself at this point. General membership doesn't need to know what I went through when I had an appeal in front of the appeal board. I also think that, as far as I know, it's still 5 members. I think it could stay at 5 members. I also think that you should take 3 membership citizens outside of your work environment, and then 2 employees that are non-managerial employees, unless, of course, your appeal has had to do with managers. Because again, managers sitting over somebody that is not a manager or that caliber has a set idea of how they're going to vote. I don't think that's fair. I've been working on this for the last, I don't know, since I worked for the chair, in the chair's office. So I know that's over 10 years ago. I would like to see this change. As an ex-employee having to face that appeal board, I felt it was very unfair. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Appreciate it. Next up, Sage Sawyer. Okay, do you mind if we do this one at the end? I'm sorry, I didn't see close. That way we can put everyone on. Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, next up, Jackie Minton. You just have to use your microphone, Jackie.
Bonjour, Jackie Minton. Today I was listening to the Zoom meeting and making decisions about separation of powers, and I noticed that you did call someone up and kind of, well, just asked for what his views were or what he remembered about the Constitution Committee. And I would like to request that the board ask all members of the Constitution Committee if they would like to come and attend the meeting so that you could hear what everybody has to say, because not everybody remembers it in the same way. And I'm not asking for you to say, oh, we're going to give you a stipend, we're going to pay for all your travel. No, if you can attend, can you please come and attend? That way, if you had some questions, you'd be able to ask us. I'm not asking for any pay or anything like that, just that you would hear everybody's point of view, because I just think that would be fair and that would be right, to hear everybody's point of view.
Okay, thank you, Jackie.
Which?
Next up, Phil Martin.
Hello there, my name's Philip Martin. You've already heard quite a bit about the survey. I don't think I have to say anything else. I'm hoping sooner than later we come up with a decision on this. It costs us a lot of money to send this survey out to begin with. If it was only a slap in the face, that's not right to the people of this tribe. And we got to do better than that. Next thing I'd like to ask is, can I see, or can the people of this tribe see an audit of all the tribal properties so we can see what one isn't making money and what one is? All right? I think that was another slap in the face, how we just we took one, threw it down the road, and everything else got approved. That's wrong. Aren't we better than this? I thought we were. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it, Phil. And next up, Vicky Carr-Walden.
Thank you for letting me come and speak today again. I think everybody knows me. I'm Vicki. I'm from Unison. Y'all know what I do. So what I wanted to speak today on is, and this is actually a discussion that I had with my son earlier, is it appears that our tribe is going in the right direction. Is everything going that way? No, it's not. But at least for the majority of the time, it's going in the right direction. We are, housing is getting, our views on what we need for housing is being addressed. Cultural activities seem to be being addressed. Elders have been addressed. Our kids are doing, fairly well. Medical center is doing well. By the way, I hear lots of complaints about the dentist, and let me tell you, I go see the dentist in Manistee. He thought my dental issue that I was going to have was going to take 5 appointments. He finished the whole entire process in 3. No traveling to Manistee in December. So it's a great thing that that y'all listen to us, because again, it's not perfect, but what in life is, really and truly. So I think that we're all heading in the right direction. That being said, there comes down to the elephant in the room, the separation of powers. And yep, Phil's right. Lots of money got spent to send out that survey. And I guess the good reason that was sent out, because you really did care about what we had to say. And so it doesn't come down to any one person's opinion at all. It's not a popularity contest either. It's called what our membership is asking for. And yep, I didn't realize until just a few moments ago, it was 53%. Did I get that number right, by the way? So 53% of people said in our membership that they wanted a 3-branch government. And no matter what I want personally, or what anybody else wants personally, it's the collective group of us that have spoken. And so just as much as y'all have listened to us on other items, and as a tribe, we're moving forward on that, then why can't we just move forward on what we're asking you to do? Doesn't mean you have to agree to it. It just means that you have to take the collective voice of what is being said. Yep, you listened to my concerns that we needed a new barn for powwow. It's now sitting in the casino parking lot so we could move things in. We needed more meals. Marquette now has a beautiful place. They have a beautiful medical center. If we can do that, why can't we just put everything else aside and say the membership has spoken? For 15 years, it has spoken, and this is what they said. So I ask you, please listen to us about this. Is it going to be 110% right? Probably not. There's probably going to be a lot of ups and downs. There's some of those speed bumps are going to look like you're off in a Baja, race or something. But it's attainable. We just have to be positive about it and move forward. So what else would you like the membership to tell you? I'm not sure what that answer is. I've spent time contemplating this. My son and I speak about all this stuff a lot. By the way, he's very inspired by you. He's in Vegas now, and he's actually, him and his family are volunteering their time at the local tribe that's out in that area. So we as a tribe have done really well as far as he goes and as far as our family goes. So please, I deplore you, listen to us now. And Austin's already done this, so I have to say, miigwech, and thank you.
Appreciate it, Vicki. Thank you so much. All right, so I have one last membership participation form, and it's been requested to be held in closed. So unless you are Lana Stewart, Ryan Mills, and some staff in the back, I'm going to ask all the members to leave. It should take no more than really 5 minutes, and then we'll bring you guys back in for the meeting. go ahead and get started. So, the item that we're currently on are minutes from 11:18 to 25, so I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Lana, seconded by Bridget. Any discussion on these minutes? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. First resolution then would be approving bison purchase.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby approves the purchase of bison meat from Boubray Buffalo Ranch in South Dakota. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby approves Leader Charges Mobile Processing Unit with Mowers Little Meat Shop as processors for the bison meat. Be it finally resolved, the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to sign any and all necessary documents to effectuate the intent of this resolution.
Okay, so I'm the sponsor of this. We talked about this in agenda review. Well, I need a motion in a second first, sorry. So motion by Tyler, seconded by Aaron. So this is just to purchase some bison with a donation that was made by Indian Energy. So for the last couple of years, they've donated to us instead of paying us to attend events like ribbon cuttings and things like that. And we've used that money to supplement our elder meal program with indigenous meat sources such as bison. So last year, we got it from a private farm in Wisconsin. Year before that, we purchased 3 from the Oneida Nation. Before that, the Prairie Island Indian community donated 1 to us. So there isn't an IRS associated with this, but as I broke down, this would be the cheapest bison that we purchased as of yet, aside from the one that was given to us by Prairie Island. So if anyone has any questions, fire away. Kim?
Are you going to add how we plan on obtaining that?
Yeah, so they don't bring the bison to a slaughterhouse at this ranch because these are indigenous animals and they don't want to kill them in a factory farm setting. So what they do is they have the people who are purchasing the bison harvest them right on site, which according to the owner of this ranch, who's a Lakota elder, falls more in line with this tribe's cultural practices. At the end of the day, this is a very big farm and those are very big animals, so if you try to corral them, someone can get hurt.
And 3 tribal members are going out to?
Yes, yep.
That's, I guess, what I was referencing.
Yeah, so what I want to do this year is I've hand-selected 3 tribal members. One's a veteran, one is a tribal youth, one's a tribal elder, and what we want to do is see if this is a good fit for the tribe, because if it is, we'll just continue to buy bison from this farm. And if it is a good fit, then we're going to advertise this as a cultural opportunity to our members. So we're not only improving food security by purchasing these for our elders, but we'd also be potentially entering into a lottery for a hunt where we'd also be providing a cultural opportunity. So it's important to note that because we have a budget deficit, that not a single cent of this is going to be spent with tribal support. It's all going to be spent with a donation from Indian Energy.
Thank you.
Okay, Aaron.
I just want to say I appreciate you doing this. There's no downside to this at all. It should be easy for us to support. In '08, the BIA approached us because some buffalo got out of the herd, and I did a poll. We sent an email to the board. The board refused to respond, and I asked if we could go and harvest 2 buffalo, and they wouldn't respond, so I paid out of pocket. I paid for staff member salaries for those days. I paid for them to go and get the buffalo. I paid for the slaughter of the buffalo, and we got more than 2. I didn't realize how much meat that was. Every refrigerator in the tribe was full of buffalo meat. That led to an investigation. The board voted on an investigation. It's just ridiculous. When we try to do something good for our people, we should all be doing that ourselves and jumping in and supporting. So I support and I appreciate you doing this and feeding our people. Just like Feeding America was tried to make that into some kind of controversy too, or the homeless shelter to give housing to our people. And all I can say is welcome to my world. For some people, nothing you do is ever going to be right, but you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart, and I appreciate that.
Okay, Lana.
You know, when we first heard of this last week, I thought it was a good thing. I still think it's a very good thing, and I appreciate you doing that. So to display that there's any kind of, ill will or to tarnish it already, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Let it go as a good thing. We did talk about it last week, and you did describe who would be getting it, who would be hunting, that you did have that selection in place when you talked to us. I support it. I support that they gave the money for that reason, and next year will be a lottery. You explained all that, so it is a very good thing. Mike had asked earlier today that we put that in a budget form so that we know how much is there. It's $15,000. You explained everything to us, so it is a good thing. So I just want to, on the opposite side of that, I just want to say it is a good thing, and we don't have to make it a bad thing.
Mike?
And that was the part that I was going to add, is that whenever we do these resolutions, it should include that. So I would do a motion to amend stating that it goes up to the $15,000 from the Indian Energy donation consistent with its donation parameters, and that there's no effect on tribal sport.
Absolutely. So Henry donated $15,000 for the Sioux Tribe for this purpose. And even though we're hearing that this is supported, I got to cover my butt. So I got a letter from Indian Energy stating that this is for this purpose. And as Bill Conley reminded me, on the memo section of the check, it says bison purchase. So there's really not a whole lot of flexibility. But to break things down for you guys, this farmer is going to charge $3,000 per bison. His neighbor has a mobile processing unit, which is going to take the head, the hide, quarter them up. He's going to charge $250 per bison for that. And then when we get them back to town, we're going to bring them to Mauer's Little Meat Shop, who's the only state licensed processor in Chippewa County, to my knowledge, and he's going to process them after deer season at $750. So you add all that up, each bison costs $4,000. We're going to buy 3, which is what we've been doing. That will come out to $12,000. The last 3 bison that we got from Wisconsin cost $15K total. So the idea is to use the remaining $3,000 to put gas in a couple motor pool vehicles and bring it back. So those are the costs associated. I didn't draft a resolution. I asked the legal department to do it, and I think they just got busy and just forgot about the RIS.
You made a motion to amend.
Oh,
I'd like to second Mike's motion.
Oh, sorry about that. Getting ahead of myself. So, all right, so there's a motion to amend to state that it won't go over $15,000. Tribal support won't be used, 100% Indian Energy's donation. And then, if there's anything left over, we'll come back here. We'll figure out what we can do with it.
And
Okay.
seconded it.
Yep. So we'll vote on the amendment. So all those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, the motion to amend passes. Now we're on the main resolution. Any further discussion? Okay, we don't need a roll call because it's under 50,000. So all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. That brings us to our second resolution, which is CFA Governmental FY26 Schedule B and C.
Now, therefore, be resolved that the Board of Directors approves continuing funding for the attached cost center list for fiscal year 2026 at their 2025 spending limits for a period not to exceed March 31st of 2026.
Okay, motion by Aaron. And supported by Bridget. Jess?
The purpose of this resolution is to allow for the continued operation of Schedule B and C cost centers until the FY26 budgets are approved. There's a total of 201 cost centers in Schedule B and C.
Perfect. Any discussion from the Board of Directors? Going once? Go ahead, Tyler.
I just have a question for our CFOs. Would this be approval based on the approved 2025 budget or the actual cost through March 31st of 2025?
The amended.
Yeah, it would be based on 2025 spending levels.
The actual spending levels?
Budgeted. Budgeted.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly, oops, she's not here. Isaac.
He's not here.
Oh. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next resolution is CFA Health FY26 Schedule B and C.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors approves continuing funding for the attached cost center list for fiscal year 2026 at their 2025 spending limits for a period not to exceed March 31st of 2026.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler.
Support.
Supported by Larry. Joel?
Good evening, everyone. Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director, representing CEO Banco tonight. I'm here to respectfully ask the Board of Directors to pass a continuing resolution for the Health Division's budget through March 31st of 2026, so we don't have any impacts of current services that are being provided.
Appreciate that, Joel. Any questions or comments from the Board of Directors? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate it. The next resolution is NRD Tribal Youth Initiative FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget for Tribal Youth Initiative with federal BIA revenue of $4,779.07, no effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler and support by Mike. Danny?
Hi, everyone. Danny Fagan, Director for the Natural Resources Division. As explained, we'd like to carry forward remaining funds from a BIA-specific program for tribal youth initiatives. Specifically, this budget will support our Sturgeon in the Classroom and Boat to School efforts with local schools.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. We can roll call, please?
Nope.
No?
You don't need to do a roll call.
Oh, is it under? Okay, my bad. Well, we'll do it through consensus then. So all those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thanks, Danny.
Sorry for my curtness.
No, it's all right. All right, so the next one would be NRD Aquatic Invasive Species FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget for aquatic invasive species with federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife revenue of $100,000, no effect on tribal support.
Motion. Support.
Motion by Tyler, support by Larry. Danny?
We're looking to establish a single-year Fish and Wildlife Service Great Lakes Restoration Initiative budget. Again, this will contribute to control and monitoring of invasive aquatic plant species, fisheries aquatic invasive species surveys, public outreach and education, as well as cross-program coordination with fisheries, wildlife, and environmental programs.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the Board of Directors? Start with Tyler.
Just, so there's invasive species, plant life, but have you guys had any effect, or are you looking into the effect on sea lamprey with the reduce in staff in the Marquette area?
I think our fisheries assessments generally look for impacts of sea lamprey whenever we do any of our commercial assessments.
Are we looking for funding to help offset that as well?
To my knowledge, we don't have any lamprey-specific funding that we've applied for recently. But again, I've been in this position since August.
You're doing a great job. Thanks.
Yep.
Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yep.
Rob.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Carried.
Yeah, motion carries.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Danny. Have a good night. The next resolution is ACFS USDA 2740 FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget for USDA with federal USDA revenue of $753,135 and third-party revenue of $273,833.81.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Isaac, support by Tyler. Jamie, Cheryl?
Hi, I'm Cheryl McCurchie, USDA Director. This just establishes our 2026 administrative budget.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Aaron.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yep.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is ACFS USDA 2745 FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget for USDA with federal USDA revenue of $60,666.67 cents and tribal support of $15,984.66 cents.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler, support by Isaac.
Motion to amend from tribal support to third-party revenue per the email that we were sent.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend, which is supported by Aaron. Any discussion on the proposed amendment? Aaron?
I want to thank staff for when I asked that question, for going to find out the answer and saving us tribal support, because that took a little bit of effort, but we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, then let's vote on the amendment. All those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries on the amendment. That brings us back to the main resolution. Any further discussion?
I think they still got to present it.
Oh, you guys haven't presented it? My bad.
That's
Go ahead. Tyler's throwing me off over here.
I'm fine with that. This is just bringing our 2025 carryover money into 2026 to create a budget.
All right, thank you, Cheryl. Any questions, comments? All right, roll call, please.
Lana? Yes. Rob?
Yes.
Michael? Yes. Larry?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, the next resolution is Government Human Resources FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget for governmental human resources with tribal support of $602,593.14 cents and indirect of $473,466.04 cents.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac. Supported by Bridget. Ashley?
Ashley Samuelson, HR Director for Governmental, and I'm just here seeking approval for the fiscal year 2026 budget.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions, comments from the board? Aaron?
I have a recommendation, and I said it earlier today. I'm not sure that I would have went down the route with just fractionating the HRs, because it is costing us more now, significantly more. But I do appreciate the part why the board did it, because then we can specialize and focus with health versus governmental versus EDC versus casino. So I do like that part. But what I'm wondering is, I'm worried about missing some detail with like cultural training at the beginning. And I'm wondering if there's some common training across all of the HRs that we could collaborate, because I think that will save resources. So obviously not every HR now can hire a cultural trainer. So if we could share those resources and any common items, that really would make sense. It's economy of scale for the common issues. So I think we should have analyzed that and did that, up front, but we didn't do it that way. So, but I support it.
Thank you.
Isaac?
Yeah, I got a question for Holly about the indirect. Promise I'll be easy on you. So in the audit committee and tax committee, we reviewed the indirect, and there was $0 spent at that time. So this shows that this is the back end of the budget, so that 430-some thousand, right? Now the indirect will show that, right? And you'll probably have more coming up before the end of the year.
Yeah, I'm just going to pull this budget up here real quick, but so there has been some indirect brought into this, but there will be more backfilling into this with tribal support, for sure, yes.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Isaac?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Lana? Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Carried.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is apply EPA Swiffer Grant Recycle/Waste Planning.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Natural Resources Division to apply for up to $260,000 in U.S. Environmental Protection Agency funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute all documents, contracts, and subcontracts as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Okay, motion from Isaac
Support.
and support from Kim. Danny?
All right, with this resolution, we're seeking approval to apply to the Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling, or SWIFR grant program. This would be a planning project that would support a scientist for 2 years in the development of an integrated waste management plan for the tribe. One thing that I failed to mention in an agenda review is that we specified that we'd like to start with Chippewa and Mackinac counties as the pilot.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Any questions, comments from the board? Isaac, then Aaron.
Hey, like Danny, like I was talking earlier, our family chose to recycle, and just doing the recycling, I see a huge difference in just the waste that we don't have to throw away now. So like most people on the street, we're a family of 5. We put our garbage out every other week. Most people put it out every week. So there is a huge difference in savings for waste. So I applaud you for doing this. Thank you.
Okay, Aaron, then Lana.
Yeah, so I want to, I mentioned earlier that our previous purchasing director, a long time ago, pushed for recycling, and then she enumerated the savings, and I remember it was 20%. All the stuff we were throwing in the garbage, it was 20%. But that's because we were focused on it at the time, we were motivated at the time. We all claim we're walking, the traditional path and protecting Mother Earth and our waters, and yet we throw garbage, and we could walk right over there and see plastic in the garbage bin right now. So I think we need to take another step to make it a requirement. So I know that's not what this is doing, but we do need, and I'd like to collaborate with legal to draft up a recycling code to require the tribal organization to recycle, because otherwise we're still going to see plastic. If you walk around right now, go look in the garbage, you're going to see a bunch of plastic in the garbage, and that needs to stop. So otherwise we're talking the talk, but we're not walking the walk.
Understood, and we could build that into our planning process if selected for funding. I was looking on Zoom to see if Robin Bouchard, our environmental program manager, is online. If she is, she's probably taking notes. So.
Okay, Lana?
Yeah, and like I mentioned this afternoon, Danny, in the past, the board did pass legislation for a recycling project for each department, and they had to submit those recycling plans. I'm not real sure if everybody did it, but I am quite sure that Hessel, Alder Cooks did it because they still practice it today. And then the tribal members that do work there said, nobody else does it, but we do it. So just to help you in your job to make it easier, that's something that you should get your fingers on. So some of that work's already done for you, and I do appreciate this, but try to get that information because there should be quite a few out there already. So,
awesome.
Tyler?
Would this grant application go tribal-wide, beyond the Sioux? Because we have access to recycling services in the western end that I know that we're not utilizing.
And you probably have access to more in the Marquette area than we do in Chippewa County.
Yeah, and so it doesn't make sense to me, we're not having, bins automatically put at our new facility. I'm taking cardboard home to recycle it.
I think our intention is that this would apply, same, my car, is that this would apply across the tribe, and not only governmental entities, but something I've been thinking about, and I'm not sure if we'll have to look at the requirements for this program, but food waste too, as we think about food sovereignty and composting. Yeah. I think there's opportunities, whether we're thinking about landfills, recycling, compost, and
that's great, because we also have a composting pickup in Marquette.
Right, so, and we don't have that.
Yeah, so these are things that we can just easily opt into that we're not opting into, and I can't just force it. So I'd just really like it looked at across the tribe if you guys could do that. Thank you.
Understood.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is Apply NFWF Healthy America Forest Initiative.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Natural Resources Division to apply for up to $2 million in NFWF Healthy American Forests Initiative funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute all documents, contracts, and subcontracts as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Okay, motion by Isaac, supported by Lana. Danny?
This is another resolution requesting approval to apply for grant funding through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. This would support watershed restoration and vegetation management on the Hiawatha National Forest. There are a subset of watersheds that have been identified as priorities that are eligible for this program. In our case, the probably best-selling option is Taylor Creek, which is down toward the Carp River area on the east zone of the Hiawatha.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Hoban Creek. Yep. We are working on that application right now. Let's do it at the end of the month.
Okay, the next
Oh, wait,
resolution.
for this? Sorry, Bridget. Taylor Creek for this one. We're working on the Hoban Creek one. Two separate.
The next resolution is renewal of tribal license Sioux Tribe Youth Facility.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby issues a facility license attached and incorporated herein by this reference for the Sioux Tribe Youth Facility to operate within the boundaries of the tribe. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the tribal chairman or designee to execute any and all documents, including ancillary or supplemental documents or forms that do not change the substantive terms of the license as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac,
Support.
supported by Kim. Josh?
Good evening, Josh Elliott from the Legal Department. This resolution is seeking to issue a 2026 tribal license to the Sioux Tribe Youth Facility to be able to operate next year.
Appreciate it, Josh. Any questions or comments for the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is amend ADP agreement.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to negotiate, execute, and sign any documents necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Bridget,
Support.
support by Tyler. Ryan?
Yeah, previously this year, the board adopted Resolution 2024-211 approving ADP as a vendor to update the tribe's timekeeping and payroll processes. As we're going through this year, we're getting ready for implementation of the ADP services. There are other services that may want to be utilized in the future that are not covered under the master service agreement. But even more importantly, that agreement right now is with the tribal government proper. And as we all know, we've been separating more and more our different authorities into different, as we're calling them, silos here, legally speaking. And so we need to update this master service agreement to not only encompass the other suite of services that we might want to utilize in the future, but expressly add the Kuwaitan Gaming Authority, Enterprise Authority, and the Housing Authority as affiliates of the tribal government, so they can also enter into service with ADP through the tribe's master service agreement.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. That brings us to amend Chapter 11, membership ordinance fees.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby amends Chapter 11.112 as follows. Fourth, the Enrollment Department shall set reasonable fees for services including, but not limited to, application fees, membership card processing fees, and membership card replacement fees. Enrollment Department fees will not increase without notice to the membership of at least 30 days.
Motion by Bridget, supported by Isaac. Julie?
I'm Julie Salo, Enrollment Director. This resolution will enable the Enrollment Department to change fees at their discretion. This went to the committee, and this was their recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Isaac?
Hey, Julie, I just want to confirm, we're going to change the expiration of a card to renewal.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Lana?
And we talked this afternoon that there is still a waiver process if there's a hardship and people can't afford it. So you did confirm that, and
Yes.
I just wanted to state that because I know that you guys practice that there. So thank you.
Aaron?
We also talked about how board members, if they would like, could donate. I'm looking at Julie, I'm looking at Sheila. I've donated thousands of dollars for that purpose. You are welcome to donate as well.
Anyone else? Okay, we shall vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, Julie. Have a good night. The next resolution is award contract to Sioux Tribe Construction, Unit 3 Lodge.
Now be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby awards a contract to Sioux Tribe Construction to build a lodge near the McCann School property for $105,000 utilizing Unit 3 Cultural Enhancement Funds. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby grants a waiver of the purchasing policy requiring formal solicitation of services over $50,000. Be it finally resolved, the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman or his designee to execute any and all documents to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac,
Support by Bridget.
support by Bridget. Bridget, Sean, if you guys want to talk about what this is for our membership?
Yeah, this is because we do not have the ability to have a fire at the McCann School. We normally have one outside, but for ceremonies and Wellbriety, it would be nice to have one inside. So we are looking forward to having this lodge built by Sioux Tribe Construction. It's going to be similar to the one in Hessel. And I would like to make a motion to amend up to $111,000 in case we have to move the spoils.
Second.
So we have a motion made by Bridget, supported by Lana. Any discussion on the amendment? So hearing none, we'll vote on just the amendment. And I don't, like, without objection, we don't need a roll call, right, guys? Okay, so without objection, no roll call. So those in support of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion to amend successfully passes. Now we're back on the main resolution. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Roll call, please.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Next resolution is support nominations, National Institutes of Health.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors supports the nomination of Director Tyler LaPlante to continue as the Bemidji Area Delegate. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors supports the nomination of Director Kimberly Hampton to continue as the Bemidji Area Alternate. Be it finally resolved that the Board supports Chairman to support letters of nomination for both Director LaPlante and Director Hampton to the Bemidji Area NIH TAC.
Motion.
So we have a motion by Lana, supported by Aaron. Tyler?
A motion to amend to remove reference to myself and the delegate since that letter was already submitted so as not to duplicate efforts.
I'll support.
Okay, we have a motion and support to amend it. Any discussion there? Okay, so all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion to amend successfully passes. That brings us to the resolution. Any discussion? Rob?
First, I believe the deadline for submission for this was yesterday. I'm not going to comment too much on the resolution itself because I don't have a position to support or oppose Director Hampton in either way. So I want to make that clear that my vote is not cast in support or opposition of her, but in recognition that I believe that this is an inherent right of the chairman to determine committee appointments abroad outside of our tribe. the chairman's the only person that's elected by the membership as the whole, and I believe that this is an inherent right of the chair.
Kim?
I just wanted to clarify that the email that the NIH TAC had sent out was due to the government being shut down for a while. Our nomination deadlines were extended until the end of December.
Okay, anyone else? Aaron?
So I support this, I'm going to vote for it, but I just want to make it clear that appointments in the past to SAMHSA, to ACF for the youth appointment, for IHS substance abuse, those were all done by me as chairman for members of the board of directors. CDC for a hardcore smoker. I made all of those without a board vote. If you go back and look at the record, 99% of all nominations for members of our board to serve on those committees were done by the chairperson's office, in cooperation with the legislative office, who circulates and lets the boards know. And for the most part, 9 out of 10 times when those are circulated, board members don't volunteer. So I'm grateful that a board member is volunteering, so I support both of them in those roles. So I think we could have dispensed with all of the controversy about it and just got to it, but here we are, so.
Anyone else? Going once, going twice? Okay, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, Rob's in opposition. Okay, motion carries. That brings us to new business. The first item is 2026 board meeting calendar.
It's just a motion, yes.
So,
A motion.
okay, so we have a motion from Kim.
Support.
And support from Isaac. Any discussion on the calendar?
Do you want me to explain it a little bit?
If you'd like to, yeah.
Just because there's some changes that,
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're required to meet, I think, once a year in each unit, and we have some new community centers, so we wanted to have at least one meeting in those community centers. So one of the things that's new is we're going to have a meeting potentially in Escanaba. We're also going to have a meeting potentially in Marquette, but we're also going to continue, I believe, to have meetings in Munising, Manistee, Hessel, all those other areas. We're just trying to utilize those new buildings that were built.
Yep.
So any discussion? Bridget?
I just got to say, I did mention this to Tyler. I understand why they want to do that, because they have those buildings, but if we really wanted to go back to it, we'd be meeting in Kinross, Newberry, Nobbaway, Sugar Island, Mackinac Island, Drummond Island, so I just want to, I understand those units with the new buildings, but this could turn into us going back on the road a lot more when we were trying to cut costs, is why we went back to that.
So what I would propose doing is carpooling and taking motor pool vehicles. So anyone that needs a lift out there, I'd be happy to give you a seat. Tyler?
Are we going to discuss or identify the downstate location, or are we waiting till a later date? Because last year the discussion was Detroit to Lansing and then eventually Grand Rapids, or maybe back to Detroit. Is it worth talking about right now, or just to get it out of the way so it doesn't become all super controversial?
So
actually July 21st.
I'm supportive of a downstate meeting. There are ways to make it cost effective, and is it on there?
It says downstate to be determined, though.
Yeah. So we have to figure out the location. We changed it. The first year that I've been on the board that we did it outside of Detroit. We told them we were going to do it the next year, then we did it in Lansing. Frankly, I don't care where we have it. I just want to have it in a place where there's a large concentration of tribal members. So Bridget, then Aaron.
So how about we give some time to figure that out? So maybe we could, find a location that is, a community center somewhere or whatever, that's not a big conference center or something that would be cost effective, maybe Grand Rapids or wherever we can find something. But I would say maybe give Lana a month or two to figure that out.
The only reason I brought that up is because we kind of waited till the last minute and they were really struggling with us on that one. And I'm just trying to be mindful, especially knowing the information we have today.
Okay, anyone else? Aaron, Kim?
So I would like to motion to amend to have our board administrator bring to us sometime in January a venue in Lansing, because Lansing is the center. If you draw a circle around Lansing, you're picking up literally 7,000 people. And so I was kind of thinking Grand Rapids too, but we don't get a huge turnout in the Grand Rapids area. And it's only 45 minutes or an hour from Grand Rapids to Lansing. So, and it's the same for Detroit. It's only about 80 minutes from Detroit to Lansing. So, so that's my motion to amend.
So you're motioning to amend it, to change it to Lansing?
Lansing, but give them until sometime in January, so I'm being very loose about that, so they can come back with a venue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive, so we have a contract with the lobbyist firm down there, so it gives, you know, the board members an opportunity to meet with the lobbyists, get updated about our efforts on the state level. There's a large concentration of tribal members there. You know, it's right off the interstate. There's hotels, there's space to have the meeting, so, yeah.
And we always have the best turnout downstate.
Yeah, and, you know, some elected officials from the state level can attend as well. So Kim, I'm going to call on you, but we have a motion to amend, so does anyone want to speak on that?
And I don't need to speak here.
I'm talking about Kim Lee.
No.
Okay, so, all those in support of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries on the amendment. That brings us back to the main one. Kim Lee.
I guess this is a little off topic with that, but with all the changes in the cultural committee, I'd like to at some point discuss potentially while we're down there, maybe having a powwow in that area. And whether we work with one of the universities or however we need to do that to get that together, I think I'd like to open up that door of conversation. So with that calendar switch, if we could make that work, I think that would be great for our people down that way. So that's all.
So it would take time to plan that, but I'm supportive. You know, if each unit were to contribute a chunk of their cultural enhancement, we could get something together, you know, so. Any further discussion? You guys' cultural enhancement, you guys have plenty. Quit being so cheap with it. All right, so roll call on that.
On the calendar as amended, okay. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Bridget. Aaron.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion carries, thank you. That brings us to committee appointments. So, any objection to doing these all together? Nope. All right, so this is going to be long, but bear with me. I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Lionel White Jr. to the Cultural Committee, Carl Frazier to the Unit 2 Nobbin Elder Subcommittee, Diane Campo, reappointment, and Francis Hank as reappointments to the Health Board, Aaron Paymont on the Higher Education Committee, and Sarah Archer on the Housing Commission. Motion by Isaac. Support by Tyler. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Last item, board concerns. Bridget.
A few things. I know that this was talked about at the Conservation Committee. I've reached out to Ryan and Clarence about, I think it might have been supposed to be kicked to the board, but I'm not positive. But I've been asked to bring forward to discuss the baiting in the Lower Peninsula before we get into another season, because I know this has been brought up for the past year. So I just want to put that out there. Ryan, has something changed within the election commission, or are members now allowed to campaign? I thought before that they couldn't campaign. So, and the last thing is, Lana, can you schedule a workshop where the board can view the May 10th, 2022 workshop?
So Ryan, first up, update on the 2007 inland consent decree.
Sure.
The one restriction is you can't bait downstate if downstate has a bait ban, which they currently have. There's a couple inconsistencies, though. They allow baiting for their Liberty hunt and their youth hunt, which is contradictory, but the treaty team, which I'm a part of, has been meeting to propose some changes, but currently, that's what the tribe agreed to with the 2007 inland consent decree, so there's not a whole lot of wiggle room unless the state's agreeable.
And what the members ratified.
Yep. Ryan?
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. The board did task us, the tree team and internal staff, to start putting together a plan to present to the board of directors of how we could maybe go about discussing potential changes to the inland consent decree with the baiting specifically. We have not been able to fully flesh out that plan. I know it's something that is important to several of our hunters and our committee, conservation committee members. But we don't have a good plan to present yet on that. But I did talk to Bridget through email about it. We are still working on it. We haven't forgotten. There's been a lot of irons in the fire. But it's, as Austin said, it would take a decree change, and we want to make sure that we have a good basis before we would present that to the board.
Yeah, we're going to be proposing some additional changes as well, but at the end of the day, you know, it's kind of up to the state because we don't have a whole lot of leverage because this is an agreed upon document. Another change is, you know, if you look at a map of the 1836 ceded territory, it's a big area that extends westward all the way to the Ford River, and it goes downstate, you know, just around like Grand Rapids. So you're allowed to harvest 5 deer on your property, on public property, but you can't harvest deer with our enhanced treaty rights on ceded territory that belongs to a non-tribal member. So if I'm a Sioux Tribe hunter and there's 2 landowners, one's Aaron Paymont and he's a tribal member, I can hunt on his property from September to January with my 5 tags because he's a tribal member. If his next door neighbor is Isaac and Isaac isn't tribal, I can't hunt on that property. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. I might not be a commercial fisherman, but I know the 2007 inland consent decree like the back of my hand. So I'm very proud to hunt, fish, do all that kind of stuff. So anyone else?
Yeah.
Tyler.
I got 2 awesome issues. Is one, this Saturday, if anybody's still listening, this Saturday is our joint powwow with Marquette Unit 5, the Native American Student Association at NMU. Bay Mills Indian Community is joining us this year, along with KBIC, Keweenaw Bay Indian Communities. So that powwow continues to expand, and we have a commitment from another tribe for next year already, so it's going to be something that we're regularly doing. So it's at NMU's Northern Center this Saturday, grand entries at 1 and 6, or no, 1 and 7. And the feast dinner is 5 p.m. The event is totally free, and then we're full of vendors already, so I'm sorry for everybody who's hearing this, but we've had to turn away several people already. The other thing is, also at NMU is our official flag raising ceremony of all 5 tribes in the Upper Peninsula. That's next Thursday, December 11th, from 3 to 4 p.m. We have like a lot of conflicting things happening within the tribe that day. I will be at the flag raising ceremony. It's just continued strengthening our partnership with the local university, as well as supporting our youth in Unit 5, as well as all of the units that come and at-large members that come to Marquette to go to school at Northern Michigan University. So it's been a long time coming. I've been working on that partnership for 3.5 years now, and it's really starting to pay off. Really excited about this powwow this coming Saturday. We have a great lineup, and all of the tribes participated in some fashion. We're still carrying the load, but next year it'll be shared a little bit more across all of the tribes. So that's exciting. And then the last thing I wanted to say is I'm just appreciative of the tone and the way we work together towards things. Yeah, some things got heated a little bit today during discussion, and that's fine because everybody's passionate about what they want to do and what they want to see accomplished. But I think ultimately working together to get this to the finish line is the only way it's going to happen. And instead of forcing it through, you know, I'm just glad that people had listened and said, okay, we do have to review a couple of things to come to some agreements to get this out the door. So I am actually, none of these are real issues. I'm just thankful for all of these things that are happening within the tribe, and to note that like these things do need to be addressed, but they need to be addressed together. So appreciative of how today went.
Rob, did you get mine?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I have a few, but I decided to only address really one today, and hopefully it's the only time I have to address it. But during last week's workshop, the chairman was not present. The vice chair was chairing the workshop, and I was muted. There's nothing within Chapter 14 that gives that permission. It's technically a violation of code. I was called out of order simply for stating the truth about a couple issues, and told to stick to the orders of the day. However, the discussion revolved around the cost of the separation of powers, and I was only making an analytical comparison to some of the costs that were supported on this board, to draw a clear line between what some people would consider reckless cost and which some wouldn't. However, I did not mention anyone's name when I was doing that, when I was called out of order. But most importantly, if a board member who is elected by their constituents to represent them at the table is to be muted in any way, shape, or form, there needs to be a vote of the board to do so. That's just uncalled for.
Okay, Aaron.
So I'm requesting an attendance record and minutes for the CCC meetings and the proceedings from 2005 through 2008.
Could you spell out that acronym for
Yeah,
everybody?
the Constitutional Convention Committee, when they voted unanimously to support the three-branch draft separation of powers. And if we can't find them, I know both of the attorneys, and I can get the record, but I'm requesting it here first. We're hearing all kinds of stuff about what they did or what they didn't do, or, and individual opinions are irrelevant at this point. I don't want to hear those. Those don't matter to me. It's the record. What does the record show? And what was the attendance? Because it's possible that people that can't remember what actually happened were not present. So I'm requesting the official attendance record for all the CC members that attended. And again, if you need me to help get them, I know how to reach both Rich and Robert.
Okay, does anyone else have any board concerns? Then, without objection, meeting adjourned. Hearing no objection, see you guys later.